Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Former Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore is back in court today at 2, hoping to have the charges of stalking and home invasion lifted. Michigan basketball is now on top of the college basketball world. They moved to number 1 yesterday in both the AP and coaches poll. Paramount announced last week they were shooting a docu-series with the team. Dusty May spoke about what it's like having those extra cameras around. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke to the media about Kevin McGonigal rotating at shortstop with Javi Baez this camp. Quote, what you can read into it is what I said at the beginning of camp. I want to get him comfortable. How do we get him comfortable? Let's rip the Band-Aid off, get him working with the players that he's aspiring to be and the grip that he's aspiring to play with, end quote. Team USA women's hockey has scored 31 goals this Olympics. Their opponents just a measly 1. They secured a 5-0 shutout over Sweden yesterday to advance to the gold medal game on Wednesday. 4 of those goals scored in the second period, including a string of 3 in just over 3 minutes. Farmington native Megan Keller had an assist as well. The Pistons remain off until Thursday when they play at New York. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Jim Costa without John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. And normally when John's out, Stoney's in. You're not Stoney. You're also not Jeff Rieger. You're Mark Ryan.
No, the voice has gotten much more annoying. I apologize in advance for you guys putting up with me, but it's awesome to be with you.
So we've never done a show together. I don't even know if Heather's ever met you until today.
Hi, Heather.
we've met.
I'm Mark. It's nice to
hey.
meet you. What's going on?
We have met before,
Of course.
but briefly, in passing, kind of.
Yes. I
What?
saw you at the training camp. And, Jim, you are the one person in this building that I had any sort of interaction with before I moved here.
Yep.
And here we are. The circle has been completed.
I was going to say, what better way to get to know someone than doing 4 hours of radio? We're going to get a lot out of Mark Ryan today. We have a topic involving blind dates. We have a topic about how he hates America.
Oh, come on. How could you do this to me?
Only slightly exaggerating. We'll have a lot of fun today. We've got the 2 Grand Slam, which you've never participated in. We were explaining to you pre-show someone can win $2,000
I'm going to do
today.
my best not to get kicked out.
And it is also Fat Tuesday. And you have...
Have you been?
Have I been
Have
where?
you ever
I've
been-
never been to New Orleans, Mardi Gras, any of that.
Got to do it once.
Now,
He's
when
been
you...
fat before.
I've been fat, yes. You moved here and you've embraced a lot of our things. Have you partaken in the punchkis on Fat Tuesday?
I have partaken in a punchki. I have a story.
Okay.
Do you have a minute for a
Go
story?
for it. We got all kinds of
The
time.
date was February 13th, 2024.
Okay.
I was here to do my final interview. And I'm in the office, and here is where I share with you that Heather has rebounded beautifully from death's door a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Some sort of food poisoning ailment on the ground. Okay? There is nothing worse than being in that predicament. You would have to get better to die when you are where Heather was a couple days ago. Now, here's what you don't know about me. I'm Italian. I'm gluten-free. This is not by choice. It's a very one-way relationship. I love gluten. It doesn't love me. I'm here for my interview. Our main boss, Debbie Kenyon, comes into the Jimmy's office with a box of punchkis, and I don't want to be the guy that looks like I'm not taking part. Mark, have you had a punchki? What's this? She gives me the punchki. I'm gluten-free. What do you do? Do you eat the punchki or do you pass? Because if I eat the punchki, here's what's going to happen within 15 minutes. That's going to happen. Then I got to go to lunch with Jimmy with that going on as well. I ate the punchki, Jim.
Oh, no.
I ate the punchki. Over under 2.5 restroom breaks during lunch with Jimmy. It was over.
Yikes. Well, I was going to ask if you were going to fill in for John in more ways than one and eat an entire box. I'm going to
God.
guess no is the answer on that. No, you will not eat an entire
definitely.
box
But
today.
they were delicious. My gosh.
I bet you could find gluten-free punchkis somewhere.
If anyone out there can help me out,
I
that'd
bet
be
there is
outstanding.
a bakery that makes them. There's a lot of people who are gluten-free.
There are.
It sucks. And like it's better now than it's ever been to be this way, to be with this affliction. They have more options now. But listen, I don't wish this on anybody. Imagine not being able to eat the best of the pizza, the best of the pizza.
I said that's a huge part of my diet. I'm going through all the things that have gluten in it right now. Pizza, pasta, sandwiches, all of it. So like you won't have like a sandwich.
Well, whenever we do like the meetings and they always like lunch will be served, I'm always like, not for me, it won't. Oh, not for me. Never for me.
If someone knows of a gluten-free punchki, let us know. Heather, I'm looking to you. You're going to have to make up for John today.
Oh, sure. No.
Because John would house an entire a box and a half.
So he says.
You doubt him.
I do. Now
he's
with
a big
his
guy.
He is, but like with he's been dieting, he lost all that weight. I believe it in the past. I don't think this day and age he would eat a full box anymore. He claims, I'm sure he can. I don't think he would, but I know he at least eats a couple.
Yes. Do you know how, obviously on the 4th of July, they do the, hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
What could you win an eating contest in? I did a dozen gluten-free donuts over a 3-hour show here. It took me a week to be regular again.
Yeah, I was going to say, no thanks.
TMI? Probably TMI.
No, that's fine. I get it.
Like, if you're all about him, today's your day, man. Because these people get mad when I say this. I don't like jelly donuts. Well, you can't call these a jelly donut. No, these are the best of the best of the best of jelly donuts. But if you're not a jelly donut person, you're not going to eat a week's worth of calories of something you don't like. Like, we all make this decision. A dessert's got to be worth it. I'm not just going to eat it to eat it. It's got to be something I want.
Sure.
So, look, I'd eat one if there was one here. But even one is like your day's calories for the... I mean, punchkis are a commitment is what I'm trying to say. So, we have nobody stepping up to the plate. Tom Milliken, will you eat an entire box of punchkis today?
Absolutely not. I won't eat one. I don't like them. I don't like jelly-filled stuff. It's just way too much. It's over the top for me. I was Googling in here, a dangerous thing, and there are gluten-free punchkis.
There you go.
There's several locations in Metro Detroit that offer them.
Thank you. Now, the next time I step on a scale, it's just going to curse me out.
Exactly. But no, I've never cared for them. I don't get the love for it. I kind of think it's like one of those things that people do just because it's a tradition. But do you really, truly enjoy them? Because to me, I'm like with Jim, it's just going to bog me down and make me feel like crap the rest of the day.
Is this the worst of the Detroit food staples? Or is it the best of the Detroit food staples? Like if people were to get rid of a Detroit food staple, which do you think would be the least popular?
I mean,
Well, I'm not getting rid of Coney's.
No.
I'm not getting rid of Detroit-style pizza. Running through other staples.
I think it's the punchki for you.
Yeah, it
I think
probably
it's
is
the punchki for you, Tom.
I think it
Oh,
is.
yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't miss it. I mean, I hardly have them. It's one day a year, maybe. And for us, it's not even one day a year.
How about the pasty?
I don't eat a ton of them, but I'd keep them.
Okay.
Yeah. It's more of a UP thing.
It's a Youper thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like would you put bumpy cake in that
I
category?
love bumpy cake.
Yeah, never.
The top of the bumpy cake is heaven.
Bumpy cake over punchkis all day long.
Yes. Why don't we just have bumpy cake on Fat Tuesday? Is that sacrilegious? Are the Polish communities going to get mad at us if we do that?
No, I mean, look, this isn't anti-Polish. I like my peppers and sausage and all that stuff.
Kielbasa? Okay.
Kielbasa.
All right, then. 248-539-9797. This text says, how about don't eat them? They're horrible little death bombs.
They absolutely are. Look, there are certain things that your digestive tract is not ready for at a certain time of day. And I don't need an anvil dropped in the large intestine at 8 a.m. I can't do it.
So no one on the show will eat a punchki today.
I would eat one.
Greg, you have grabbed the mantle. This is yours.
Yes. This is spiritually, what's the word I'm looking for? This is spiritually like what I do. I can eat a punchki or a punchak, excuse me, and then it not feel like anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I have one and I'm ready for a second.
I am
one.
jealous of your digestive enzymes.
Yeah. This is my Polish blood coming
It's your
through.
ancestry.
Yes.
And now you are spiritually John Jansen today.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'll have one.
Okay. You can tell us to let it play out
And
a few
that's it.
times. We'll have the quotas
Yeah, I
hit.
might
It'll
have
be
the
good.
second. I might have a second one, but no, just one I would have.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your record for punchkis eaten, ladies and gentlemen? Like, what? Because this sounds like, obviously for me, I had half of one and I was praying to the porcelain god. Jim doesn't like them. Tom refuses them with a fire of 1,000 suns. Well, what is the record, do you think, for Poochki's eaten without serious problems?
Well, John claims a whole box. I'm sure there are people out there that'll do some damage today. What'd you say? 6, 7, 8?
I don't know. Let's ask Joseph Chestnut. I'm sure he's had.
Yeah. If we get a competitive
box
eater
or few.
involved, but we're talking like regular everyday
Right,
Americans and
right.
people listening on their way into work right now. 248-539-9797. Tom's got a batch of texts coming in. This one says, today, American Coney Island has, you've seen this, the Paczki chili dog on their menu.
God bless us all.
Guys, they're trying to make mom's spaghetti a thing. Get rid of that.
No way. Wait, how many calories do you think are in the Paczki dog?
Oh, God.
Guess the calories. I'm going 1,200.
Oh, twice that.
Twice.
How much is in a regular Paczki? Now we're throwing in the Coney filling and the hot dog for good measure? So, we're talking 2,000, 2,500 calories.
So your
You
daily
had
calorie intake
you had
is
breakfast,
gone.
lunch, and dinner. Congrats.
Wow, there
now
you go.
you got the rest of the day. You got to really love them is my point. And if they are your thing, man, today's your day. Indulge. Get after it. That's the point of Fat Tuesday. But just take an inventory of our show. It's not our show. 248-539-9797. We got some fake trades in the NFL, trades that ESPN wants to see take place. We'll get to that at 6:35. Coming up next, did they fix it? The NBA All-Star formats. 97.1. Heather, you were saying you didn't realize punchkis are like a Metro Detroit thing.
I really didn't. I've always known about punchkis and Fat Tuesday, but I didn't realize it. I thought everyone knew about punchkis. Like, I thought it was all over.
Superman ice cream, also a Detroit thing.
I know
Blue
about-
Moon ice
yeah.
cream, also a Detroit thing. These are things that nobody has ever heard of until you come here. And it's uniquely you. I just can't believe how many people hate something that is uniquely them. I think it's because of the pain it causes.
Maybe, but you also don't have to love everything that comes from your hometown. I mean, you don't have to just
Really?
like blanket statement, love it all and pander. Like, it's okay to have your own taste buds, right? Like, if you don't like
sure.
jelly-filled donuts, punchkis may be the evolved version, the superior version, but if you don't like the grape jam in the middle, you're not going to like it.
Well, let me tell you what offended me. I never had Detroit-style pizza before I came here. Now I won't have anything else. It's because, you know why? I'm always the edge piece of the brownie guy.
Yeah.
And the Detroit-style pizza, it's all edge pieces of the brownie. It's the perfect mix between New York and Chicago style. It's right there in the middle. Well, I actually did this as a topic. The Detroit food staple that you would get rid of. I was offended by the number of people that would willingly get rid of Detroit-style pizza.
Interesting.
You've got to
Yeah.
be kidding me.
Wouldn't be for me. I keep it near the top of the list. Maybe the top of the list. Let's get to the phones. We got Amanda on a cell. Amanda, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Happy Fat Tuesday.
Yeah, you too. I just checked the calendar. I had to leave a note on my counter to limit my husband. He will eat 6 punchkis without throwing up. He'll go for that 7th, but then he'll be on the couch for an hour. But I have
There's no way.
throw back 6 punchkis.
Wow.
There's no way. What's
Yep,
the
he said
collateral
ordering
damage
at the
from
local
that?
baker right now. 6 of them for Michael. She asked, "Is this for the office?" No, this is just for me.
That's incredible, Amanda.
Your husband
And
is the
I've
office.
never had one, so I think that's why he consumes 6, because I don't eat any. So he just thinks, okay, I'll make up for 2 people,
There
and
you
he eats 6 of them every Fat Tuesday.
Doing his part.
Yep, I'll send a picture. I'll tag you guys on Twitter
Yeah,
later. with
please
him
do,
and
Amanda.
6
Please do.
He's
I
putting the
will.
fat in Fat Tuesday.
Oh,
No doubt
I
about it.
definitely will send you. I'll tweet you guys a picture later. You have a beautiful Tuesday.
Thank you. Tex says bumpy cake punchki is where it's at. Says that's Gary and Howell. Just eat one. One will be enough.
Jim,
So
my
we're
wife
combining.
is not a fan of the bumpy cake. The topping of
Divorce.
the bumpy cake. Thank you. The topping of the bumpy cake. I'm kidding, sweetheart. Topping of the bumpy cake is heaven on earth.
She's not up right now. You can badmouth her. It's fine.
She said the cake is just regular cake. The cake doesn't impress me. But the topping makes it.
The
Though.
top's the best, and then you take the fork through the whole thing,
Right.
and it's a complete bite.
Yes, it's the part of a well-balanced meal. You've got to enjoy the bumpy cake.
You have to. I'll pass this along to you, Mark. This is a text of places for you later that are gluten-free.
Oh, my gosh.
Multiple
Oh,
locations.
the people are coming through for me.
Now, this person's, I'm just going to
Thank
call
you,
him
Heather.
I figured.
a liar. 18 punchkis and 18 beers in one day in college. Unnamed texter. Fabricated. There's no way that's real. Come on.
That's like the 999 challenge
Yeah,
at the ballparks. This is not possible.
So, okay, let's say you house 6 for breakfast, you're doing 6 for lunch and 6 for dinner. As you're 18, mixing in 18 beers along the way.
How many times would you die along the course of the day?
One at breakfast, one at lunch, and one at dinner.
You've got to be kidding me with this.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Keep that in the mix. Mark Ryan is in today for John Jansen. NBA All-Star Weekend is behind us. We had President's Day yesterday, but chance to reflect. Mark, did they fix the NBA All-Star Game? Because what I watched, every game is essentially the fourth quarter. The effort was there in all of the games. Started, oddly enough, by a Frenchman, Victor Wembanyama, but every game he played in was down to the wire, and he brought the intensity, scoring, blocking shots, defending the rim. And Anthony Edwards said, I followed. We followed. And there was intensity back in the NBA All-Star Game. Do you like the format?
I am wrong about so much. I have been clamoring for this very format, USA versus the world, and I never thought they would do it. Why? Because I didn't think they wanted to lose to the international side. Well, if you use the Ringer rank, which is the top 100 players, the 5 best players in the world are all international. I thought Team International was going to win. Now, they were very close, competitive games, but I thought that injected inherent competitiveness that you're going to get with domestic versus international gave the game exactly and precisely what it needed. I thought Cade's team was the worst roster. I thought Cade's team was going to finish last, and they won. I watched it, and I couldn't believe I was watching it because I came to the conclusion that we don't have time for things that don't matter anymore. I thought All-Star games were flushed. I was wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't excited to watch, but the fact that one team had 2 Pistons and coached by a Piston, I said, you know what? Let's give this a shot. Instantly, you're drawn in to a game that I never anticipated was going to be that competitive and that feisty. And I do think those young guns had something to prove against the veteran U.S. squad in the championship game. But just in general, those guys felt like they had something to prove, which is an edge we never get. So often you get these all-star games where it's half-court shots, Olé defense, let's throw alley-oops, let's put on a show, and that's cool for a sequence or two. Then you realize, I'm not going to watch this. This was something worth watching. I think they got it right. Now, could you tweak it a little bit? Maybe, sure. Would the world have won if Giannis and Luka played?
Or if they played a whole game?
Or they played a whole game, maybe. But I don't think I want to play a whole game. I like the bite-sized, essentially fourth quarter round robins. You can't take a half off. You can't take a series off. We'll sub you out and put someone in who wants to play.
Who do you think the young guns, and was it the Stars or the Stripes, or the name of the case?
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Who do you think they had more of an edge against? The international guys or the old heads? Because
Probably the old heads.
on the Give a Damn rankings, Cade and Duren were easily top 3, top
Yes.
5. They brought what we see the Pistons bring.
Yep.
An effort that is bygone in their era. They brought that effort to an all-star game that has lost anything resembling effort.
I had said on Friday, could the Pistons save the All-Star game? Short answer is they needed more, and they got more because it was buy-in on their own team and Edwards. I mean, I think Cade and Ant are making the case we're the backcourt for Team USA in the next Olympics. Like, that's what's kind of on the line here, right? Is the passing of the torch for Team USA. Old is LeBron and Durant, and we are the face of American basketball. Cade and Ant Edwards in the backcourt. And yeah, Jalen Duren, he's making a case to be on that roster too. So I think they had more to prove against the vets.
And what a stabilizing presence Cade has as well. And look, say what you will, he's got to work on the outside shooting, no doubt about that. But the way that he calmly led that team in and out of its sets, led with intensity. Jalen Duren comes in doing JD things as well. It was cool to me because when you remember the 6 All-Stars for the Tigers, they had like the worst day. It was like, you know, the AL didn't perform as well because of the Tigers. To have it be the reverse of that, and Cade and JD's team won because of them, I thought was great for the city.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So just before 9 a.m. on Monday morning, the body of a man was found at an Oakland County park. So somebody visiting the park, this was near Proud Lake in Commerce, called police when they discovered this man's body. Officials believe the body is a male in his 20s. Right now, it's unclear how the individual died, and the circumstances obviously surrounding his death are all under investigation. But there was a teen, a homeschool group that was there in the park. And there was a teen in that group that said police were everywhere, and also said that blood was all over the place, and that multiple teens in this group also saw the body. They're not the ones who discovered it, but were there at the time. So it just sounds like a mystery situation that is obviously now under investigation. So what started as a police wellness check on Friday ended with animal control officers removing 41 small dogs from what they were calling deplorable conditions from a home in Detroit. And now...
You said 41 dogs?
41. And the dogs ranged in age from puppies that were just born to adult dogs. And they say they all appear to be Yorkie mixes. So smaller dogs. They were transferred, obviously, to shelters. Detroit Animal Care and Control kind of took over that. And now they are going to need foster families. So if anybody is willing to open their home to foster one of these dogs, or obviously eventually adopt one, that's what they're looking for. They said even short-term fostering, like even if you want to come and take the dog to the park just to help them out because there's so many of them. Right now, obviously they're undergoing veterinary care, making sure they're all healthy and such, and then they'll be available to foster or adopt. You probably heard this news. Hollywood icon Robert Duvall passed away over the weekend at the age of 95. In a Monday morning Facebook post, his wife, Lucia, wrote, "Yesterday, we said goodbye to my beloved husband, cherished friend, and one of the greatest actors of our time. Bob passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by love and comfort." The post went on as well. But in a career that spanned 7 decades, he had iconic roles in movies like The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, The Godfather Part 2, The Natural. The list obviously goes on.
And he always played like these regal roles.
Yep.
Imagine what that would do for you. Like every single time you are cast as the boss, the president, etc.
Yeah. Good for him. I mean, it's funny. I knew who he was, obviously.
Yeah.
But I went back to look through like the list of
The
all
movies?
the movies he was in. And I honestly haven't seen a lot of them. I've never seen The Godfather, right? I've never seen, I don't know. I feel like I've seen a couple. The Gone in 60 Seconds?
Wait, you've never seen The Godfather?
No.
So my wife has this thing where she only likes pleasant movies. And it drives me insane because like to me, great movies can be painful to watch. I mean,
What do you
like-
mean by painful? You
like
mean
in other words, it's a riveting experience, but it's not a pleasant experience because it's painful to see.
yeah, because
right?
it deals with harshness.
Right.
Yeah.
But that makes a great movie.
Yes.
To my wife is more Hallmark. Do you not watch The Godfather because of that?
No.
Because it's old, maybe.
I'm not really, no. I wouldn't say that. I'm not looking for like always happy movies or Hallmark-ish type films. I just have never seen it.
Well, okay. Robert Duvall was also in, if you want something lighter,
Yes.
Kicking and Screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never saw it.
Completely different kind of movie. So there
That's
you
with
go.
Will Ferrell, right?
Yes.
I know it, and I've seen chunks of it just in passing when it's like, oh, I can watch it on Netflix, but I've never seen the whole movie.
And the best 2 kids on the team are not American, so it plays into Mark's narrative for the show later today.
Did you hear about this? Snoop Dogg, obviously, is basically Team USA's unofficial mascot at the Winter Olympics. But he's also making dreams come true for Italian fans as well. So obviously, he's in Italy right now. He tried to order some food. I think it might have been takeout. I don't know if he was going to eat at the restaurant, but I think he was getting takeout. And his credit card was denied.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So instead of obviously it being an embarrassing situation, it turned actually into a really heartwarming act of kindness because the restaurant owners obviously knew who he was and said, you know what? Don't worry about it. It's all good. So he made sure to take care of that family, the owner's family, and he sent them 5 tickets to see the men's snowboard halfpipe final.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
That's a cool story.
By the
Yeah.
way, you know what that was. It's not that he doesn't have the funds in the account,
I know.
obviously. But when you travel, have you ever gotten that block where it's like your
Oh,
bank
yeah,
says, hey, we just want to make sure it's
Yes.
me. It's definitely me. Please don't embarrass me in a line with all these people behind me
Right.
by telling me this is a suspicious activity. I'm getting a coffee
Right.
in a different state. Give me a break.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, ESPN's got their fake NFL trades, and, there's one that's going to upset some Lions fans. It's 97.1. trades that ESPN wants to see happen in the NFL, including one that's going to make Lions fans very mad. Let's get after it.
We won't do that one first, okay? Let's settle in here a little bit. These are always fun this time of year, and we need football to talk about, right? So the Jets get their QB1. The Jets get Kyler Murray and a 6th-round pick in 2026. The Cardinals get a 4th-round pick in 2026.
And the question is, do we want to see this trade happen?
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Kyler to the Jets. They don't have to put the pressure on a rookie quarterback right away, and it's a buy low as you're ever going to get in the NFL.
Look, it's never a good sign when 5 years into a player's career, you don't know if he's a hit or a bust. That tells me that you're probably a bust because it's either a definitive yes or a definitive no, right?
Yep.
And Kyler Murray at this point is a no. Why do the Jets want another no? Is it interesting? Yeah. So to your point, Jim, yeah, we like interesting.
The New York
Does it
media
help
market?
the Jets?
Oh, it's
probably
great.
not.
But this is
Think about all the roller coaster jokes they're going to make in the New York media.
But this is kind of like look at what Sam Darnold did. He was the
Cast off.
You know, the guy that didn't do what you
Good point.
what you would say. But look, trying to copycat Sam Darnold probably is a dangerous thing. All right, now it's time to get Lions fans mad. Raiders Bears tackle needs. The Raiders get DJ Moore and a 1st-round pick. The Bears get Max Crosby and a 5th-round pick.
This is the end of me. This, to me, is the punchki to the gut. I can't do it. And this gets the Bears absolutely to the next level. I think this trade gets the Bears to the Super Bowl. I can't figure out for the life of me why Ben Johnson is kind of phasing out DJ Moore. Like, why is he the 3rd best receiver? I thought he could be the best of the bunch. Max Crosby is the game changer for them that I think everyone wants to be the game changer for us here in Detroit. Please say it ain't so, Jim.
I don't want to see it happen, but it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Raiders get a receiver and a 1st-round pick for an aging player that doesn't make sense on their timeline. Bears round out their team with the biggest need they have. They get bookends with Sweat, who Lions didn't trade for a couple years ago at the deadline. They get to pair those two guys up as the first-place team. No, I don't want to see this happen.
I don't think this would happen, though. To me, the Raiders need to require like 2 firsts. It starts with 2 firsts. Why would I want DJ Moore? Yeah, do they have a receiver need? Sure, but he's aging. Why wouldn't you hold out for 2 firsts before you would ever explore this?
That was exactly my point. Like, I thought for only 1 first, I would think you might need a little bit better player than that.
Exactly. All right, the Browns shore up their offensive line. They get offensive tackle Walker Little and a 7th-round pick. The Jags get a 5th-round pick.
This is like barely a transaction wire. Can we just move on? Do you have thoughts on this?
Oh, none whatsoever.
Okay, move on.
Is this even a ripple?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't you do this if you're the Lions, if Decker retires, and then move Sewell to left?
Sure.
And then you got bookend tackles. All right. The Bills finally get their their wide receiver number 1. They get Brian Thomas Jr. and a 5th-round pick. The Jags get Keon Coleman and a 1st-round pick.
Keon Coleman has been beyond a disaster. Have you ever seen ownership going at a draft pick? Okay.
While he's still there.
Let alone one that happened quite recently. I love this for Buffalo. They desperately need them. They have wasted Josh Allen up until this point. This is a big plus for them.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world for Buffalo. They got to get one more piece, one step closer. You have to win a Super Bowl while you have Josh Allen, and they have a glaring need at wide receiver 1.
Okay, can we do my version of fake trades really quick?
Yeah.
The trade I want to see the Bills make is to get Justin Jefferson. Get him out of the division, but I also would love to see Justin Jefferson with Josh Allen.
What's the price tag on that, though?
To me,
3?
it's probably a 1st and a 3rd.
What?
Like multiple ones.
No, easily multiple ones.
You think so?
I would think so. What did Diggs go for when they traded for him out of Minnesota?
Off the top of my head,
It's
don't
more than
remember.
that. Whatever it was, it's more than that.
Well, if I were the Bills, I'd do 2 firsts then. To me, this is the all-in move for them to make to get Josh Allen, one of the best receivers in football. All right, next one. Colts save on the cap. Panthers jumpstart their offense. The Panthers get Michael Pittman Jr. and a 7th-round pick. The Colts get Xavier Legette and a 5th-round pick.
See, I'm not quite sure why the Colts are doing this. Pittman's a productive receiver for them just to swap day 3 picks. I'm keeping the better football player.
Right. Why do you want to get worse at a key position in this trade?
Especially while your quarterback situation is up in the air.
Xavier Legette has all of the physical tools. He hasn't put it all together in Carolina. I covered him down there. I thought he was going to be a much better player than he has been because of the physical tools.
All right, next one, and this might be a little sneaky dangerous for Lions fans. The Vikings find QB room insurance. They get Mac Jones and a third-round pick. The 49ers get a pick in the draft next year, second-round pick, fifth-rounder in 2027, third-rounder in 2028.
Ooh, that's steep, isn't it? Second and a third. When's the last time you saw that for a backup QB? However, there are some Sam Darnold-esque feelings about Mac Jones, are they not?
Yep. It feels like they're doing the same thing again here. Little apprenticeship in the Shanahan system, get the ball out and distribute it. Yeah, this feels like they're trying to make up for their blunder with Sam Darnold, and I think it makes sense for them.
Their blunder with Sam Darnold, their blunder with J.J. McCarthy. Because in a Kevin O'Connell system, you can win a lot of games with a QB who just doesn't screw it up.
Sure.
Here we go again, like the Jets looking for a QB again another year later. The Steelers are also. They get Tanner McKee. The Eagles get a 2026 third-round pick, 2027 third-round pick.
For an unproven player?
John's big on Tanner.
I know he loved him coming out of the draft. Stanford kid, got the size, looks the part. That's the Steelers starting quarterback next season? Just admit you're rebuilding then, right?
Oh, boy.
For a franchise that doesn't want to admit they're rebuilding, what the hell is this?
Well, instead of giving up capital, you just do a full rebuild.
Right, that's what I'm saying. At that point, keep your picks, re-roll with a brand new rookie quarterback. But you hired a coach who's not going to rebuild, and it's an organization that refuses to rebuild. So, no, this doesn't make any sense.
I would love to see the Lions better address their backup quarterback. So I'm irritated that all these other teams are prioritizing that position.
All right, the Broncos get aggressive in their passing game. They get A.J. Brown in a fifth-round pick. The Eagles get Riley Moss, cornerback, second-round pick in 2026, fifth-round pick 2027.
I need to see where A.J. Brown's head's at because up until this point, I view him as kind of a malcontent. I can't have the drama that he creates when he has one game where he doesn't get 8 targets in the middle of the season. If his head is on right, this could be the move that gets Denver to the next level, but that is a massive if, Jim.
4 straight seasons of 1,000 yards for A.J. Brown, including last year, but you wouldn't know it because it was suddenly a problem that he was only a 1,000-yard receiver, the number one target of a reigning Super Bowl champ. I get wanting to move on from a break clean slate, but this is selling low. I don't think I'm selling low and doing this deal.
I find this one a little spicy because it's the Ravens and Giants making a trade. So John Harbaugh's trading this old team. The Ravens get Kayvon Thibodeau. The Giants get a fourth-round pick in next year's draft.
This is so Ravens, and I hate it because of that, but I love it for them.
Yeah.
Because they're the team that's going to make Kayvon Thibodeau the Pro Bowler he should well be. The dysfunction in New York, how many players is that affecting? This is exactly the kind of trade they would make. Great addition to this article. And, boy, I would love this trade for the Lions, wouldn't you?
I was just going to say, can we do this deal?
Yeah.
Fourth-round pick for a former, top 5 selection with NFL bend and unlocked a potential that has yet to be unlocked? I'd do this deal for Detroit.
Okay.
Of course the Ravens would get this
on
deal.
top of this. Always.
Last one, and I think this one sneakily could really hurt the Lions. The Rams get Trent McDuffie in a fifth-round pick. The Chiefs get the first of the Rams' 2 picks in the upcoming draft, which would give the Chiefs 2 picks in the top 13.
So this one looks weird on the surface because why is Kansas City, who just missed the playoffs, going to trade one of its best defensive players while they should be chasing a championship with Patrick Mahomes? The answer is their cap is a disaster. They don't pay corners, so that's why they would do this deal. But yes, the Rams are the big winner in all of this. That's a big weakness, maybe the only weakness on their roster, and they become the prohibitive favorites in the NFC if they make this move.
Do you like this move also for the Lions? Would you make this move? In a heartbeat, I would, Jim. Heartbeat. No, come on.
No.
You've got to make this move. How much better does this make you?
It makes them better, but I got to pay Trent McDuffie, and cap space is dwindling, and I have bigger fish to fry than the corner position.
Do you?
Yeah, I got to replace both offensive and defensive lines.
Who was the good corner on the team last year?
I understand your point. I understand.
But that's the problem with that one, Mark, is that you're chasing your mistakes.
Yep.
Arnold and Rakestraw are killing. Those picks are killing this team right now. Can't do that. Don't chase it.
Well, you've gotten
need
very
offensive
little
linemen.
Very little out of the last 2 drafts. Incredibly problematic.
Yep. There you go. Fake trades. ESPN wants to see them happen. Do you? We are going to get into that Max Crosby situation. Get to that next. 97.1. had it in the trades ESPN wants to see. Max Crosby to the Bears for a first and DJ Moore? Should the Lions one-up the Bears and throw J-Mo in a first? Get the deal done? That's our question to you, 248-539-9797. I like it more than the Rico proposal yesterday. We had a text bring this up.
Oh, please no.
We're not trading St. Brown for Chris Jones, who's 31 and quit on his team last year.
Definitely not. And Rico's point on that is that the Lions have a 2-year window. And my comeback to him yesterday after the crosstalk was, why is it a 2-year window? Do the Lions? Chris Jones has a 2-year window. Mm-hmm. The Lions core, right? I mean, he
window could have been closed on him. Yeah,
2-game window last year. When you look at the age of the Lions core, what part of that says 2-year window to you?
Right.
Goff is what, 31?
Yeah.
He could be great for another 6 to 7 years.
Fingers
Everyone
crossed.
else is younger than that.
Correct.
So who's to say you have a 2-year window?
Well, the window would be the cap starts closing in, the walls start closing in. That's why there's an urgency.
100%, and they're going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions. I mean, you and I are fantasizing about, like me, Trent McDuffie, right? And you are sending me back down to reality, snap back to reality.
Well, that's what I wanted to say about Max Crosby here is in a vacuum, yes. In reality, this is a deal that you needed to make a year or two ago. And you've started locking guys up. You have negative cap space right now. They'll fix that. But does it make sense to burn all of your resources on one player when I'm talking about I need a center, may need a tackle, need a defensive end, doesn't have to be a Crosby-level player. You've brought up the corner. Who's the elite corner on this team? There isn't one. They play a lot of man coverage. That would be a problem. Both safeties have chronic injury problems. Now, that Achilles, I'm hoping things are good for Branch, but that can really impact a twitchy, explosive player in space. And we know Kirby's knees all jacked up. So do I want to nuke all my resources, all cap space that I haven't even created yet, and my first-round pick for Max Crosby? No, I don't think I would do that deal. And I know many listening are going, you're out of your mind, I would do the deal. Make the case, 248-539-9797.
I don't like what it does to the rest of your roster.
It's a move that is your whole offseason. And to some who have been waiting 2 and 3 years just to see the headline pop up on their social media and the Adam Schefter message, cool. We got to field a team this season, and the team isn't one piece away right now, and that was painfully obvious when they missed the playoffs. So, Mark, it sounds like you're on the same team I am here, which is, I can't believe we're saying this, we would say no to Max Crosby.
Who is the one player that would be worth building your entire offseason around? And I think if you got word that Linderbaum is going to be a free agent, and if you got word that he's interested in Detroit, you move heaven and earth, I think, to get him here.
And he doesn't cost pick 17, which is what this, or JMO, which is what this mock trade would be. Linderbaum makes all the sense in the world. He's young enough. He's got the runway. We talk about windows. He's got the runway to anchor the middle of this offensive line with a proven veteran piece. You're not plugging in a rookie or a second-year player or bumping somebody over to a critical position. You're getting someone who pre-snap can identify blitzes, who can give you a push in the run game, who can re-energize the play-action pass. Linderbaum's my number one, and you'll fight John Harbaugh for him. You'll fight Jesse Minter for him, but I want to be in that fight. I don't want to cash all my chips in and my first-round pick in the hypothetical Max Crosby trade.
Well, especially when you consider what has been the anchor of this team under Dan Campbell.
Yep.
And he's not going to like me saying this, but last year the offensive line was a bit of a bleep sandwich.
It was.
You were good, the breads were good, and then the middle of the sandwich, you know, the lady from Wendy's was saying, where's the beef?
Yeah.
Where's the beef on the middle? I have hope for Tate Ratledge in the middle, but that's the guy everyone's saying, well, you don't have room. You make room. You figure out a way to make that work, and if it means guys like Alex Anzalone aren't on the team anymore, well, he's fighting with the team anyway.
For those that missed his Valentine's Day shot, yes. And then he backed it up, backpedaled. Well, it was just a joke. You guys take social media
Definitely
so
not
seriously.
a joke. Definitely not a joke.
It irked him. There's no doubt about it. You're right, though. You have to make tough decisions. We've reached that point. Mark, the time to make the swing for the edge rusher was when Frank Ragnow was still playing and Kevin Zeitler was here. When you had veteran, proven, elite 1A or 1B offensive line in football. That's when I can say, I'll nuke my first-round pick. I'll bring in the pass rusher. I haven't paid Aiden yet in this world, right? Goff's extension hadn't kicked in. The time to do it, it's why all the idiots on the radio were screaming about it, was 2 years ago. I don't think the Crosby deal is a deal this team is going to make, and it's not a deal I think the team should make.
And it's hard to admit this for this reason. Last 10 years, Lions' defensive ranking has been 25th on average out of 32 teams. The last 10 Super Bowl champions, 9th overall defense. The Lions have had a better defense than the Super Bowl champion once in the last 10 years. Hasn't been good enough.
Well, that's why people are going to say, then go get Crosby. Because then I can put Aiden and Crosby, who play 95% of snaps, opposite one another, set it and forget it. Everybody plays better in the back end. I get why it looks good on paper, but you got to build a team.
But how many Peters are you robbing to pay Paul doing that?
Ding, ding, ding. That's why I said in a vacuum. You want to plug this into your Madden franchise? Go ahead and hit send. But they got to field a team, and their needs are more than just one defensive end. 248-539-9797. Tex says, hearing you say Crosby to the Bears gives me a stomach ache. To your point.
Don't do that to Heather. Please don't do that to Heather.
Stomach curling over there. Crosby is the best off-season clickbait story there is, but he's a bad gambler. He's never going to leave Vegas.
I don't know about that. There's too much smoke there, and it's every off season, and he's answering the questions. How disrespectful of that is that to his current employer?
Guys, it makes no sense. The Raiders would never do any of these trades.
Why not?
Get more? That's what you guys were saying.
I mean, they're clearly in a rebuild mode. They're clearly relaunching. They went for the win now approach, and it blew up in their face.
Yeah, look, you got a first-year coach. You don't have a long-term quarterback. You're not winning in the next 2 to 3 seasons with Max Crosby for his extended prime. This is when you can get value for him. Now, if you're holding out for 2 firsts instead of a player and a first, that's why you wouldn't do these particular deals. But you are absolutely opening up the lemonade stand, and you are open for business. 248-539-9797. Guys, I've asked this so many times. Why not J-Mo to the Raiders for Crosby and the pick? Says that's a deal they would make.
No, it's a deal I wouldn't. I think J-Mo's too critical to the offense. I think the offense is the one thing you can rely on right now. You do need help on the defensive side, but I don't think nuking any well-balanced roster plan is the way to get there.
And say it again for people. J-Mo is a key part of what this offense has become and who they want to be. They want to get back to pounding the rock. I want 2 high safeties. You know what I'm saying? Like
100%.
If you get rid of the deep threat and say, I'm going to do little checkdowns to Laporta and St. Brown and operate in the middle of the field, okay, safeties are coming up. But J-Mo is the check. So now I can run the ball. Now I can let Goff distribute the football. I need the deep guy. I need a player like J-Mo. And there's only a few guys like him.
Those willing to jettison J-Mo are not understanding the impact he has on the run game and how he opens things up for everybody.
Well, not only what I said, pushing the safeties back, but pushing people around. No block, no rock. He gets the message. 248-539-9797. Text says, we missed our best window. The last 2 drafts have been jokes. Win now moves before the draft. Get it done. Easy schedule. Make a run this season. Sounds like someone who's on board a Max Crosby deal. We'll get the conversation rolling. Coming up next, more of your feedback, more of your thoughts. Would you do it? J-Mo and a first for Max Crosby. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery, just in time for 2 marquee matchups this week. Michigan basketball was named the #1 team in the nation yesterday. That marks the first time since 2013, where Trey Burke helped lead them to the finals. Tonight they'll take on Purdue, who just moved up to #7. Saturday they have a non-conference date with Duke as well. Michigan State basketball moved down 5 spots to #15. They have UCLA tonight. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore hopes to have various criminal charges lifted this afternoon as he's due in court at 2 in Ann Arbor. One of the keys to pitching chaos in 2024, Bo Brisky was back facing a live batter for the first time since July of last year. Brisky was seen on the backfields. He's looking to bounce back from a strained ligament in his elbow. Quote, I was a little off, but it was definitely nice to have my arm feel like it usually does. Now I can just focus on pitching. One of the hitters he faced was none other than number 2 prospect Max Clark. Javi Baez was also seen shagging some fly balls in the outfield. He started 43 times in center last season. With the multiple injuries the team faced, the Free Press thinks he will get some more starts in the outfield this year. Brendan Hanafy is hoping to be one of the last add-ins to the Tigers' opening day roster as well. Out of the bullpen, he's working on adding a new pitch, a split change. Team USA Women's Hockey defeated Sweden 5-0 yesterday. They're on to the gold medal game coming up tomorrow at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text pouring in, phone calls to get to. Good morning, 97.1, Fat Tuesday. Enjoy a punchki for us. Jim Costa without John Jansen today. Mark Ryan sitting in the chair. We've got Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Good morning.
Good morning, one and all.
Did you sleep at all?
Well, I am willing to be cast in the next Iron Man if they would be so kind as to give me a call. We do have a bit of a marathon of life going on. 6P to 10P last night. 6A to 10A right now. 6P to 10P. Just don't ask me what day it is. Don't ask me what time of day it is. I'm just glad to be here.
Heather, you're nodding your head.
Yeah.
I lived a little bit of that life.
Me too. It's tough.
That's not great.
It's dark, but you don't know if it's because it's night or morning, right?
I know that feeling. 248-539-9797. Our question for you guys as we get the 7 o'clock hour rolling. ESPN has their list of fake trades. These aren't real trades, but they are deals they'd like to see happen. And they pair up Max Crosby on the move to the NFC North. Let's go. No, it's the Chicago Bears. Their deal is a first and DJ Moore. Our question is, well, the Lions could one-up it. Bears picks 25. Lions picks 17. DJ Moore, J-Mo's the better player. The Lions could one-up it. Would you do the deal? To which I said, no. No,
Yeah.
and I love Max Crosby. I love the idea of bookends who play 95% of snaps and make everybody's life great. Set it, forget it. Everybody else is in coverage. Problem is, it's not Fantasyland. It's not Madden. And this team has bigger needs than one player. The Max Crosby deal would end your offseason. The money you'd bring in, no first-round pick. I don't have J-Mo to push safeties back. I'm trying to run the football, right? I need the safeties back. I can't address the offensive line in a meaningful way. Guys, the time to do this was when I had Ragnow and Zeitler. The time to do this was a year ago, 2 years ago. It's not time to do that now.
Number one, how many more years of peak Max Crosby do you have?
Let's call it 2.
Number two, what potential players is he costing you? You
point.
cannot be blind to what lies ahead. Does Max Crosby mean Sam Laporta is not part of your future? Who else? Brian Branch, is he not part of your future? Think about your future here. Yes, you need help on the other side, but there was a reason that Brad Holmes annoyed many of us last year when he said, look, how many teams on this show, how many teams have 2 great pass rushers? It's okay to have a Batman and a Robin. Very few teams have 2 Batmans.
Right, but he didn't even want to listen to the Robin part because I
Right.
tried to butt in a couple times. Well, Brad, I know you're in a groove. You're rolling. We all get there. How about someone not Marcus Davenport? And I know Al-Qadim Muhammad had 11 sacks, but how about someone who plays more than 40% of snaps that can play next to Aiden Hutchinson? It doesn't have to be Max Crosby, or we took phone calls on Myles Garrett once upon a time. There are free agents available. There are Robin-level players available. It's not Crosby, you can't address the defensive end spot, which was Brad's contention with us on the phone. No, you can still address the position in a more meaningful way. It's not Crosby or bust.
Well, there was that report that they really had an eye on James Pierce. And when you consider that they ended up with Tyleik Williams, it had this feel of the draft unfolding not in the way they expected, right?
Right. Yeah, no kidding. Let's get to the phones because Adam and Frankenmuth, good to hear from you. You have an alternate, a twist that you want to put on this conversation. Good morning.
We're living in a fantasy world. I need to get that out of the way right now. It's a fantasy world. But I'm thinking St. Brown is right on the edge of becoming Tyreek Hill. From his podcast to Detroit Don't Know Ball, he's becoming a real diva, which I think he is. We trade him straight up for Crosby. sign Tyreek Hill for the whatever veteran minimum or maybe a little bit, whatever. I'm not sure exactly where he's at in his rehab. So that's why I'm saying it's fantasy. We bring him in. We bring in Crosby. And now all of a sudden we keep our 17th pick. We ship him to Vegas, and we're all good.
Adam, who would you say the leader of the team is?
It's got to be Jared Goff. That's my quarterback.
Okay,
and
but
if it's not, we got to get rid of him.
But you can have multiple leaders on the team, right? So Goff is a leader, Sewell is a leader. I would say that Amon-Ra St. Brown is the spiritual leader of this team that can be an elite Pro Bowl wide receiver for you for the next 10 years, and you want to give that up for a guy with a 2-year window.
Well, I got a question for you then. To be honest, since he signed his deal, since he's kind of become this guy, has St. Brown bittered you at all with him at all? Just a little bit?
No. I'll be honest.
Well,
We talked about his comments, right? I'm able to separate it. He's far from the problem on this team. 1,400 yards, got 110 balls, give or take, this season. All-pro once again. Like, he could say the fans don't know ball, and we could talk about it on the radio. Doesn't mean I'm shipping his ass out of town. I haven't soured on him at all. You're right, Mark. He very much is the heart and soul. Remember when he played short week? Right. I mean, that is who he is to his core. That's after getting his big contract.
He was supposed to miss 3 weeks.
Yeah.
He's playing short week. It's who he is. And yes, the chip on the shoulder, sometimes it's going to manifest itself in ways you don't like. The chip is going to manifest itself, is going to show itself in some ways that annoy you. But the chip is what makes him the guy that's delivered you 106, 119, 115, and 117 receptions the last 4 years, and all the while overcoming being a 4th-round pick.
He is a top 5 receiver in the NFL.
Undoubtedly.
And you could certainly make the case he's in the top 3. I'm not trading him away. Prime of his career, 26 years old. No, absolutely not. Now we're talking about cutting off your nose to spite your face. So now I don't have my most reliable option. I don't have the engine, the guy that churns out first downs, that if it's in the red zone, who do I trust one-on-one to create separation, get open, run a hell of a route? Who's the first guy that bought in on blocking in the run game? It's Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm not trading him away.
Among the skill position talent that you have, he is the number 1 most irreplaceable player, in my opinion. More irreplaceable than Jahmyr Gibbs, than Sam Laporta, than J-Mo. Agree or disagree?
I agree. I agree with you.
And therefore, you cannot jettison him. Can we please stop? Rico Beard, Adam and Frankenmuth, can we please stop including Amon-Ra St. Brown in trades? We can do better than this. So he really pissed people off with that comment, didn't he?
What? It's wild. Like, I disagreed with him. Like, I think fans do know ball. I do think his explanation was weak when he's like, trust me, bro. And he didn't really give any reason he liked Drew Petzing, right? It was just, I play for the Lions and I'm going to stick up for our coach almost no matter who it was. And he did when they hired John Morton, so not a reliable messenger. But I don't care what he says on a podcast. I care about what he does between the walls, what he does for the team on the field. And that I would never question. So no, I'm not trading him for Crosby. I'm certainly not doing that. I can't even believe Rico said this. I didn't hear this live. I saw it on social media. You talked to him in Crosstalk. I don't want Chris Jones badly enough to where I'm giving up Amon-Ra St. Brown.
It is so depressing to me to have this notion that you've got a 2-year window. And if you don't capitalize on a 2-year window, you're right back to what you've been for the duration of your existence. I don't buy that at all. What this franchise needs is just to get back to drafting well. Get back to drafting well. Begin that this year. You're going to be fine.
But yes, but it's not exclusively the draft. I'm growing very tired of exclusively homegrown, have to draft, develop, and sign our own. It's foundational. It's not the entire formula. They have to add an impact player in free agency. They can't just do this solely on the back of the draft. And I think Seattle showed you that. I think New England showed you that. Building a team is using all the tools in your tool belt. So Brad Holmes has got the draft down. I know the last 2 drafts haven't been great. Got to get back to it. But how about an impactful offensive or defensive lineman? Outside the organization, not we're good, not falling in love with our own, but truly energizing this team. But Crosby requires me to nuke all my cap space and trade a first. I would rather pursue Trey Hendrickson, who would not cost me a first-round pick in free agency, or a Tyler Linderbaum, who becomes the linchpin of my offensive line. I don't think it's Crosby or bust. It's not me rejecting the idea that this team needs to look outside to help. They do. It's just, it's not a one-player fix-all. It's got to be this guy, and we have to trade J-Mo in the deal as well. I'm not doing it.
I really liked the player you threw out was Batonio at the deadline last year.
Yeah.
And see, here's my biggest problem. They defiantly avoided the defensive end position. And it was almost like the more that we talked about it, the more that fans talked about it, the more that they went against it. How much is a season worth to you? Is an entire season worth a first-round pick, a second-round pick? Right. Well, you had to make a move in order to make something of your season. And they said the capital that it would have cost was too rich for their blood. Mm-hmm. Well, I would say, what is your season worth?
Right.
Is your season worth a first-round pick? Because by not making a move, you flush the season.
Ding, ding, ding. Let's get to Luke in Lake Orion. Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I apologize. My voice is kind of shot, but
you're good.
I kind of disagree with you guys at certain points, especially with the Amon-Ra. And I know Mark had mentioned, he could be a Pro Bowler for the next 10 years on this team. But the issue is, in the window you guys are talking about, a 2-year window with Max Crosby, well, our Super Bowl window is on the verge of being slammed shut. And if you remember, the Super Bowl was only a couple weeks ago.
I do remember.
The team that won had a defense that just completely suffocated. Both teams had phenomenal defenses and suffocated each other. And the team that won the Super Bowl, I think, scored, 12 points with their leg, kicking field goals. And so you can, savor all these star wide receivers.
So, Luke, I want to play this out with you. I want to play this out with you because everything you're saying is correct. You would trade J-Mo and pick 17 to add Max Crosby because in your mind it supercharges the defense. You're okay with the slippage on the offensive line and that you won't be able to address it in a meaningful way, and you're okay with the fact that this secondary is going to stay as is. You're cool with that.
Not only would I be cool with that, I'd also agree with the caller from Frankenmuth that said get rid of Amon-Ra and trade him straight up because, even if you look at the Texans, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, those two it completely changed their defense, right? And that's what you've seen in the Super Bowl, and that's what it's going to take to get there and ultimately win it if we have a coach that actually kicks field goals and doesn't go for it on fourth. Because I'm afraid if the Lions were in that position Seattle was, the Lions probably wouldn't have won that game.
So, separate conversation, the kicking thing's never going to go away. Mark, it was maybe 2 weeks ago, we got somehow off track into this heated NFC title game from 3 years ago debate. To David, who, Hatchet Afternoons, he texted me, he goes, what is the conversation right now? I wouldn't even mean to get into it, but that is forever going to be a point of contention. I don't want to go back into, should Dan Campbell go for it less on fourth down? We've had the conversation. We can have it another time. His point on the defensive end, I wonder if we're guilty of this. Like, as a station, as a media, we have pushed the importance of a defensive end so much that now people have made it out to be, if you have two defensive ends, you don't actually need football players. If you play with two defensive ends that are elite, you actually don't have to put 11 on defense and you'll win. You don't need a competent offense. Like, I think we were right to identify it as an important thing to target, but it's almost like fans took it and sprinted as far as they could. You can't trade Amon-Ra and J-Mo. Just have two defensive ends and you'll be the Houston Texans who didn't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 100%. Well, your importance in the game of football is in direct proportion to the distance you line up from the football, I think, when it's snapped.
Yep.
So quarterback, offensive line, defensive line, very important. That goes without saying. Am I wrong for saying that the game of Amon-Ra St. Brown, his game, I think, is going to age very, very well?
I agree with that.
The way he plays, the reason why I say Pro Bowler for the next 10 years is because his game isn't predicated on speed and athleticism. It's why Allen Iverson fell off a cliff. What happened to him when he didn't have that first step? Dwayne Wade when he didn't have that first step anymore. Amon-Ra St. Brown's game is based on the identity of this team. It's based on grit. It's based on efficiency, and he's the best at it.
Technique.
100%.
We see it in all sports. If you're a guy who has to live above the rim in basketball, if you're a guy that relies solely on power in baseball, if you're a speed-only player on the perimeter, your career is going to end, and it's going to get ugly at the end. St. Brown's not a guy that I think projects at all. Like, he's more like a contact hitter in Major League Baseball or a guy with a good three-point shot in the NBA. We got the 2 Grand Slam Heather's News. It's coming up next, 97.1. got a chance to win some money. 2 Grand Slam in 5 minutes. First, Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, you guys, while the athletes are chasing gold medals in Italy, the Olympic Village just set its own kind of record. It completely ran out of condoms in just 3 days. So, after a report kind of came out from this anonymous athlete that said the free condom supply ran out in 3 days, the Olympic Organizing Committee did confirm that, yes, it is true. They temporarily were depleted, the condom supplies, because of higher than anticipated demand. And they also, they also noted, that additional supplies were going to be delivered and would be continuously replenished until the end of the games. So the official number hasn't been released, but it sounds like there's been about 10,000 condoms supplied for the 2,871 athletes, which is significantly less than the 300,000 condoms that were offered to athletes in Paris. But there were way more athletes as well. There was over 10,000 athletes at those games.
Okay. Can we do some bow chicka wow wow math here, please? As you said, the numbers there, 10,000 gone in 3 days. That means the average Olympian is getting it in twice per day, all while competing at the highest level in more ways than one. Would that enhance your focus or would that kill your focus?
I hate to burst the bubble here. People are taking extras. They're not using them every day.
So, of course, there are athletes who are hooking up, right?
Oh,
One
yeah.
former Olympian is like, come on, you're putting everyone in a dorm-style building, beautiful, athletic people. Yes, people are hooking up. But other former Olympians say, you know what, it's not really that salacious. A lot of people are just taking full boxes or bins of condoms.
For later?
To give them to friends and
Souvenirs.
family. Yes!
Practice safe sex, Mark.
This is absurd.
Because some of them, well, not all of them, it sounds like, but some are branded with like
Yes.
whatever, whether it's the Olympic rings or where the location is. It is like a little souvenir. So people are taking them and giving them to friends and family as like a little gift.
Are we sure about that?
Yes, people have accounted.
Yes,
People
other
who've been there have shared
athletes
that.
have said that. So,
Yes.
yeah. Hey, police are investigating after a woman selling Valentine's Day baskets over the weekend in Detroit was jumped and robbed. Kim Braxton was out on Saturday afternoon when she says she was hit in the face and knocked down by 3 young men who stole her baskets. And in this tearful video after the attack, Braxton, who has been selling these baskets in the same location for like 4 years, says she isn't going to let this stop her. And police are obviously investigating the incident, but the community quickly responded to help raise her spirits. Quincy Smith is the head of Team Pursuit, met with Braxton and gave her some money to help her recoup some of her losses. In other news, the body of a man believed to be in his 20s was discovered by somebody who was visiting an Oakland County park on Monday morning. So the body was found on Wixom Road near Proud Lake in Commerce Township right around 9 a.m. Detectives are still investigating the circumstances surrounding the death. They say they will release more information once the investigation is complete. But shocking news for sure. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Oh, you guys, we lost another Hollywood legend. Robert Duvall passed away on Sunday at the age of 95. In a Monday morning Facebook post, his wife, Lucia, wrote that to the world, he was an Academy Award-winning actor, a director, a storyteller. To me, he was simply everything. She also added that his passion for his craft was matched only by his deep love for characters, a great meal, and holding court. So obviously, he got his big break, his big screen break when he was Boo Radley in 1962's To Kill a Mockingbird. From then, he just appeared in other classics, The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, Days of Thunder. The list goes on, and tons of actors that are paying tribute to him online.
95's a good life.
Oh, yeah.
You won the game of life. my friend, won the game of life, and his roles tell you exactly how critical he was to the acting scene.
All right, time for the 2 Grand Slam. Heather, if you could explain the rules not only to our listeners, but
Yeah.
to Mark Ryan as well.
Yes, this is your first experience with the 2 Grand Slam. Well,
can't
in
wait.
person, right?
I haven't even been able to successfully eat 1 Grand Slam, so I'm not overly confident on how I'm going to do here.
Well, this is going to be fun. So you're going to get 60 seconds. Well, not you, but you can play along. 60 seconds to answer 10 questions. For every question answered correctly, going to get $25. If our contestant can get them all right, they're going to win $2,000. Simple as that, but the game is not as easy as it sounds.
No, it hasn't. Jim, how did I do in your pop quiz before the show?
Yeah, you weren't here yet, and I said, let's see how Mark does. And there were at least 3 you did not know.
Oh, no.
But hopefully our contestant can get all 10. Let's
Yeah.
talk to Giovanni in Detroit. Gio, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
How's it going? Have you played before?
No, but I listen every week.
All right. My advice to you from last week is let me finish the entire question before you answer. Because last week we had a contestant who was just rattling off answers even before I finished the question, and not a great idea. Okay, so you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, you can say pass, and if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Here we go. Who leads the Michigan State men's basketball team in points per game?
Pass.
This rapper had the 1996 hit All Eyes on Me.
Tupac.
Who leads the NBA in assists per game?
Kate Cunningham.
Who is the lead play-by-play voice for the NBA on NBC?
Pass.
The University of Missouri's main campus is located in this city.
Pass.
Who played Dutch in the 1987 movie Predator?
Pass.
Who did the Detroit Lions draft in the first round last year?
In the first round, it's on my key line. Oh my, why is my brain doing this? Oh my God. Tyleek Williams.
Mount Rushmore is located in this state.
Colorado.
Who is the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions?
Testing.
After the buzzer.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Oh man.
Hey, listen, your brain isn't the only one that has a hard time getting going at this time of day.
Yeah.
it's a lot harder when you actually play it than it is when you play in the car or wherever you're listening.
Oh, you are on the spot.
Yes.
Good luck. Instant recall. And you got the sound bed going in your head, too.
Tick, tick,
Yeah.
tick. Now we got you for 2. That's $50. $50 for a minute's worth of work. Not too bad, Gio.
Thank you.
Giovanni will put you on hold, make sure you get paid, and we'll go through this for people.
You want me to go through it?
Well, sure.
Or wait, what you're looking at me. I
You're
never
good.
go through it.
You're good.
It wasn't a good sign when they couldn't get Jeremy Fears to start. That
No, I
wasn't a
looked
good
at you
start.
immediately. I go,
Yeah.
It's not a great
No.
start. So he leads Michigan State men's basketball in points per game. The rapper that had the 1996 hit All Eyes on Me, he bounced back with this.
Tupac.
That's right. Now, he made the same mistake you made pre-show. Who leads the NBA in assists per game? Detroit on the brain.
Right. Well, I think you guys are leading me down the primrose path for it to be Cade. It's not Cade. It's Jokic, a center,
Yep.
leads the NBA in assists.
Lead play-by-play voice for the NBA on NBC.
Michigan's own.
Mike Tirico. University of Missouri's main campus is located in this city.
The better of the two Columbias. There's one in South
I
Carolina
know,
as
you
well.
spent some time there. Who played Dutch in the 1987 movie Predator?
How old do you think I am exactly?
Arnold. Who did the Lions draft in the first round? He took his time, took a lot of time, but he eventually got it.
Tyleek Williams. Yeah, he got it. That was good.
Now, were you disappointed when he didn't know which state Mount Rushmore was in?
This was the one I was most disappointed in. This state is known for only this. You have Mount Rushmore.
I might have given him a pass if he said the other Dakota. If he's like, I know it's a Dakota, North Dakota. All right, well, it's South Dakota was the answer we needed. Colorado?
Is that the greatest artistic marvel of all time? I think it is. the accuracy of that, I think, is uncanny.
I mean, some people would say like the Sistine Chapel.
No,
No?
I would say that.
Okay. Offensive coordinator for the Lions, Drew Petzing, just after the buzzer. Your next chance to win, Thursday, 7:25, same time. Coming up next, an observation. Oh, sorry, what
I
was
was
it?
going to say the 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Feminine Law.
Didn't want to shortchange them.
No.
Good that we got it in. Coming up next, Mark has an observation about the Olympics. Not a very popular one.
No,
Thought you loved this country.
gonna make some enemies.
It's next, 97.1.
All right, you guys, you're listening to 97.1 all day. You're trying to keep up with the analysis, the trades, the drama. But are your eyelids feeling heavy? Is that morning coffee wearing off before the next hot take? You need a real power boost. That's why I grab a Fusion energy drink. 0 sugar, and it's got the smooth, sustained energy you need to lock in for the whole show, the whole workday, or the whole game. It's the clean fuel for your next all-day Detroit sports watching marathon. Stop dragging, start driving. Grab an ice-cold Fusion energy drink today. Fusion, fuel the fan.
97.1, good morning. We got Mark Ryan in for John Jansen, and he had an Olympic observation yesterday. Take it away.
Yeah, look, after the first day or two of the Olympics, you're looking up at the medals count and you're saying, okay, America's not there, but it's early. They're going to get there. The gap isn't closing. The gap is just getting wider and wider and wider. And no, Norway doesn't lead this every single time. And I asked myself internally, why is this bothering me so much? Like it was really eating at me. You ever have those topics and you're like, it's gnawing at me and I don't know why. And then I had this ding, ding, ding moment and I realized it's that we are getting shanked, depantsed at just about everything these days. Baseball, World Baseball Classic. Japan has 3. They play them all in America. We have 1. Basketball. The 5 best players in the world are all international. Used to be in Jordan's era, who was the best player? Tony Kukoc. He was the 6th man. Hockey. Canada is 14-5-1 against us in international competitions. Golf. Europe has won the Ryder Cup 6 of the last 8 times. Tennis. Sorry, Jim, I'm putting you right on said spot. Name me 3 male American tennis players. Go.
I can't do it.
Go. Why?
Pete Sampras.
Okay. You know why?
Jim Connors.
Because he was the last one that we had.
Yeah.
Right? Name me 3 female American tennis players.
Well, the Williams sisters aren't playing anymore.
Exactly. So,
Yeah, I'm
exactly.
out.
So, do you see
Coco Gauff, right?
Coco Gauff.
There you go.
Right? She's got the catchy name.
But she doesn't
Right.
run away with these singles titles.
We haven't won a major in tennis since Andy Roddick. I'm the only thing we're the best at is the sport that only we play, American football. And because now our feelings are hurt, we're going to start, oh, look, we're the best at pickleball now, too. We're going to invent the next sport. Anything else that other people play, when we were growing up, we were the best at everything, literally everything. What the hell is going on? It's not just the Winter Olympics. It's the bigger picture of this entire thing. And I'm embarrassed and I'm humiliated as an American that our performance sucks across the board. We'll never win a World Cup in my lifetime. We might not even win a Women's World Cup again, ever, because they're now taking it seriously. The rest of the world is now taking it seriously. They've got Real Madrid women's side, Chelsea women's side. We have completely lost our mojo as a nation in sports, and I'm disgusted by it.
I think you're going too far.
Why?
You don't have to go that far back. Look at the last Olympics we had. Not Winter Olympics, Summer Olympics.
Right.
Do you know who won the most medals in that? Yeah, it was United States of America. We're great at swimming. We're great at track and field. We're great at basketball, where we've won 5 straight gold medals. You use the World Baseball Classic. Let's use the Olympic International
How are we doing at the
competition.
FIBA World Cup?
What, the FIBA World Cup?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Olympic gold medal because this is where we're coming from, is the Olympics, right? So we win Olympic gold, we swim, we win the track and field, the high jumps, all this stuff. So we do win plenty. You mentioned golf. Let's talk about golf.
Let's talk about golf.
Who's the world number 1?
Right.
U.S. of A.
I understand
Scotty
that.
Scheffler has the American flag next to his name. Let's go back through the majors. You mentioned tennis and majors. Let's look at golf majors. You look at the last 12, the last 3 years of golf. 10 of the 12 have been won by the Stars and Stripes.
I hear you.
So we do win plenty. The reigning MVP in the National Hockey League hails from the state of Michigan, goalie Connor Hellebuck. We still win
but
plenty.
when you put it into the team concept, we get waxed, consistently waxed. It's embarrassing. This never used to happen. We were the best at every single one of these sports. Baseball is our sport. Basketball is our sport. The 5 best players aren't from here. Japan, have you ever noticed that when these superstars come here, they don't get worse, they get better? Ichiro is better here than he was over there. Ohtani is better here
It's interesting
than he was over there.
It's interesting you said something there. You said when they come here to play with the best. Here, with our teams and mostly our players here in the United States on this soil.
We have the best leagues here. the best leagues here, but that doesn't mean that we as Americans are playing the best brands.
The majority of the players that play here are American, and these are the best leagues.
Are the majority of players that play here American?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, maybe not in hockey, but certainly in the NBA, right?
In the NBA,
And
baseball.
certainly- Baseball, I'd have to sit out with a census.
You would.
Fair. 248-539-9797. Mark is ashamed to be an American. Let us know if you feel the same way.
That is the leap, my friend. That is the leap. We live in the greatest country on earth. But look, we are, in my opinion, we are nationalist elitists when it comes to sports. The only sport that we accept less than is college football, college sports, because our blood, sweat, and tears is involved in that. We expect the best. We're not getting the best in sports, period. In just about every single sport. What has happened to us? Norway has 5.6 million people. We have 360 million people. There is no way you can put lipstick on that pig.
No, the Norwegians are very good at winter sports. It's almost like it's winter there all the time.
It is.
Yes.
All the time.
248-539-9797. Want the feedback on this. I think it's going too far. We are more than competitive. We more than hold our own. We more than win across the board, across sports. Are there some that we don't dominate? Yes. Other countries are going to catch up. I think that's what it is more than anything else, is other countries are going to catch up. You mentioned in women's sports. We weren't going to have a dynasty forever and all women's sports forever and ever and amen. Other teams and countries were going to invest in women's sports. Our hockey team happens to be the best, right? Our soccer team, I will still say, is the best on the women's side.
I would disagree.
You would disagree.
As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't win any of the next 5 World Cups.
See, that's a gross overreaction.
No, well, I grew up watching this, and what I'm seeing is when they do the Euros, right? They do it for the men, they do it for the women.
U.S. can't win the Euros, by the way.
No, I
Thank you, Greg.
but the atmosphere at the Euros is nothing we can replicate. Nothing. And it's like the Cheers song, you want to go where everybody knows your name. You want to go where you're playing in big deal environments. We don't replicate that here for the NWSL. And it's a shame.
248-539-9797. Your question to the people is?
My question to the people is, have you guys noticed that we are not the best at anything anymore? Why has the world passed us by? At any point in my life, we have never been in a worse sports predicament as a country than we are right now. And, now, what is your excuse when we lose the World Baseball Classic again? What's the excuse? You can't tell me we didn't bring our A team. Your guy is on the team. So you damn well better win it and cut it out with the excuses.
We'll get more of your feedback next. 97.1. Tell you about Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. They love America. They love everything America's doing. 2 years in a row, they've been the best selling, #1 selling Chevy dealer in Michigan because they make car buying easy. Right now at Moran Chevrolet, GM employees and immediate family members can lease that 2026 Silverado LT, talking about the 4x4 crew cab, for $259 a month. That's $999 down. You can shop online, MoranExpress.com. Stop by, check them out in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Mark Ryan is in for John Jansen, and he has brought this topic to the forefront.
Making some friends.
Yeah, exactly. Claims we're good at nothing, that the world has passed us by, is watching these Winter Olympics and sees the quad god spill out and not win anything, finish 8th. You can look at our medal count, and the Norwegians are beating us. The Italians, noted world power.
At nothing.
The Italians. And you have made the claim, and I'm calling it a claim because I don't think it's true, that we're great at nothing.
Well, this is absolutely true. And my claim is that we've never been at a lower point sports-wise in America. And I need to ask the question, why? Did you ever think to yourself there would be a day where you're not the best baseball-playing nation? Did you ever think there would be a day where the 5 best basketball players in the world didn't come from America? You might have thought that Canada would wax us poetic in their sport, but how about golf? Europe winning the Ryder Cup 6 of the last 8 times. And quick, tell me the last time men's tennis was relevant here.
Right.
I'll wait. Tennis is a great sport. Tennis delivers amazing ratings. Ben Shelton is a Gator. That's why I can name him. Who else?
But Alcaraz is not American.
Right.
Right.
And so if he was American, think of the topic it would be on this show. If he was American, if we had an American 23-year-old prodigy, but he's not, so we don't care. And it's just like a story we don't get to enjoy. And we've never been in a worse place. My question is, why? Why have we fallen globally as much as we have?
Some text coming in, and we'll get some phone calls. Says, guys, the USA is full of overweight, non-athletic slobs who are more concerned about being social justice warriors as opposed to other countries full of hardworking, dedicated athletes who want to represent their country, Dickie in a car.
There's some truth to that.
Haven't you noticed over the last 15 years how soft we've become? It's become a poor me society, signed Coop. 330 million isn't an advantage when the majority of them are obese. Paul in a car, not at breakfast.
Ooh. There seems to be a theme there. The lack of conditioning
we're all
seems to be a
fat
theme.
and lazy and don't want it. Yet, you cite things like the World Baseball Classic where the team Japanese beats everybody. Can I cite the team United States that wins gold in 5 straight Olympics?
There's 2 international basketball competitions. We don't win the other one.
Do we send NBA players to the other one?
We send NBA players to the other one.
Do we send our best?
We don't send our best, but I'll bring you back to why we sent the Dream Team. Because this is interesting. I think Tiger Woods gave rise to the birth of other children who would beat Tiger Woods.
Yes.
He was the first kid that ever had a golf club in his hand at age 3. The Dream Team, think about what that did globally. The reason why we ended up losing is because of the passion that was instilled as a result of the Dream Team playing.
Well, Mark, other countries are allowed to compete with us, and I welcome that competition, but they lose to us regularly in the highest level of basketball competition going now for 20 plus years. So to say we're not the best at anything when I have the best of the best competing in the 2024, I'm not cherry picking the most recent Olympics, I can say we're the best at basketball. I can say we're the best at swimming, both men and women.
Okay.
I can say we have the fastest sprinters. We had 2 Americans fighting for gold with one another, not another country. It's not only the Usain Bolts. They have not kept up with us. We have the fastest sprinters. We have the best gymnasts. We have the best swimmers. That's the most recent Olympics prior to today. But because the Norwegians are better skiers, I got to feel like we're no good.
Have we ever been at a worse point globally than we are right now? But my point back to
are we worse or are other people getting better?
I think it's a combination of both, but we're not having the success that we're accustomed to. I mean, we used to really stomp on other countries athletically. That's just not happening anymore. We used to send our collegians to play basketball. Why did we stop doing that? You know why? Because we started losing. We started losing. Now we're at the place where the best players in the world aren't even American anymore.
Text coming in. Screw you, Mark. USA, USA, USA. That's D in East Lansing. Says, is Mark Ryan on drugs this morning?
Unfortunately not.
He's working on less sleep, though.
Same effect.
Let's get to the phones. Brandon in New Boston. Brandon, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning, Brandon.
So, some of the things, you look at our school system and the sports that we focus on. You got football, you got basketball, baseball. But a lot of these kids now playing football and playing basketball, they're focusing on track or cross country to keep that momentum going for their next season. And these other countries, when they hit a certain age of like 4 or 5, they're choosing a sport, and it is one sport, and that is their focus for the rest of their life. And if they can make a career out of it, they are. Like, look at all these soccer clubs in Europe. These kids are playing at 5 and 6, and they could probably dominate our high school teams here. And then the same goes with tennis for a lot of these players and all these off sports in the Olympics. Completely understandable. Like, no, we don't, you have to live in a certain state to do some of those here. But when it comes to all these massive sports that Mark's talking about, I mean, yeah, we're not going to be so successful in those sports when you have these people playing since they were 4 or 5 years old, and that's the only sport they're playing 12 months out of the year.
Brandon, I would say that they've done studies on this. Heather, I'm not sure what you're aware of about this either, but it's actually not healthy for you to only focus on one sport. It's actually like part of like a well-balanced meal to have multiple things that you take part in. The best way to get your kids into sports is to allow them to have fun and to pick and choose. So, Brandon, that's, if that's why we're losing, I don't blame us for that. That doesn't sound like a hell of a lot of fun. Right? That sounds like a job.
Right.
Kids shouldn't have a job of sports, right?
No. And you're right. I've seen a lot of the same stuff. In fact, a lot of college coaches will say we want to recruit high school athletes who have a balanced,
diverse
diet.
background.
Yeah,
right.
Of course. Guys, the world is passing us by because the food we eat is poison. Processed stuff is garbage. The rest of the world eats real food.
There's some truth to that as well.
I would buy an argument of that, sure. Guys, we have the best women's hockey team by far. Go watch that. They've given up like 1 goal in 7, 8 games?
They've been the best watch in the Olympics.
And they got a showdown with Canada coming up Thursday, 1 o'clock, where they throttled the first time. Their game, the Canadians. Guys, as a parent of 4 youth athletes, the problem is participation trophy. When was this text sent? What decade was this sent? The problem is participation trophies. Kids get a trophy, whether they're good or bad. It doesn't push them to work harder or train more or to become elite. When everybody wins, we all sort of lose.
So when I was a high school teacher, I had a kid that was failing. The assistant principal that was over my technology wing came in and said, "Why is this kid failing?" And I said, "He's not doing his work." And he said, "No, you're failing to motivate him." And that's the point where the everyone gets a trophy was driven home to me. I'm going to have 10 times more work if I don't pass everybody. But is society going to give these kids the same handouts that school is giving them? There is truth to what he's saying there.
How about this text? It says, Mark, let me get this straight. For golf, we have to focus on the team for an individual sport. For basketball, a team sport, we have to focus on the individual.
I'm just making the point that we've never been lower than we are right now. You could never name another point in basketball's history where the 5 best players weren't from here. Is that true? Is that accurate?
I don't think
that's a fair point.
Yeah, I think you could factually say that while also saying we are the best basketball playing country in the world. Even with that. Even if I give them, you have an individual player from Greece. Does that make Greece better than us? You have an individual player from Slovenia. Does that make them better than us?
That game against
you have an individual
Serbia
player
was
from
really
France.
close, Jim.
I understand.
Really close
so
game.
you got a Serbian basketball player who plays in Denver. Therefore, we're not the best. We are the best basketball playing country. And if you want to talk golf, individual golf, one guy wins. He swings for himself. The Ryder Cup, by the way, isn't the U.S. versus one country. It's versus Europe.
And we still should be beating them.
My point is, in golf, when we put our Americans up against the field, Americans have won 10 of the last 12 majors. We're still the best golf-playing country in the world. There's not an individual country you would say is better at playing golf than the United States.
Our top 3, the sports that other countries play. How we doing? Not great. Not great at all.
248-539-9797. We got a lot of passion here, a lot of patriotism. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Michigan basketball is now on top of the college basketball world. They moved to number 1 yesterday in both the AP poll and coaches poll. Paramount announced last week they were shooting a docu-series with the team. Dusty May spoke about what it's been like with the extra cameras around. The Red Wings will return to practice today, minus the 3 Olympians, as they begin what Tom McClellan refers to as a mini training camp. The team has not played since February 4th. The season will resume next Thursday against Ottawa on the road. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke to the media about Kevin McGonigal rotating at shortstop with Javi Baez this spring. Quote, "Well, you can read into it is what I said at the beginning of camp. I want to get him comfortable. How do we get him comfortable? Let's rip the Band-Aid off and get him working with the players that he's aspiring to be and the group that he's aspiring to play with," end quote. The team was working on turning double plays under 4 seconds yesterday as well, inspired by Byron Buxton's analytics. Norway leads the medal count in the Olympics with 28. Team USA is third with 19. USA women's hockey will look to add to that Thursday when they face Canada in the championship. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A foggy Fat Tuesday. Good morning, 97.1 Jim Costa without John Jansen. Got Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. No John normally means Stoney. You're not Stoney. No Stoney normally means Rieger. You're not nearly as annoying as he is.
Are you sure?
That depends.
I think the people would beg to differ right now.
Depends on the topic. He's Mark Ryan. He's sitting in with us. He says because the Norwegians are better losers that we suck at sports.
Oh, would you stop? Would you stop? Look, I'm macroing it. You're microing it. The reality is, big picture, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, have we ever been in a worse spot globally at sports we care about than we are right now? Have you noticed we're really not the best at anything anymore? Why is that the case? What has happened to us? You know, Cookies has national pride. Heather has national pride. I have national pride. I'm embarrassed and humiliated by what I'm taking in.
The United States currently ranks third in the medal count, and they have 6 golds, which is also third. Tex says we suck at sports because we eat too many punchkis.
That makes sense. More on that to come.
Yes. We lost our Rocky mentality, our Michael Jordan mentality. Sounds like a child of the 90s. Says all anybody cares about nowadays is their ego and their aura. Mark, the kids love Aura, the Aura farm. They don't care about being the best versions of themselves athletically.
What is it? Well, I think part of it, too, is that you consider that these Olympians in other countries, you know, the skier, I'm blanking on her name, from Italy right now. She won the Super G. She's not going to pick up a tab for the rest of her life. The American version of that, Michaela Schifrin, how many of us would recognize her if she walked right by us?
I wouldn't.
And again, back to the Cheers theme. You want to go where everybody knows your name. It matters so much there. It used to matter here. Mary Lou Retton was on the Wheaties box. Mm-hmm. It's the reason why I think the NFL has become what it is, the biggest behemoth in the history of American sports, is because primarily it is the final event that we still get together and coalesce over.
Yep.
It used to be the Olympics. It no longer is the Olympics. We don't know who these people are. And I think that's a big reason why we aren't winning.
Well, you could look at it like this. The NFL has come in and eaten up the attention. There's no doubt about it. They've left very little in their wake. The NFL is king, and it does dominate the ecosystem. It is that last vestige of we all gather around on Sundays and we watch together, and then we bitch about it when the Lions lose on Monday, or we celebrate when they win.
Communal event.
Yes,
it's a communal event.
So few of those are still around.
Exactly. I mean, Seinfeld used to be that, right?
Now we're going back to the 90s.
Right, back to the 90s. How many other events, what shows, what television events do we still get together over? That was the Olympics. It's not the Olympics anymore.
I would still say our college programs help funnel in a lot of high-level Olympians. It's why we won the most medals in the 2024 Paris Olympics. We still have a dominance in what we do athletically, but other countries are allowed to compete. They're allowed to put resources into youth programs and start training in these, and suddenly they are going to take some of the medals from us. We aren't entitled to every medal of every event forever and ever. They're going to catch up in some way. So to me, I look at this as a natural evolution. I don't view us as falling off our perch. I still feel like we're the best in several, if not the majority, of sports.
The best at baseball. I don't even think we have the best league in baseball anymore, Jim. I don't think MLB is the best league. I think our champion would lose a true World Series. I think it should be called the American Series because we would lose to Japan.
I think you're falling into a bit of a trap here. So Japan has a handful of really good players, Shohei being the best, and we always take a couple guys from Japan over here. But this league isn't just Americans. This league has Latin Americans.
I fully understand
So
that.
we have the world's very best all playing in the same league here. This league is the best league. The Major League Baseball League is the best league in baseball.
I would argue that their champion would beat our champion.
I would disagree strongly.
And the reason is, again, when their stars come over here, they get better here. They don't get worse. When you see their style of play in the World Baseball Classic, they move the runners over. They don't make mistakes. They don't walk hitters. The level of fundamentals is so much greater. It's the same reason the 5 best players in basketball are international players right now. What are we teaching? What are we showing? What are the highlights? Right. The highlights are an N1 tape, not what Nikola Jokic is doing.
Guys, I'm a parent of travel sports kids. Honestly, I believe that possibly it's because sports here has become too much of a business. The best athletes might not have a chance if their family doesn't come from enough money. I think there's some truth to that. Guys, this is from Derek. We don't suck. The rest of the world has caught up. It's just competitive now. The death of rec sports and how expensive youth sports have gotten, along with the cost of healthy food, has taken people out of the competition pool.
Do you know that that's a theory as to why pitching innings have gone down is because you're putting so much wear and tear to get to the big leagues?
Sure.
You have to do the travel baseball all the time now, too.
Right. Guys, the person who said everyone gets a trophy's full of it. Kids get trophies until they're 8, and then it ends. Please stop. Matt and Novi. Mark, is this the first Winter Olympics you've watched? Norway always wins the most Olympic medals.
Not always. We had more medals than them in 2010.
248-539-9797. David in Commerce, good morning.
Yeah, I was calling. I just looked back at the Olympic count from 1974 all the way to current, and there is not one year where we had more medals than third place. Third all the way to 5th every year. That's where we finish in the Winter Olympics, and have my whole lifetime. I'm 52 years old, so I know you like to grab data, but you did not look at the data for this one.
Oh, no, I did look at the data for this one, and I would be happy to bring it up again for you. The reality is, how does it sit with you that a nation of 5.6 million people is depancing you at the Winter Olympics?
That's all they do.
And they live on a mountain.
Right. They got to ski to get to the grocery store.
We have plenty of mountains here at last check.
Okay, I don't count Mount Brighton as an Olympic mountain.
Have you been to Colorado, sir? No.
I have.
Okay.
And how many World Cup races do they host there?
Well, the reality
every 5
is,
years.
look, we finished second in medal count in 2022. We finished second in medal count in 2026. Okay? Like, for this to be what it is, and for it to be not just in the Winter Olympics, but in major sports here as well, David, I find it embarrassing, quite honest.
Well, I look at the Summer Olympics, and every year we have finished first, other than the one year we didn't go.
By the way, 2014, the most medals in the Winter Olympics, the Americans. Okay. 2014. So
there was one.
There was one that we have had. And, you know, every single time, if you notice this too with the Olympics, they build up the athlete. They did this back in the day, Dan and Dave in the decathlon, and then that athlete fails. Mm-hmm. There was too much hype and pressure around him. Same thing happened this Winter Olympics.
With the quad god?
Quad god. That was supposed to be the shoe-in, the guarantee. What is happening here, man?
Didn't even medal.
At all.
Look, you can
Eighth place.
But my point is, you can single out individual performances. You could say they choked, or it's heartbreaking, or emotionally you feel a certain way. The collective, I don't share this belief that, like, we aren't great at anything and the world has caught us. The world's more competitive. There's no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. Let's hear from people. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Chris in Rochester. Chris, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I think you're harping on the wrong sports. There's no way that we're going to be able to compete in cross-country skiing unless you live in the UP or out in Colorado. Or we don't train kids on biathlon. But if you go to summer sports, we are the ones that always have the high medal count. What I was saying to the call screener is, like, this Thursday we're playing Canada, and the women's hockey's going to play Canada for gold.
We're going to kick their
They're gonna
ass.
probably win.
At their sport.
The men, I know there's no fights supposed to be no fights in Olympic hockey, but when the men play the Canadian men, there's going to be a fight.
Yep.
And we're probably going to stripe it out and get gold there.
Can we win it for once,
Please?
please?
I don't know if we're winning it, but I want to see the game, man. I can't wait.
Because I'm tired of them beating us 15 out of 20.
Okay. But then also, like, look at Women's World Cup. We kick ass in that.
Not anymore.
Not sure if I should say that word. Yeah, we do.
Not anymore.
The women?
Not anymore. And what happened in the most recent World Cup?
Spain won the most recent one. But to act like the American soccer program is suddenly falling apart.
Look,
They then won the Olympics, by the way.
Right. The women's team won the Olympics. But I think what you've seen is the Americans, instead of being the team, are going to be one of about 5 or 6 teams now. I mean, that's my overall
I
feeling.
don't dispute that.
Right.
Like other countries are going to invest in their women's sports programs.
Right.
So they're going
This
to
is-
be more competitive.
But does it
I don't
not
think it's a
bother
reflection
you?
on
Does
us.
it not bother you that our level of dominance? We were the Great Dane on the sports scene.
The idea that we were going to win everything forever was never in my mind.
I would like one World Cup, Jim. One men's
For
World
the
Cup.
men? Well, I mean, come on.
One in my lifetime, please.
Text pouring in. Mark, is the Japanese league way better? Why do they come over to the MLB to compete?
Money.
How does Norway perform in baseball, hockey, basketball, swimming, track and field, tennis, and so on? The U.S. has by far the best overall sports. Anyone claiming the Japanese league is better than MLB isn't to be taken seriously. Congrats on the rage bait, but there's no way you believe that.
Well, I actually do. If you want to do a World Series, have our champion play theirs. I invite you to set it
So
up.
our champion has Shohei, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I like our champion. I like our champion that's got a $300 million payroll.
Well, it's now pushing $500 million.
That's got Kyle Tucker batting in the 8-hole. Yeah, I like our team. I like our chances. Give me the Dodgers. Best 2 pitchers on planet Earth are also American, by the way, if we're doing this like tit for tat thing. I still feel like our league is the best league, and I'll admit that's because we're pulling players from Latin America and Japan and the United States.
I would
But
go
our league's
Yamamoto.
the best league.
I would go Yamamoto.
Mark Ryan is AI. That's all this text says.
I'm taking it out on the chin in this one, but look, I take a licking and keep on ticking, ladies and gentlemen.
You're being called a communist and worse on the text. We screen these people. We'll get more feedback next, talk a little Poonchkis, get to some NFL fake trades, including one that's going to drive Lions fans crazy. And Mark Ryan has a blind date topic.
We do. This is a true story.
I can't wait to get into that later in the show. It's 97.1. Life gets busy, and it's easy to put off appointments, especially going to see the dentist. Look, if you don't like going to see the dentist, I get it, but it doesn't have to be a pain. I go to Brightside Dental. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations. I go to the Southfield location, had cavities filled, and I'm serious. They numb me up, communicate every step of the way, make sure your bite's just right, and it's not painful. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Happy Fat Tuesday. Good morning. Someone on the show's got to eat a punchki. Mark Ryan, have you ever had a punchki?
I have had a punchki, and the punchki had me, is what I should say. True story. Was visiting this great place 2 years ago. The date was February 13th, 2024. And we were kind of finalizing things up here. I was seeing the area for the first time. I'm gluten-free. Listen. This is a very one-way relationship. I love gluten. It doesn't love me back. It has hurt me my entire life. What Italian would choose not to ingest gluten?
That's a torture.
I can't do it. I cannot do it. I'm in there with the boss, and our general manager, Debbie Kenyon, comes in. What would you do in this situation? Tom, Greg, Heather, Jim, now I'm smart. I'm not going to ingest something that's going to kill me, right?
Right.
Like for those people who have peanut allergies, you just can't do that. For me, gluten creates bubble gut, which is right. It creates that. It creates our outing is going to be very, very short, right? It's a very fast freeway, if you know what I mean. So there you go. So Debbie offered me the punchki. And I'm sitting there, and I know I can't do this. So what did I do? I did it. And it was delicious, and then it did me over and over and over again.
Now, you had to go to a lunch after this?
With Jimmy.
Yeah, no.
Constantly. Would you have ingested it? You're new. You're in a new place.
No.
You want to make a good impression?
No, you don't want to go off on the wrong foot and lie. Just tell them you're gluten-free. You can't eat it.
Politely decline. That's so sweet of you, but I'm going to pass. I have a gluten allergy. Or just say, no, thank you.
I'm going to pass because it's going to be coming out of my...
Yes. By the way, people have sent in, there are gluten-free options for you later today. Because someone has to do what John would do, which is eat as many until his insides explode. It's not going to be me. I'm not a jelly donut person. And I know they're not a jelly donut. They're the evolved, elevated version. I'm not going to put a week's worth of calories into something I don't like.
Right.
So it's not going to be me. Tom says he doesn't eat them, right?
Yeah, same reason as you. I just don't like the jelly filled, and I just think they're over the top. It's just too much for me.
It is gluttonous. That's the point of Fat Tuesday. Heather, you will not indulge?
No.
No. Greg.
Oh, yeah. Polish spirits is getting this.
Your heritage.
But I think we've centered on something that among the Detroit food staples, collectively, this is probably our least favorite. I can't do them. You guys don't want to do them.
Yeah, and you don't have to love everything just because it originates in your backyard. Like, Heather, you didn't realize this. This is like a Metro Detroit thing. People in Tempe, Arizona aren't going to have a punchki today.
I didn't really realize that, and maybe that makes me sound stupid, but I didn't know it was like a total Detroit thing.
No, my wife from the west side of the state, she came over here, and it wasn't something she was overly familiar with. Greg, you have a finger in the air.
Well, Hamtramck is the...
Yeah, of course.
I am curious if some Polish hotbeds like Western New York and Chicago would be bigger in this.
That's a fair point. But I just mean across the country today. This is not a normal indulgence. This is something that we have in our backyard that people enjoy the hell out of. So if you're one of them, dig in. But yeah, maybe this is at or near the bottom from Detroit creations. Like, I'm not touching the Coney dog or the Detroit style pizza. That's staying at the top of the list.
Pasties, you're keeping alive.
Yeah, sure.
You're keeping alive the Superman ice cream. Are you a fan of that?
Like Superman ice cream.
Blue Moon ice cream to me tastes like a marshmallow crispy treat mixed with Fruity Pebbles. I've never had anything that tastes like that before. It's really interesting. Really interesting. But I've loved like taking in all of that stuff. It's just that the Punchki punched me back.
Tex says, Mark, I'm gluten-free too. I've done that same thing over 5 times. It would be rude to say no to the boss. RIP the insides, John and Alexis.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You only have one chance to make a first impression. I wasn't going to say no. Tom, I believe you were in that same meeting with me when I first came here, and it was you, me, and Jimmy in the meeting, and the fourth companion in the meeting was my stomach going, blah, blah, blah.
I didn't know that was happening,
Yeah.
though, so you hit it well.
Thank you
must have
very
been doing
much.
silent
Appreciate
ones.
it.
Look, if you were doing like this was the final, like you're going to go back to your car, maybe you could get away with it, right? But the fact that you do it a lunch after, now you put
afterward.
your foot
Yeah,
down, stick
yeah.
up for your insides.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, and I paid. I paid the price deeply. You know, Jimmy still gets a kick out of that too.
Does he?
Is, oh man, you got to be kidding me with this. You couldn't eat that, and you ate it.
still
don't
do.
have to do that, dude.
What flavor was it?
Grape?
Okay.
Are there? Is that a common
there's
grape flavor?
and- yeah.
I think so.
You think so? Okay.
Look, we've got you, and we're going to have a lot of fun. You have a blind date topic that we'll do
We
at
do.
the end of the hour. I think 8:50, 9 o'clock. We plan on digging into that. We've got some trades, fake trades, that ESPN is dying to see come to fruition. We're going to run through that at 8:35, including one that's going to drive Lions fans crazy. But first, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Yep. This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can grab one today at 7-Eleven. Well, AI could soon completely change how we watch sports. So during his annual NBA All-Star Saturday press conference, Adam Silver said that AI may bring the most significant shift in sports presentation in his lifetime, pointing to a future where broadcasts are fully personalized for each viewer. So according to Silver, fans could soon choose everything from like the style of commentary, like do you want really deep analysis? Do you want like beginner explanations for things? Or do you want it to kind of be like comedic play-by-play? You could choose language, viewing features that are tailored specifically to you. In the idea, he calls it hyper personalized telecast, where viewers experience the game in, totally different ways.
I don't want to overstate this. This is horrific.
I'm so glad you said that.
The shared experience that we all have watching the same broadcast of the same game is what sports are all about. It's one of the few things we still gather around and all consume the same way. To fracture and fragment it, you lose the whole point, the essence of being a sports fan.
Let's just go ahead and nuke the entire communal element of sports. Furthermore, do you guys dig movies with CGI? I like the old school movies like the Star Wars that were costumes and uniforms. I don't need CGI. I don't need all the AI. And I realize I sound like boomer old man yelling at cloud.
You guys, 5 years ago, Logan Paul set a world record when he purchased a Pokemon card for $5.3 million. Well, it proved to be a sound investment because he just sold that card for $16.5 million with this diamond encrusted necklace thrown in. Like, that's how it's stored. The car is like in a little case on this diamond necklace. It's this rare Pikachu Illustrator card, and the auction ran for 42 days, came to a close on Monday. Like I said, $16.5 million, which is crazy. And moments after the sale, a Guinness World Records official was there to confirm that he sold the most expensive trading card ever at auction.
Does it offend you that the most expensive trading card is not a sports card? I'm deeply offended by this, Jim.
I'm not at all.
T206 Honus Wagner.
The one with
tobacco
the error?
card. Yeah. I mean, come on. That should be the greatest ever. What's your best piece of sports memorabilia?
Oh God, I didn't grow up with like
Okay.
a vault of mementos.
I
don't
got a
really have
Jordan
one.
rookie.
Okay. Yeah, I
It's
didn't
a few
collect cards.
thousand.
Okay.
So sad news. Former NFL star and former teammate of John, Trey Johnson, passed away suddenly while on family vacation. He was only 54 years old. Johnson, who played for Washington and the Cleveland Browns, had apparently been battling some health issues before his death, but his wife did release a statement on social media that said it was with a heavy heart that I inform you that my husband, Trey Johnson, passed away suddenly and unexpectedly on Sunday, February 15th, during a brief family trip. Said that his 4 children, extended family, friends, and herself are devastated and in shock. The cause of death has not been revealed, but he did spend, let's see, where's all this? I had all his information. Let's see. Oh, he was drafted by Washington, 1994 as a second-round pick. Played through 2000, spent 2001 with Cleveland, then returned to Washington in his final year in 2002.
He played with John Jansen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know John's brought him up in stories, I think even as recently as last week, only 52 years old.
Yeah. Then he was a history teacher after he retired. Sad story for sure. Here we go. ESPN got a bunch of experts together to determine the most difficult and demanding sports in the world. And out of the 60 that they ranked, they came to the conclusion that the hardest sport is boxing.
Okay.
Followed by ice hockey and then football. Fishing was named the easiest sport.
Take that, Jansen.
Yeah, followed by billiards and shooting.
What would be the hardest sport for you? I have had a theory about this for some time. You know what it would be for me?
What?
NASCAR. Okay, I'll tell you why.
Why?
The anxiety combined with it being 120 degrees in there, you got to wear the suit.
Yep.
You can't leave. 1 degree of error and your life's over. I don't know. Where was NASCAR on this list?
I'm not sure if it even made the list
Wow.
here.
But that's what this list isn't what's most dangerous.
They just said the hardest, demanding. Boxing, ice hockey, football, basketball, wrestling, martial arts, tennis, gymnastics, baseball, softball, soccer, skiing, water polo, rugby, lacrosse, and then rodeo, steer wrestling were the most difficult.
We got to get you on a steer.
No thanks. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, fake trades that ESPN wants to happen so desperately. Do you want any of these to happen? There's one that's going to anger Lions fans. It's 97.1. You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner's local, they're family-owned, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. They've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows, siding, and more. Michigan's name you can trust. That's Shaner Roofing. How about this text? Imagine we've been pounding the table for another edge rusher, and in the span of 12 months, the Packers trade for Micah Parsons, and the Bears trade for Max Crosby.
There's only so much you should be willing to stomach if you are a Lions fan, and that one jumps the shark for me, man. That's endgame.
Well, let's ask the question then. Would you one up the Bears? The proposal we just explored, they got to give up DJ Moore and a first. Well, the Lions' first is better, 17. J-Mo's better than DJ Moore. Would you make that deal? Would you one up the division foes, the reigning NFC North champs, and trade J-Mo and a first for Max Crosby? 248-539-9797. We'll throw the number out, but I'll just lead off and tell you I wouldn't. And that may surprise people because we collectively as a station and a fan base have been pounding the table for an impact edge. But the time to do it was when you had Frank Ragnow and Kevin Zeitler 2 years ago. Now I got to rebuild an offensive line. I'm going to nuke what little cap space I have. By the way, it's negative as of today. They'll create some, but I'm going to nuke all cap space. And my first round pick is gone, and I haven't rebuilt my offensive line. I have no solution to 2 chronically injured safeties and no high-end corners, to your point, Mark. I got to replace Alex Anzalone from a defense that played a lot of 3 linebackers. Again, I'm not saying that these are moves that should break the bank individually, but collectively they add up. I think if we're guilty of something, it may be like convincing our audience that if you have 2 edge rushers, you don't need to field a football team. I wanted one when it was the only pressing need. Now, as a team that didn't even make the playoffs, it has to rebuild offensive lines. I don't think it's wise to trade the first. J-Mo, by the way, who helps stretch safeties and run the football, and give up any and all cap space I'd have to address the offensive line. I'm a no.
This is a bit of a misnomer on the Detroit Lions this year. On November 23rd, they woke up with the number 7 defense in the NFL. Now, we all remember that game against the Giants where the levee broke and then it was ugly the rest of the way and you finished 18th overall. But you can't be prisoner of the fact that this was, for actually 10 of the 17 games, a top 10 defense in the National Football League before you just withstood 1 injury too many. You know how you one up the Bears here? It's not with Max Crosby, it's with Tyler Linderbaum. You allow them, because they have a worse defense than you do, you allow them to, empty the coffers to get that guy if they think that is their difference maker. You get your next Frank Ragnow in the middle, and then your offense is performing at historic proportion yet again.
Right. They have such a bad defense. People don't realize they forced a lot of turnovers, but total defense, were they 29th?
28, 29, something like that.
Take, yeah. And look, they have a quarterback on a rookie deal. So they're in, and their offensive line is solidified. They're in a position the Lions were in a couple years ago. Quite honestly, they should make the push for Max Crosby. But the Lions, I'm not saying the window's closed, but this calls for a different type of offseason. I don't think it's enough to just re-sign their own. I do think they have to be targeted. I love Linderbaum. I think if you're going to make a splash, doesn't cost me the 17th overall pick, does reinforce my offensive line, give someone to identify blitzes, pick up things in pass protection, no double A gap mug blitzes that are going to blow up Jared Goff's day. And how about getting back to running the ball and then play action passing consistently off of it? Linderbaum would be the guy I'd pursue. Then I'd keep the 17th pick. And I can still address the edge because make no mistake about it, they still have to do something there. But that feels like a better offseason than the one move, silver bullet, Max Crosby.
I was most disturbed that Jahmyr Gibbs was able to be taken out of games last year, that the O-line was bad enough. You've got the most explosive player in the league, and the offensive line was enough of a sieve that he was able to be taken out of games. But let me ask you about Linderbaum. What do you think is going to happen there?
I think
is he going to be available?
Bidding war. Baltimore's going to want to keep him. Just because they didn't pick up the 5th year doesn't mean they don't want to keep him. That's a dollars question. Of course, John Harbaugh's going to make a phone call now with his new team in New York. And yeah, the Lions should be beating down his door too. I'll make the case, though, if it's not Linderbaum, there's Connor McGovern, who is coming off of his contract in Buffalo. Like they need to meaningfully address the offensive line and the defensive line and the secondary. You can't do it by giving up your top pick and all your cap space.
And the hard thing is we could identify this before last season.
I know.
You could say, are you good enough on the offensive line? Probably not. Defensive line? Probably not. And then it unfolded exactly that way.
Yep. Some text coming in, 248-539-9797. Imagine a world where Hutch is the third best pass rusher in his own division. That's what happens if the Bears get Max Crosby.
No chance. Third best? Give me a break.
I'd absolutely give up our first and JMO for Max Crosby. There's someone on board.
I don't think those fans are understanding what the offense would look like if you got rid of your space creator.
It's back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons for JMO.
JMO is a space creator for the entire offense. He creates space for Amon-Ra. He creates space for the running game. He makes it so that the safeties can't come down in the box. He is one of the best stretch-the-field guys in the NFL.
And I don't want to go down the numbers nerdery, but you'd have to eat dead money to trade JMO.
Yeah.
So you're going to pay Crosby, eat dead money, not have your field stretcher, not be able to sign any impact players in free agency, and your offensive line is going to be a dilapidated mess. But we got Max Crosby. Schefter's going to hit send on that tweet, and we're going to party for 24 hours in February. I want to party for 24 hours in February because they win the Super Bowl, not because they sign Max Crosby.
Eating dead animals? Okay. Eating dead money? Not okay.
Not good.
Do not make that mistake with Jameson Williams. You need him. You need him, ladies and gentlemen.
This text says, why are we wasting our breath here? We want a regime that hasn't had the gusto go for it, nor have they had an inkling to change their failing defensive scheme for 5 years. Now they're magically going to get aggressive?
Well, again, what is the plan? Is the offseason too short for them to address all of their needs? The last 10 years, their defensive ranking has averaged 25th. The defensive ranking of the last 10 Super Bowl champions is 9th. Are there too many holes to plug in a single offseason to where you can begin next season and say we are a viable championship contender?
I think the Lions could be in the Super Bowl next year, but it's not a birthright. It's not a given. It's going to require a targeted, specific offseason. I mean, look, the Patriots and Seattle Seahawks
didn't make the playoffs.
We're not playoff teams. Seattle was 60-1 to win the Super Bowl. Well, look at their roster. 5 of their 6 highest cap hits were players they did not draft. Now, you certainly want to draft well, and Brad Holmes did early when he arrived here, but now you got to dip your toe into free agency. Now you have to make a strategic move. I'm not disputing that. You have to. I think it's a non-negotiable, and if Brad Holmes hasn't learned that lesson after going backwards 3 straight seasons, then yeah, we're in big trouble.
Well, to stick with kind of our industry here, Brad Holmes has been the program director that only hires from within his building. Mm-hmm. And if you only do that, you're missing the possible opportunities that exist elsewhere, right?
Yeah, you could hire a Mark Ryan.
Hey, come on, baby. Let's go.
He put it on a team. 248-539-9797. Pass rush is the second most valuable position in football behind quarterback. Receivers are wholly and entirely replaceable no matter who they are. You can scheme them up. You can get them open. You can manufacture touches. I'd be fine moving either of our receivers if it meant Max Crosby. It was not signed Rico Beard, but it may as well have been. He was pushing Chris Jones yesterday
because
who
he
had been giving
feels
up on plays
for Amon-Ra St. Brown because
Yes.
he believes that there's only a 2-year window and Chris Jones helps you get there. And I'm telling you, Amon-Ra is going to be a Pro Bowler for the next 10 years. I don't get it.
No,
Make it make sense.
Look, Chris Jones is 31 years old. I'm not giving up an all-pro engine, heart and soul piece of this football team.
But why do you only have to have a 2-year window?
It doesn't
the
have
core
to
of this team isn't.
I could meet Rico where there needs to be urgency. It doesn't need to
Sure.
be that urgent to where you're doing stuff that reckless. All right, coming up in the next hour, we'll keep the conversation rolling. Also get to the blind date conversation. Oh, yeah, we got Mark Ryan in. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Just in time for 2 marquee matchups this week. Michigan basketball was named the #1 team in the nation yesterday. That marks the first time since 2013 where Trey Burke helped lead them to the finals. Tonight they'll take on Purdue, who just moved up to #7 themselves. Saturday, they have a non-conference date with Duke as well. Has all this national attention changed their mindset? Former Michigan football coach Jerome Moore hopes to have his various criminal charges lifted this afternoon as he's due back in court at 2 o'clock. One of the keys to pitching chaos in 24, Bo Brisky was back facing a live batter for the first time since July of last year. Yesterday, Brisky looking to bounce back from a strained ligament in his elbow. He said, quote, "I was a little off, but it was definitely nice to have my arm feel like it usually does. Now I can just focus on pitching," end quote. One of the hitters he faced was none other than number 2 prospect Max Clark. Javi Baez also seen shagging some fly balls in the outfield. He started 43 times in center last season with the multiple injuries the team faced. Brendan Hanafy hoping to be one of the last add-ins to the Tigers opening day roster out of the bullpen. He's working on adding a new pitch, a split change. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Taking phone calls, reading texts, talking about Max Crosby to the division, not to the Lions, to the Bears. That's the fake trade ESPN floated, where he would come to the Chicago Bears for DJ Moore and their first-round pick.
Does it not bother you that the Lions were not mentioned in any of these trades with the offseason that, you know, this team needs to have? Some of these trades would have been very beneficial. For example, Kayvon Thibodeau for a 4th-round pick. Why aren't the Lions in on that?
I'd do that in a heartbeat. That doesn't require me to do what it would take to get Crosby, which is trade J-Mo and pick 17 and nuke all cap space, rendering the offensive line locked in. Nobody's happy with the current state of the offensive line. No, I'd be more apt to do some of the more creative trades that were floated. A 4th for Thibodeau. See if you could unlock him as a pass rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson. People once upon a time wanted him over Aiden Hutchinson.
You're also doing that for a somewhat proven player instead of multiple 3rd-round picks for project draft picks that may or may not click again.
No kidding. So that's out there. We'll read the text. We'll take the phone calls. 248-539-9797. Sun is
speaking
to
out.
Peek through those foggy skies this morning. Mark Ryan is in for John Jansen. I just need to give you a quick PSA. It is feeling wonderful this weekend. Felt tropical. We are in full spring. Don't think we're out of this.
We're off to a good start today, Jim. Stop it right now.
Heather, you're with me on this.
Totally.
If he thinks we're done with winter,
done. I'm finished. Look at my wardrobe. I'm wearing shorts most days. I'm in a short sleeve shirt right now. You need to accept the fact that the worst is behind us, okay? Stop with that evil grin. Wipe that off your face. I will say I'm coming over from the Walled Lake area. The fog was so bad by the lake when I was leaving. I actually had to stop a couple times. I couldn't see my nose in front of my face.
I'm just telling you, we got another polar plunge in us. It probably won't be as bad as this winter has been, but if you think we are cruising to springtime, you've only been here a couple years. This is fool's spring. Heather, you know what I'm talking about.
It's gonna get colder. It's gonna snow again.
It's
nice.
like
Enjoy it while it's here.
I do not like the law of attraction that both of you are prophesizing right now. This is not kind. This is not nice. Do not do this to me.
Well, then how about this? We'll turn the floor over to you. You have this blind date topic. It's inspired by someone in your life, and throw it out to the people. We'll see where this goes.
So I have a friend whose current girlfriend is a blind date scenario that I actually find fascinating. And I wanted to ask you guys if this is something you would do back in your single days. Now, of course, Heather's married. Jim is married. I am married. In your single days, here is how it went down. I went to the University of Florida. This friend went to the University of Florida. He was going to be set up on a blind date with a girl from Florida State University. That's interesting. Why? Why not? We might all have an idea of a fan base where the relationship may not work. I'm too embedded in my team where that relationship's not going to work. But you might still go on the blind date. You make a friend. You have a good time. You have a good meal. Here's the catch. The blind date is to the game between the rivals, and the date is at the rival team's stadium for football. So if you are Go Green, your blind date is to the big house to watch Michigan probably beat you for the 5th time in a row.
But who's counting?
Right? Who's counting, right? Is that a date you go on? If you're like me and you view the pros, cons, The cons are massive in this one. This could go horribly wrong. What if your team is getting its tail whipped and then there's no chemistry between you and the person whatsoever? You're going to be so tempted to like check out midway through the second quarter? But they're still together. They've been together now for 8 months. And I'm asking you guys the question, that is the blind date scenario. Is this a blind date you would partake in?
Me, I would not partake in that blind date, but I would propose a different type of blind date and say, like, let's just do the tailgate. Then you can go off to the game, and I'll decide if I want to see you afterward.
So you're in the speed dating mode.
Yeah, let's just have some drinks first, and then I'll get it. I mean, and you're also talking to a girl who never made it to my own team's sporting event. So I'm not going to go to a rival's before I go to my own. So let's just do the tailgate. We'll see how it goes. You go have fun at the game, and then maybe we'll meet up afterward.
Did you ever go on any blind dates?
I've been on one blind date.
How was that?
The date itself was fine. We met for drinks. It wasn't even dinner, which I think was perfect because it's an easy out. You have a drink, you have some conversation. You're not like
Heather's
sitting.
trying to get out of all of these things.
And it was fine, but we never saw each other afterward. It was not a great date. It wasn't like, oh, I really like this person. Let's go get dinner now. It was just like, okay, nice meeting you.
Blah.
Yeah, it was blah.
So that wasn't a good date then. You said
No,
fine.
it was fine. It was fine.
It's not a good date.
No.
Fine. It was
See-
fine. You didn't want to see them again. It is what it is.
I think this is how people do dating wrong. The goal is not getting the first date. The goal is getting the second date. If you did not get the second date, you did not succeed.
Well,
I mean, you
I did
build
not
on
want.
it.
I did not want a second date.
Did he?
I'd have no idea.
Was no follow-up? He never
I
responded?
don't.
Or
This was a long time ago. There might have been some texts exchanged.
Okay.
But-
did you have to let him down easy? Like, hey, sorry, we're not.
I don't have any recollection of how it went, but I mean
So
how it
clearly
went
memorable.
after.
So clearly memorable individual.
So you're not going to the rival stadium
No.
to meet a blind date for a date.
No.
And it's because the reason is that you could be stuck for too long in an uncomfortable environment.
Sure, and also I don't really have an interest of going to that game.
So I'll speak as a sports fan.
Yes, there you go.
I also think this is a terrible idea.
Why?
I think a date at a sporting event is a terrible idea. You are locked in for a football game for a 4-hour commitment with a total stranger who you may have nothing in common with. And I'm not bailing because this is a game featuring my team in a rivalry setting. I can't leave. I'm stuck and I may have no chemistry. Plus, how am I getting to know the person? The point of a first date is to get to know this person. If I'm paying attention to every third down like it's life and death, I'm not. Do you have siblings? Do you have pets? Do you have hobbies? Do you have interests? I know nothing about you. I know we got to get 3 yards here to get in field goal range.
But
yes,
that-
I was rooting for Western Michigan. Yes, I'm happy for Western Michigan. How could you not? How dare you?
Yeah, but don't you think that gets by all the BS? You immediately go to the point where the kids are crying and it's Tuesday night, and that's really when you determine whether a relationship works. You're going to be in that environment on date number 1.
I'm not trying to be on Married with 2 Kids on date number 1.
Why not?
I want something light, something fun, and then I'm out. If it didn't work out, it didn't work out. You've been on plenty of dates that didn't lead to marriage as opposed to that did. So I don't want all of the buildup and the pomp and circumstance for a first date. I mean, a couple drinks, coffee, maybe a meal, a light meal. I think a first date should never be a 4-hour football game. I mean, those are sacred. You're going to hand that off to someone you've never met?
I'm just telling you, if you're single, you could be, you turn down a blind date, you could be passing up the one.
Would you have done it?
Absolutely, I would do it.
My wife does not want to be in the same living room as me as the Michigan-Ohio State game now. Much less if this is a first date where, let's face it, you're not seeing me at my best. I'm not seeing you at your best. I don't know. How intense are you? Are you going to be talking trash to me for 3.5 hours?
Well, and you build to that. I'm not saying you can't be married to someone who's a fan of a rival school. We have many listeners who live in houses divided. And I think there can be a fun competitiveness when done right if you're with someone who doesn't root for your teams. But for a first date, absolutely not.
But you could be passing up the one.
But like Heather said, if this is someone that's interested, you book a separate date.
Yeah. Just come up with a different date.
It's a blind date. You have one opportunity. You know, you got M&M's Lose Yourself. You got one shot. Do not miss your chance. You guys are passing it up.
Yeah, I'm passing it up. Heather's passing it
Yeah,
up.
oh, yeah.
Greg's passing it up. Tom, you're going on this blind date?
To a sporting event?
Person you've never met, rival football
No way.
game.
No way.
What? I can't believe you guys.
I think you're from outer space. There's no way. People aren't going to do this. 248-539-9797. First text, stuff like sporting events and movies are terrible first dates. Even if you know the person, let alone a blind date, absolutely not. Mark, let's ask the real question. How hot is she? What's a blind date? You don't know.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But you are told that she is nice and cute. The catch is that you've got to go to the rivalry game, the rivalry stadium. That is your blind date. I can't believe that there aren't more people that are just willing to take a swing. What's the worst that happens?
Any man who puts a children's game over potentially a great woman is a complete loser.
I'm with that guy.
Why would anyone want to date someone who's a fan of their rival team? All of them are scumbags from an unnamed text.
Oh, it's great.
Multiple signed by John Jansen. Is she hot? Another one for how hot is she? Variations of the same question. We'll get some feedback. We'll take some phone calls. 248-539-9797. End of the hour. Some trash talk ahead of Purdue and Michigan. Does bulletin board material exist? Dusty's downplaying it. We'll play the audio for you. It's 97.1. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Let's tell you about it. 2 years in a row because they make car buying easy at Moran. GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Equinox EV starting at $159 per month. That's only $999 down, or purchase it for $24,999. Shop online, MoranExpress.com. They'll take care of you in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa with Mark Ryan in for John Jansen. Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Mark has thrown out a hypothetical based on real life. He has a friend who went on a blind date as a Florida alum with a Florida State alum. Would you do this? First date, blind date. I say only a lunatic would do this. A 4-hour football game with someone you've never met. You don't get to know this person.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Jim. Would you not? Do you want to strike out with a bat on your shoulders, or do you actually want to take the swing?
Is this person holding a gun to my head, and the only way they'll meet me is in the den of a rivalry football game?
That's the opportunity. Do you take the opportunity, or do you let it slip? You're letting it slip. How could you do that?
Tex says, I need some context on her level of fandom. Is she like Heather, or does she actually care about the team?
Heather, you care. You don't care?
I mean,
really?
I want my team to win.
Okay.
But I am not like I have never went to my team's football. I never went to any of Michigan State's sporting events. So I'm not a huge fan. No. Do I want my team to win? Yes.
That would make it more likely to work, though, and you still wouldn't go.
No.
Really?
Would she boo kids?
248 says, oh, double hell no. Cute and nice, code for fat and ugly. Roy and Clarkston.
Chance. That's a friend that isn't a friend. You are entrusting your friend to set you up. And if your friend does that to you, well, you're not going to be hanging out with them anymore, are you?
The concept of a true blind date, I don't think exists anymore. If you tell your friend, hey, I know this girl, right? I think she'd be great for you. You guys got a lot in common. She's beautiful. You would say, let me see a picture. And everyone now has a social media account, or your friend's going to have some photo of her. And if your friend's like, oh, she's not on social media, I have no picture, you'd probably be like,
red flag.
I'm out.
Well,
right?
see, my wife isn't really on social media, and I love that because I don't have to worry about people sending her DMs at all. I mean, is it not a good thing to be off of social media? We have to be on social media.
It is a good thing, but to not have a photo, I think it would be weird now.
But Heather, people lie with their photos. I mean, Ringer has told us the story about the woman he went out with.
We've
he
all
walked
had
out
that
early.
experience too.
I know people do. There's filters. I get that. But you'd still, if there was no photo, I don't think I would say yes. Nowadays.
Look, I was in the dating pool more recently, I think, than everybody on the show.
Yes.
2021 for me.
Oh, okay. So, no, I've been with my wife since 2019. Were you on the apps at all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So then you can relate to this. But I found it was a lot more, like you said, the goal of the first date is to get the second date. The goal of the app is to get off the app and get to a first date. But you don't want to come on too strong. Like, it's about being casual. So this is the opposite of casual, is going on a first date at a sporting event, a football game.
It's sports. Well, how is that not casual?
You made this the big rivalry game between the two teams where you trash talk the whole time. You're emotionally invested in the game, not the person you're there with.
But don't you want to be with somebody that you can smack a little bit with?
Yeah, not in that way. One, sure.
What are we talking about here? Family show.
248. Yeah, eventually, I'm not saying you couldn't be with someone who's a rival fan, but I think the first date's laying it on a little thick.
Is there any fan base you could never see working?
No.
For you?
No.
Georgia, for me, it just would never work.
You got Georgia Jimmy back there.
Well, it's not working.
No?
No.
You guys aren't going to get hitched?
That's why I couldn't say no to the Punchki.
There you go. Let's get some people's phone calls in on this. Raymond in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas? Really quick, I actually think this is a genius idea, and this is why. So if just in case, let's just say I go on this blind date and we go to a Pistons game or a Lions game, right? And I'm not feeling her, whether it's her looks, she's not as good as looking as the photos I seen online, or I don't like the way she dresses or anything like that. I don't really have to mind her any attention now. I'm going to act like, hey, I'm such a big Lions fan. I'm enjoying this game. I don't have time to talk to you or look at you and be disgusted by anything. As if you go to dinner, you're sitting at the table staring at her. It's awkward. I got to talk to her and I got to act like I'm liking it and I got to enjoy my food. Or right after the game, I can act like I'm drunk or I'm disappointed the Lions lost. I got to go home. I got work.
There's an exit strategy, and you have entertainment if the date sucks.
Exactly. See? This is genius, actually.
I was on a bad date on Trouble with the Snap.
Okay.
It was Tampa Bay. Do you know what I didn't care about when that happened? The date anymore.
Right.
I was having a grand old time, and I was never better. I don't know what Raymond's saying, but he sure is making a lot of sense. Making a ton of sense.
What if she's disgusting? That was his point. Mike in a truck, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I would 100% absolutely not do this. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't know if it's been brought up yet. It doesn't matter if 90% of the time you're a nice person. When you're a fan of a college team and you're losing to your rival, that 10% of the time, you're not nice. You're mean. You get angry. You get irritated. You really want her to see that? That's
Mike,
gonna be the first
she's going to see it
noticed.
Eventually. Why not get it out of the way?
Yeah, don't you want to warm her up a little bit first?
Right. You want her to know the 90% of you before that 10% where you're angry and irritated because your team's losing. You're going to think this guy's a psycho.
You want to have that to fall back on. You want to have that bedrock foundation of, oh, he's sweet, he's nice. Think of he held the door open.
Because some sports fans are psychotic when
No,
their
that's
team
what,
is
Mike,
losing
I'm
to the
saying.
rival.
You want to have shown her all of the good things before that moment so that when she sees
How
you
you
look
gonna
like
do that
a
on a blind date?
lunatic. Yeah.
Mike, who are you a fan of?
And you can't do that. And you can't do that at a sports event because
Who are you a fan of, Mike?
Your,
Who's your team?
for college, Michigan State.
Okay, so now the story is coming full circle. Mike is foreseeing that he's going to be losing, and it's very predictable that you are a State fan, Mike. You are foreshadowing what's actually going to go down when these teams play.
Well, I didn't say that, but thanks.
That's what you're thinking.
He's got to get his pot shots in. Look, I don't think it matters if your team is going to win the game on paper or not. You get to that game, and if your team is trailing, if there's a critical moment, you're not going to be on your best behavior. You're not going to be putting your best self forward, which is the whole point of a first date. No one wants to lead with their worst. We're often at our worst.
So don't be your worst. Fortune favors thee.
But if I'm at a sporting event, you've put me in the cauldron of emotions, and you're asking me to take emotions out of being at a sporting event against my rival, it's just not possible.
I'm saying that you get to fast forward through something you might not see for 3 months. You ever been in a relationship where you saw a side of her in month 3 that you never saw in month 1 or 2? You get that on date number 1. You know what our most precious resource is? Time. You know what you save there? Time.
So you're proposing this is a scouting
Absolutely.
Scouting session.
You are scouting the entire time.
Yeah, but now I don't want to have to be scouting the person next to me. I want to watch the football game I'm at.
Do you think that person, it wouldn't work regardless because you're not paying enough attention on them? Do you think that would happen?
That they would be turned off?
And like if they did actually captivate you enough where you were paying less attention to the game, what would that tell you? But I mean, it would be virtually nobody would get me to take my attention off the game. Virtually no one.
Let's get to Michael in Detroit. Michael, you're next up.
How you doing? Well, I think it'll work. It worked for me. My wife is a Bears fan and I'm a Lions fan, and our first date was a Bears and Lions game.
Listen to this. Incredible, Michael. So how did that work?
Break it down.
Did you have bad emotions at the game? Which team won?
We won, but I see that as a test. Either she's going to love you or not, man. It is what it is, dude. If the Lions would have lost, I'd have been cool either way. My wife is beautiful. We both love sports. She played, football back in Chicago, so it worked for me.
A success
7
story.
years, still married.
Thank you, Michael.
And he got through the first date in that scenario. How about that?
Tex says, my fiance and I, our first date was a preseason Lions game a few years ago. We met on Bumble, Took her there to make her feel comfortable, had a couple drinks, worked out great. Preseason's a little different.
Oh, it is.
Very different.
That is a social environment.
Yes. And people leave early from preseason games all the time, so you certainly wouldn't be the first. Rivalry game isn't even a good 200th date idea. Awful, signed Jay. Aaron, Dearborn Heights, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up, Aaron?
Oh, not much. I just wanted to make a whole comment on the whole dating at the football game thing. Like, if you can't keep your emotions reined in enough to, like, keep your emotions in check around the person you're with on a date, like, you probably shouldn't even be dating or breeding anyways, for that matter.
Take that, Jim.
That's just my thoughts on it.
Aaron, counterpoint. We can all bite our tongue, but now I'm not happy at the game. I can't be myself. I can't watch the game and be emotionally invested in the game. So I got to compromise or sacrifice myself for this first date. Just go somewhere else. Like, I know you're holding me hostage in this imaginary situation, but in the real world, you would just pick a lower stakes first date. You wouldn't ever in your wildest dreams choose this as a first date, and your friend could have pivoted. Could have said, well, actually, I can't make that Saturday.
But he didn't, and guess
I'm actually
what?
doing something with...
Now he's got an 8-month relationship.
But she
for a date you would have never gone
But she
on.
would have never gone with him to a bar or a restaurant the next
That was
weekend?
the date. That was the date.
Well, what I'm asking is, would she have gone out with him in any other circumstance?
I don't know how to answer that.
Right. Well, I would hope that, yes, if this is the person he was eventually going to end up with, that they would be able to meet up with him a separate day or time.
And Mark is saying, this is the game. Play the game.
Right.
These are the rules of the game.
Right. That's exactly right. And Jim's like, I'm going to take my dating bag and I'm going to go home.
Well, while we're exploring the game, this text says, who's paying for tickets, or is this a going Dutch situation? That's Thomas.
Yeah, it's Dutch. Okay. They went Dutch. They each had their own ticket.
Okay. Sitting right next to each other.
Right next to each other. You got 2 tickets, right? You split it,
Sure.
even Steven?
Sure.
This, but you got to give it this. It is one of the most creative things, one of the most creative meetings out there that you've heard.
Yeah, it's memorable if it works out.
It's memorable if it doesn't.
That's true, too.
Let me tell you about
If you
the
just want the
worst blind
stories,
date I ever
yeah.
had.
I think part of it, too, is it's a... I'm not leaving the rivalry game early. Like, we joke about a preseason game, and you can take off if it's not going well. You're not going to leave Florida State, Michigan State.
No
You're
matter
not
what.
No, you're there. So if it's bad, it's only going to get worse.
Imagine if the team is losing by 30 and there's no attraction.
You're not attracted to her. She's rubbing it in your face every single time they score a touchdown. People are staring. They're like,
It will
are they
end,
going to be
though.
okay?
It will end. At one point, it will end, and your life will carry on.
What a great selling point. It will end.
It's not the lose by 30 that I'm worried about. It's the tight one possession game. Game flips on a play here, game flips on a play there. We are on edge for the entire length of the game.
Nailed it. And that's where it could really go sideways.
Well, and let's explore this. I know we're up against it. When our teams lose, does it alter how you feel following that game?
Oh, 100%.
Of course. Well, if a date goes well, you'd like to leave on a good impression. Are you going to be able to do that if your team just lost in gut-wrenching, heartbreaking fashion?
story.
It's kind of like when you're hangry. You're not the best version of yourself. You want to leave and be like aggressively hangry towards this person in the lasting moment of the date? Probably not.
I'm reading a book right now, The Science of Being a Sports Fan, and it actually shows that our hormones, when our teams lose, resemble that of people who are depressed.
Sure.
So good luck making that first date work.
So you're guaranteed that 50% of this couple is going to be
Depressed.
What a great way. Hey, let's have our first kiss now, as one is chronically sad and depressed. We'll take calls. We'll read your texts. We got to get Heather's news. We've got audio, Michigan and Purdue tonight.
Oh, boy.
Big time matchup. Yaxel's got thoughts on the Boilermakers, and Dusty does too. It's 97.1. Heather, you were saying if you had messaged back and forth with someone, you'd be more willing to then.
Okay, I think it would be fun to go to like a Lions game or a Tigers game with somebody I kind of already know, and the fact that we're rooting for the same team. Like, most people now are dating online. You have conversations. Maybe you haven't met in person yet, but you've already had those like initial getting to know you questions, and you have the answers. And then if somebody's like, hey, let's meet up, I got tickets to the Tigers game, I think that'd be fun.
Well, I'm happy you said Tigers game, because I feel like Lions
what a flex
game,
that would be.
It's a showy move, almost a show-off move. Hey, we've never met in person. I just dropped $1,000 for us to go to this Lions game. As opposed to, hey, I spent $100 for us to go to a Tigers game.
One is a realistic date. One is there's a whole heaping of expectation on that date. Plus, I don't know. We all know the people that flaunt the money. We all know that. That's not my style. That's not my play. That's not what I'm really even able to do.
And I wonder if some women see through it too and go, oh, this is desperate. You don't actually have money. You're projecting.
That's a deep thought for the first date. I would probably just say like, oh, cool. He wants to take me to a Lions game. Let's go. Like I wouldn't put a lot of thought.
You don't think it'd be a
like,
red flag if a guy was like overly flexing how much money he had?
Oh, yeah. But to me,
I think a Lions game for a
but
first
I guess
date
to
with what
me,
these tickets
because
cost now.
I'm not buying tickets to Lions games. I
Right.
don't actually know how much they cost. So right off the bat, I wouldn't be like, oh, that's a red flag. I just
I mean,
say,
unless you're
that's
sitting in
sweet,
the
let's go.
nosebleeds, it's going to be $1,000 for the two of you to go,
Yeah.
park, tickets, have a couple drinks.
So
Maybe he got him through his work.
you have a choice. You can do the Lions game for the first date or the blind date. What are you doing?
Oh, God. Are you supplying the tickets in both scenarios?
Yeah,
Because
Lions
I'd much
date.
rather go to a Lions game with someone who is, I'm assuming, a fan of the
Right.
Lions. That's a shared
Right.
experience.
Yes.
We're pulling for the same side. I'd still be distracted. It wouldn't be an ideal first date, but it'd be better than like the rival where you don't even have any common ground. You're already starting at odds.
And you've never met the girl.
Right.
Where that's why I think a game is fine if you kind of already chatted a little bit.
But isn't the ultimate answer baseball? I know the pitch clock has sped things up, but baseball is much more of a social. It's outside.
You don't have to be paying attention to every single moment.
No.
And baseball is the ideal date sport, right? I mean, honestly, baseball is the ideal be at the game sport, I think, because it's no fun to watch a Tigers game on TV if they're losing 5-0. There's nothing fun about that experience. Your team could be losing 12-0. You could still have a blast being at the game. The outcome almost doesn't even matter if you're there on a date.
Like there's 162 of them. You can't possibly get that upset if you bought tickets. You're already there. You can be bummed your team lost if it's a big game or something, but how many big games are there in 162? Just not that many. Let's get to Greg in Detroit. Greg, you're on 97.1.
Hey, great topic, man. This is great. This will just be the greatest date in the world. I mean, first of all, you got things in common already. One, she loves football. Two, the fact that she even knows it's a rivalry. And three, she's a sports fan. You know, and I mean, even if you see her, she wasn't attractive, she's attractive because she knows about sports. And if she's a sports fan, then she understands the ragging and the hissing and the elbowing and it comes all with the part of the territory. If you're both, good sports fans and have good attitudes, I think this would be a great first date. I think it would be awesome. It would be a lot of fun.
All right, we'll put you down for would accept the offer. I would push back on the idea that just because someone likes sports, they don't suddenly become attractive.
Did you see my face? What does that say about me? Or the non-huge sports fans.
But we also all can
Doesn't make
speak
us
to the
unattractive.
fact that personality makes someone more or less attractive,
Yes.
right?
But if they show up and they are hideous, I'm sorry, the fact that they're wearing a Tiger ball cap isn't saving them.
You have just had your most superficial moment. You really have.
But I think that's honest. That's honest.
It is. That's fair.
There are little things that can make someone more attractive
Yes.
to you, but you can't.
You can't
You got the
completely
canvas
reverse
that you're
it.
working with. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the federal government shutdown is now hitting home at Detroit Metro Airport, where TSA agents are still showing to work but not getting paid. This is because the Department of Homeland Security is affected. Airport security workers are considered essential employees, which means,
Yeah.
Flights got to keep moving, but paychecks are on pause until lawmakers reach a deal. Officials say screening operations are continuing as normal for now, but historically, these shutdowns can lead to longer wait times if workers start calling off or, morale drops.
Yeah.
So travelers are being told to plan ahead, arrive early, like you're always told, and expect possible delays, especially during busy travel windows.
How early do you guys arrive at the airport?
Here, you can do that with less wiggle room than anywhere else. We have the best airport in the world. I am at my gate less than 20 minutes after entering.
Yeah, I don't arrive very early, less than an hour.
Oh, I'm about an hour.
Less than an hour.
Oh, yeah, I hate the airport.
From boarding or
walking
in?
Less than an hour. Well, you're not, if you have a line, wow.
I've never missed a flight.
Okay.
Almost did once, but never actually have missed one.
Yeah, they say Heather's right, that the odds of you actually missing the flight are so small and you bank up all these minutes, hours over your life. But I just don't want it to be the one trip you're excited to go on that you don't get to make.
There's nothing I hate more than waiting around in an airport. Just waiting around and then...
But it's built for it. I know they price gouge you, but it's built for it. I mean, they got everything you could want.
My old
Really?
man had us at the gate 3.5 hours before every flight.
Oh, that's excessive.
Because you never
Oh,
know.
no.
You never know what could happen.
I mean, it might depend where you're traveling, if you're traveling internationally or not. Clearly,
Of
there's
course.
certain situations where you do
Hoops
have
to
to plan
jump
ahead. But nope. Did you see this video of Michael Jordan? Kind of has divided the internet over the way he celebrated his NASCAR team's historic Daytona 500 victory. So, on like the podium, right? The confetti's falling down. It's a great moment. But what went viral was his interaction with the winning driver's 6-year-old son. You can see he was caught on camera kind of like pinching the back of the boy's like shirt or like waistband area and then kind of like tickling his leg or brushing his leg. I don't want to use the wrong word. I don't know exactly what he was doing, but it definitely appeared a little awkward. And some people now are labeling the moment inappropriate, saying that he shouldn't have been touching a child at all. And then others are just kind of coming to his defense saying that, hey, there's nothing more than just kind of like playing with this little boy.
So I saw the clip, and maybe when you initially see it, you're like, well, that's weird.
Yeah.
Apparently there's like ice.
Yeah,
that
I
he's
read
like trying
that
to knock
too.
the
There was,
ice
like,
out of the
ice-
kid's shirt.
It definitely
'Cause they're
appeared
celebrating.
strange.
Yeah.
This is scary for all of us, honestly, because there was ice down his shirt. He's getting ice. You're taking a clip. You're not offering context.
Right.
And it's just proof that if you are a public figure, people are going to use anything they can to try to show impropriety in some way.
If you don't know exactly, I mean, I saw the clip and I thought, that's weird. That's weird.
With no context.
And I didn't know the context. I thought,
Right.
in the article that I have, there was no context. It just says it's unclear what's going
But
on.
if this is a kid like that he's familiar with, and there's ice and it's a celebration, and he's helping knock the ice out of the kid's shirt, like there's nothing nefarious about that.
No.
Exactly. The kid's complaining that his ice is stuck in his shirt, his shorts, whatever. He's getting it. Like, look, it's ridiculous. Fake news.
Still strange, though. Finally, Snoop Dogg. He had a interesting interaction during the Olympics. So he went to go buy some dinner at a restaurant in Italy, and his credit card was denied. And obviously could have been a really embarrassing, awkward moment, but it wasn't. The owners of the restaurant said, you know what? We got you. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of everything. And in return, he decided to bring the owners 5 tickets to go see the men's snowboard half-pipe final,
Sweet.
which is really cool.
Awesome.
And here's the owner's daughter talking about the incident.
Cheeseburger.
And I'm just going to steal this from the text. Roy says, of course, Snoop gives away free tickets to an event involving a pipe. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, what does Yaxel really think of the Purdue Boilermakers? And what does Dusty May think of a video that is almost a year old? It's 97.1. I'm sure we'll be talking about it tomorrow morning. You got number 1 Michigan playing tonight at Purdue.
Are we getting close to rock bottom for State? When you think about football national championship for Michigan, basketball number 1, 0-3 against Michigan in basketball this year, lost in football for the 4th consecutive time. It's not necessarily about you being 15th and you're relatively good compared to the rest of the country. I always see things in context with what your rival is doing. This is a painful time for Go Green, is it not?
Well, yeah, when Dusty comes into your house and slaps you around and then calls out fears, puts a spotlight on Michigan State's best player, and they lose 3 of 4. Yeah. Not where I was going with this, but yes, sure, we can take the shot at MSU fans. I'm sure they appreciate it this morning. Michigan playing tonight at Mackey Arena. Some of the talk leading up to this game is about Yaxel Lendenborg and what he thinks of Purdue. Now, this audio is from a video shortly after he committed to the Wolverines. It is not from this week, but he takes shots at Purdue. For those that couldn't hear it through all the bleeps, that's how he feels about Purdue. Now, Dusty May was asked about this in anticipation for the game. This is what he said. He also went on to say, I can't imagine it'll be used as bulletin board material. I can't imagine that lawyer TKR and Braden Smith are sitting around motivated by that from an embellishment. Said by Yaxel at an over 21 establishment months ago. I think they're killers as far as bulletin board material. I'm not sure that means much when it comes time to execute pick and roll defense or transition defense. But of course it's bulletin board material. Of course those guys are made aware of this.
You know what bothers me the most about this is that Dusty May felt like he had to dignify that with a comment of some sort. Big deal. Big deal. It was a long time ago. The smack talk is part of sports.
Yep.
If I could improve golf in one way, it would be more like Happy Gilmore than, oh, tea and crumpets, oh, what a putt. Oh, it's too gentlemanly. Too gentlemanly. This is good for sports. You don't need to tell me this is not who he really is. This is not the language he uses. It obviously is. He said the words. He said the language. It's sports. Smack talk is part of sports. How soft are we? My gosh.
Do we think that's the first time Yaxel, a 23-year-old college student, has ever used the F word? Coach, I don't use. Yes, you do. And it's okay. And now your teammate's going to have your back tonight because this is going to be a hostile place to play in. To act like Purdue doesn't think anything of it is also silly. Like the student section isn't going to be a little extra hostile towards Yaxel pregame free throw line when he's got the basketball. Of course they are. Of course those guys are going to go a little extra. To act like bulletin board material. If this isn't bulletin board material, I don't know what is.
No, it's absolutely
a player
bulletin.
Publicly, and it's become public now, but a player multiple times F-bombing your school. Yeah, it's bulletin board material. Embrace it. Our guys are going to have his back. He's got to back it up. We got a tough game ahead of us.
Who does it help more? The comments. Does it help Michigan? Does it help Purdue more?
No, I think it helps Purdue more, right? How does it help Michigan?
I think it fires Michigan up too. They know what they're walking into, us against the world.
But it creates, to your point, it creates a little extra animosity, which is fun.
It's great.
Sports are great when there's a little extra angst involved.
You know what? I'm more likely to watch more of that game this evening because that's the backdrop.
Sure.
There's an added intensity to it right now.
Yeah, and I think for big-time sports fans, they're going to be in regardless. But for someone on the fringe who's like, I don't know. It's not March Madness. It's not March. Maybe I take a peek. Now you're like, oh, there's a little extra bad blood.
What does college basketball need more of? What's the complaint? Oh, the regular
Rivalries.
season doesn't matter.
Yeah.
How do you incentivize people to watch the regular season? That'll do it. It's fantastic.
Gator's in the studio. Gator, happy Fat Tuesday.
Well, thank you.
What's up, Gator?
Happy Fat Tuesday, Ray. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Good.
Hi, Heather.
Hello.
What's happening today? Is it
None
a
of
big
us,
day?
none of us are eating punchkis. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I had a breakfast, so I'm probably not going to have a punchki.
Not gonna have a single punchki today.
I mean, if I do, it'll be maybe around lunchtime.
Will anybody on the station have a punchki today?
Oh, yeah.
This is the Detroit food staple that the fewest people are actually a fan of.
I don't know if it's a staple. I mean,
It's a one day a year.
Yeah, I never even heard of this until, I mean, it's been a while, I guess. Working in the radio business, stuff gets dropped off all the time. And I think remember the first time punchkis got dropped off somewhere around 2000. So I think that's when I became aware of them. And they're fine. They're okay. I don't love them. I'd rather have a Krispy Kreme glazed donut.
Same.
Best donut in the world. Krispy Kreme glazed.
My wife
Fine.
doesn't like donuts, and I love her anyway, and I don't understand that.
Does she not like them or just not want to eat them?
She doesn't like them.
wow.
Like
Any kind of donut?
fried sugar. She doesn't like the taste. Turns her stomach. I don't get it.
They make different kinds.
for her.
There's got to be something for everybody.
Yeah, well, if you can lay off the donut, you're in good
Yeah,
shape.
yeah, that's what I think
more
too.
power to her.
I find them too sugary for the moment. I'm on team your wife.
There you go.
And it's not like I get they're like a dessert. I wouldn't have a piece of cheesecake for breakfast, So donuts don't make sense.
Sometimes a piece of cheesecake is great for breakfast.
I would agree. Have you seen my belly?
That'd be fine for
Nothing wrong
me.
with that. Pie. Here we go.
Yeah. No,
Well, you got to get your fruit.
Not my thing. So
What-
this should come as a surprise to nobody.
I was going to say,
Yeah, I mean,
upset of the century.
Well, they were asking if I was going to have a punchki, and I'm like, I had a breakfast this morning. I'm not a big punchki fan, so
well, we got a punchki question on the show.
I might have one later on, but not right now.
Doug, I said something similar to what you said. It's just a trade-off. Like if I'm going to eat something that caloric, it's going to be something I really want to eat.
Yep. You got to pick and choose.
Are you that way because it upsets your stomach?
It does now. Now it does
Yeah.
because I've stopped. I mean, I've changed my diet quite a bit.
Doug's changed.
Pillar of
he's
health
trained
over
his
here.
body.
My body goes, what the hell is this? Although based upon this weekend, leaned into it a little bit.
Oh boy,
It's going to be
Sounds
rough
like a
day.
story.
It's going to be a rough day.
All right, punchkis, that story maybe, and a bunch more. Carson Anderson.
More beer.
Carson Anderson coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Mike Morse Law Firm. This breaking, MLB Union boss Tony Clark is expected to announce his resignation, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN. He was due to start his annual spring training visits today, which were abruptly canceled. This large news due to the fact that a lockout expecting next season. The Union currently being investigated for their financial practices. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke to the media about Kevin McGonigal rotating at shortstop with Javi Baez. Quote, what you can read into it is what I said at the beginning of camp. I want to get him comfortable. How do we get him comfortable? Let's rip the Band-Aid off and get him working with the players that he's aspiring to be and the group he's aspiring to play with, end quote. The team was working on turning double plays yesterday under 4 seconds, inspired by Byron Buxton's analytics as well. There's a pair of marquee basketball games to follow today. First, the new number 1 team in the nation, Michigan, will play Purdue on the road at 6:30. MSU hosts UCLA, marking the return of Xavier Booker at 8:30. The Red Wings will return to practice today, minus the 3 Olympians, as they begin what Tom McClellan refers to as a mini training camp. The team has not played since February 4th. The season set to resume next Thursday against Ottawa on the road. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
How are you?
Okay. How are
Good.
you?
I'm hurting, man.
Are you?
I'm hurting. Yep.
A long weekend, huh?
Yeah, I've told this story before, but it's usually every 4 years on the President's Day weekend. I meet Canadian relatives up at Blue Mountain, Ontario for skiing, and it's we kind of stumbled upon this. We just decided to do a ski trip 12 years ago and chose Blue Mountain, met my cousin Maureen, who was from Ottawa. She drove over, and we didn't realize it was in the middle of the Winter Olympics when we planned it. Turned out it was like the greatest ski stimulant of all time. You ski all day, you watch Olympics all night. You can't wait to get up in the morning and go ski some more.
Was Googe there?
Googe was there, yes. Googe was there. And our friend Steve and Laura, or one of our kids, made it. And we had a great time, but it's a classic story. Too much skiing, too much eating, too much drinking, too much luge. And by the end of the weekend, I was in bed early last night and probably could still be asleep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Was there an ice luge involved?
No, it was just watching.
Oh,
luge.
okay.
Yeah, there was no.
Maybe you got
But
excited.
there were Caesars. Yeah, Caesars are the Canadian versions, I guess, of just a Bloody Mary. But there was a Caesar bar there that had like, when you get a Bloody Mary and it sometimes comes with like a meat stick or a piece of
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
side of beef.
In
Yeah.
Canada, you could order it with like a lobster tail.
Sure.
I had a Jamaican jerk chicken skewer. Yeah, there was a lot going on, and it was outstanding. I'm a little scared to look at the credit card bill. Probably need a little stint in rehab, but other than that,
Well, you took
great.
the whole
I hurt my
month of
knee.
January off. Oh, you hurt your knee.
I hurt my knee. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
What goes in my back?
Yeah. So.
'Cause, I had a setback on Friday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, did you turn the wrong way?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I just woke up and so it's a setback back to the old pinched nerve. It's resetting the 6-week clock.
Gotcha.
That's fun.
I will say this. In our state, and for those that are winter sports enthusiasts, we have access to a lot of great places. And I love, we got a place up there by Nubs Knob and Boyne Highlands. I love going there, skiing there, the outdoor activities, the winter sports park that's up there in Petoskey, the snowshoeing on the North Country Trail. And I mean, we're very lucky. Boyne Mountain is, 40 minutes away from there. I've skied Crystal Mountain. I want to get to Mount Bohemia in the Upper Peninsula, which I guess is just like all blacks through the woods and stuff, which I think
What does that mean?
The most difficult rating is black diamonds.
Thank you. I just didn't know. Thought we'd come a long way.
They're all black diamond runs.
I was wondering too, Gator.
Okay.
No, I'm glad you clarified. I'm glad you clarified. Obviously necessary. If you're a winter sports enthusiast, I have friends who were at the dog sled races over the weekend in the Upper Peninsula. We have accessibility to a ton of stuff. But Blue Mountain, Ontario is awesome. It is, and I only go every 4 years because I take advantage of what we have here in the state. But it is drive to Windsor, keep going to London, or go through Port Huron and Sarnia, and then you start rural roading it up through Ontario, where you see beer store and all these tiny little communities.
Just up along the coastline?
You can go along the coastline, or you can kind of cut through the interior, which is what we do. And you're in these tiny little towns of Listowel and Flesherton and
Flesherton.
I know, right? And the beer store, it cracks me up every time I see
Beer
the
store is
sign.
so
Yeah,
great.
man,
You
I
want to
love
stop
beer.
at every one of them.
You want to stop at every beer store. And that's where years ago we saw a beer, and I'm like, we got to get the beer called Wildcat because it had like this awesome picture of a cat.
Wow.
And my buddy Sean started shaking his head no and pointed at the one next to it, which was Wildcat Strong.
There you go.
And we ended up getting Wildcat Strong. And if I recall correctly, it was awful. But anyway, you drink a lot of different beers that you never would try. And Caesars, the first 3 went down real well.
Caesar's the name of a place?
No, Caesars is what they call basically Bloody Marys. There might be a difference. There really might be a difference. But you'd be impressed, man. All dressed chips and Aero bars, and I take the governor off, man, and just put the pedal down for these 3 days because I'm an Olympian for those 3 days. I'm skiing and I'm.
That's what everyone's thinking when they see you out there.
Yeah,
There's an Olympian.
What's your among the?
That's what I see. That's what Doug sees.
Doug, I got to go back to the Caesars thing real quick.
Yeah.
Because I don't get that. I never heard that either, Gator. Do they call Caesar salads Bloody Marys?
No.
Good call.
No, and there was a Caesar salad order, but I don't know. Maybe a Canadian could clarify. And I guess I've never even asked my relatives, why do you call Bloody Mary Caesars, and are they any different than Bloody Marys?
Are there croutons in there?
I'm sure the one place we went to, you could get anything in your Caesar.
Oh, dude, that's
Is there Parmesan crisp?
Yeah, right.
It was crazy.
I'm going to bring this up now.
All right.
Okay? Because I think people want to know. How do you feel about the whole cheating thing? I mean, you went into a country chock full of cheaters, and I mean, you sound like you had a good time, but it also sounds like you cheated on your diet. You cheated in a lot of ways. Was it just because you were in the mix of a Canadian company?
Yeah, so you're talking about the curling stuff?
Oh, yeah, that
with them touching the stone?
Well, you can't.
Dude.
Everybody knows you can't touch the stone once it passes the hog line. Everyone knows that. And God knows you should know that you can't touch the granite at any time. It's only the handle. Only the handle. You get to the hog line, you release. And you sure as hell do not touch the granite on the stone. And then don't swear at everybody when you get called out on it. You know, because you got Sven saying, hey, look at there, I thought you touched it. You can't do that. And then goes, F off, buddy. Like, oh, really? That's how you're going to treat it? As if you didn't touch the stone past the hog line on the granite. So, yeah, people were wondering.
I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you. That was a big controversy, man. It's a big story. It's a big story.
Not just the men, the women did it too.
The women did it too, yeah.
What's the controversy? They did it.
There is no controversy.
It's on tape.
Well, then you have to remove the stone.
They didn't?
Yeah, which I was surprised, but
they don't consult video.
You know what?
Curling's above that. We're not doing the video. Well, guess what's going to happen now? Now you're going to get video on the hog line.
Here's what's so great.
Uncensored.
Is that curling, part of curling is miking up the athletes. It's just standard operating procedure that they're wearing microphones.
Yeah.
No other sport has that, do they? I mean, they have accessibility.
I mean,
you can hear,
yeah.
you can hear stuff, but no other sport is it live, mic open all the time, except curling. Now you can hear crews and drivers in NASCAR, and you can sometimes they'll play coaches stuff for you on the sidelines, and you get in the huddle a little bit in college basketball. It's all replayed later. It's on tape.
Sunday Night Baseball is cool when they. Yeah,
that's great.
But
In
everybody
curling,
knows. Yeah,
everybody's live mic at all time, which is crazy. But it led to that. Did we get a million calls on the difference between Bloodies and Caesars? And we just narrowed it down to one. Andrew, you're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's up, guys? So a Caesar is different than a Bloody Mary, and this is speaking as a Canadian here. And the difference is key. A Bloody Mary is what, like tomato juice and vodka usually?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a Caesar is Clamato juice with vodka and Worcestershire sauce and Tabasco sauce because it has to be a spice Caesar. Otherwise, it's not a good Caesar. And Clamato juice is clam and tomato juice.
So it's just Clamato is the difference.
Yeah, there is a big difference.
Okay, so that's why Doug likes it.
They're elite, Andrew. They are elite.
You think the
They are
Clamato?
so good. I agree.
The clam juice makes a difference.
I don't know what makes a difference. All I know is I
gotta
consumed
have it spiced
double
out.
digits.
Well, everybody
You
makes
need the Tabasco sauce and you need the Worcestershire sauce in there.
Well, Andrew, that's nothing new. I mean, the Bloody Marys here. I mean, it's not just tomato and vodka. The Bloody Marys, you make them however you want. You throw how much spice you want or a little
Okay,
spice. You got
fair enough.
celery salt in there. You got all types of crap you can throw in there.
It must be the Clamato.
The Clamato,
juice.
that's gotta be it.
Andrew, it might be. I'm all on board.
Apparently, it makes us angry when we get called out in curling games too.
What a great.
Got
what
to
a-
watch the Caesar intake then, huh?
What a great exchange. You obviously had fun with it on Friday, didn't you?
I had fun with it yesterday, not Friday.
Oh, did you
It
do it
was,
Friday?
yeah,
Okay,
yesterday.
good. Yeah. Anyway,
I got quite the education.
So, yeah,
'Cause
sure.
we had several curlers that were willing to let me know
That's
what
awesome.
the rules are.
Anyway, for Michiganders, if you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, I'd recommend our state. But if you ever want something a little different, that's a little bit further away, 6-hour drive, Blue Mountain, Ontario. There's a skating ribbon through the woods, like a mile long, that you can ice skate.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. And they have, the typical tubing parks for people who don't ski. There's snowshoeing there. And the village is awesome. So, big ups. Had a good time.
Big ups.
And now and a recovery. It's Carson Anderson. All right, let's there's a lot to get into. NBA All-Star Weekend. Stuff starting to percolate in the NFL with the offseason. Today, the tag window opens. We got college basketball tonight. Big games from Michigan and Michigan State. All will be discussed today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Respect means treating you like family, not a case. They offer honest advice and a fair fight because that's what Michigan deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Every once in a while, something happens in sports, and you're like, What the hell is this going to mean? And it may mean nothing. Maybe something. Could be tip of the iceberg. It could mean absolutely nothing. It could be a positive, could be a negative. But the ramifications scare me a little bit. And that is the story this morning that Tony Clark is resigning as the executive director of Major League Baseball's Player Association. Now, the first thought on this is who really cares, right? I mean, it's not like the Players Association is a team that we're all rooting for, although I guess some of you are. Whenever labor talks come up, some people call up and want to make sure that the players get everything that they deserve, and that's fair. But I didn't know about this Eastern District of New York investigation to alleged financial improprieties by the union.
Well, apparently it's combined with other groups too.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look through this. It says
This is a breaking. This story is being unveiled as we speak.
It says the MLBPA remains under federal investigation due to its role in One Team Partners, a licensing company co-owned with the NFLPA and 3 other sports unions.
All that. Okay, so how does this matter to the fan? Here's how it should matter to the fan, and here's why I'm curious. Is Tony Clark was essentially like the chief negotiator for the players when it came to work stoppage, and all we care about is no work stoppage. I shouldn't say all. That's over exaggeration. My apologies.
It's a big part of it,
but I mean, ultimately, we don't want a work stoppage. Signed everybody. Now, maybe you care what the players get, or maybe you care so much about baseball you think it needs a hard salary cap because of what's happened with the Dodgers and the sweetheart deal they have with the league that doesn't get talked about enough. We're doing our part. Those things need to be reeled in, but we don't want a work stoppage. And with uncertainty at the union, I don't know how it could be the greatest thing that ever happened, and that some awesome negotiator is going to come in and sit down with Major League Baseball and say, my first day is Thursday, and we are at the table Friday morning at 9 a.m. Right? That's the kind of guy we want. We want somebody who says, and we will sit at the table. I always want negotiators that say, if you got nothing to say and I got nothing to say, I'll still be in the room at 9 a.m. I'll sit there till 5 p.m. And if we have nothing to say, we'll sit there in an empty room. Because tell me what's wrong with this. If you are negotiating for Major League Baseball and you're the owners and the Players Association, you should be forced to sit in a room dead silent until you start talking. Because these things always get worked out. But when they're not even at the table, there's no chance they're going to get worked out. And when we get long work stoppages, it's frustrating as hell. So whoever replaces Tony Clark, I want them to be a person that's proposing, we are at the table, 9 a.m. tomorrow. And we invite you to come sit with us.
I wonder how long this process is going to take.
Well, that's the thing.
So I mean, part of me, when it comes to negotiations, I would love to be part of negotiations and yell at both sides to get something done and try to be productive about it, and understand that everybody's going to be working towards the middle of something, but find out exactly what the big hangups are going to be and how do you work through, how do you problem solve. I actually enjoy kind of problem solving type stuff, but the last time this happened was it 2021? It just seemed like Major League Baseball didn't care. They weren't willing to negotiate, or at least that's the way it was presented. And nothing got done until like March. Mm-hmm. And they were able to get the full season in, but still it was threatened because of stupidity. And the stupidity was, we're just going to put off the negotiations. And, that was a negotiating ploy. And I hate that. That's not a ploy. Get it done.
When we start hearing rumblings from people in the league about the end of a collective bargaining agreement, and a year plus out, they're telling us how ugly it's going to get.
Yeah.
I don't want a world where we just go, oh, okay. Okay, well, I guess we need to prepare for an ugly labor stoppage. I want a world where that cranks up the intensity now so it doesn't get ugly, because they will come to an agreement, but I feel like a foreshadowed lengthy work stoppage has been going on for 6 months.
Yeah, nobody wants it. And it's, I think to all of us, it seems pretty obvious that they're going to have to do something with a salary cap of some kind. And I recognize that, there are people that don't want that. to happen. But for the betterment of the league, you're going to have to do something with that. It's inevitable. And if it's inevitable, then start working on it now.
I know.
Right? Okay, some people don't want the cap. Okay, well, you got to have a basement. You got to start with a floor. And there are going to be a handful of teams that don't want the floor. Well, if you open up the books and see how much money is being made, those teams that don't want the floor are making money still. So there's a point of reason that I guess you have to start and end. There has to be something there, and then you eventually squeeze it together. But I think that's what's going to happen with the next agreement. You have to have the floor, and you have to have a ceiling, and you have to have punishment for going over the cap. Yeah, right? Because that's
they have that now.
But I'm saying you're going to have to maybe lower that threshold so you start paying it at $200 million on a payroll instead of 250 or whatever the number is.
Well, if it means that the bad teams have to spend more or they get fined, you may as well spend the money on players. And if they're going to get fined for coming in short of a salary floor. But as it stands right now, I don't know what this Tony Clark story is going to amount to. There is a chance that this investigation could weaken the labor union, I suppose, and the players' side of it might not have as much ground to stand on. And hence the owners could run roughshod over them. Or there's a chance it's going to bring in a real forward-thinking executive director of the Players Association that will insist that we do not have a work stoppage. I don't know if that's even possible, but that's what I'm rooting for. Because I can't stand this stuff. I cannot.
Oh, I hate it.
And everybody says the same thing. Millionaires fighting with billionaires. And yeah, it is.
And exactly what it is.
And it's as a sports fan, I don't know if there's anything more unsightly than that gets us upset more than that. You took our games away because you guys can't split this quadrillion-dollar pie that you got. I mean, there's no sympathy. There's no upside. I mean, I guess the possible upside here is if there is some sort of more equitable system that comes out on the far side of it. But
yeah, I mean, if they can somehow come up, we reference all the time the NHL plan.
NHL's awesome.
Directly tied to revenues. Everything's transparent. Everybody knows what's going on and work from there. It's here's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see a system like the NFL where you have no idea what your payroll is because it fluctuates and you can manipulate the cap and all that stuff. I don't want to see any of that. And there's already some of that with baseball with voidable years and deferred money and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. I'd like it to get closer to what an actual cap is, like the NHL. That would be nice.
Yep.
Not just for our sake for talking about it so everybody can understand, but it just makes more sense.
So again, I mean, this is kind of a weird thing on a Tuesday. It just broke right before our show. Why on Tuesday, on Fat Tuesday in February, are we talking about this work stoppage? Because
I mean, of all days, Fat Tuesday.
Yeah, right. Tony Clark has stepped down as has resigned leading the MLB's Players Association, and it feels like it might have something to do with his investigation. I can't say that I know that, and I guess we'll find out over time, but sometimes sudden resignations do seem to draw a straight line to some behind-the-scenes scandal. But speaking of things done right in sports, and we live in a kind of a wine society. People whine about stuff all the time, and I found that with this job, it doesn't do any good to whine without having a potential solution. So because what good does it do to bitch about something? Learn what you can and find out if there is a potential solution. I give the NBA a ton of credit for their All-Star game format. Guys played.
Yeah, I talked a lot about it yesterday that, the weekend was whatever. The Friday night, I watched part of the celebrity game. I wanted to see Matt Ishbia. I wanted to see Shams Charania. I wanted to see what those guys were able to put forth. And the game was okay. I thought it was interesting the influence that Steph Curry continues to have on people when you've got, B or C-list celebrities are launching three-point shots and knocking them down, by the way. Yep. It's like, okay, here we go. The dunk contest wasn't anything special. That didn't pay much attention to anything else. But the games, the format they had, the round-robin tournament with 3 teams, 2 United States teams and 1 world team, was actually pretty cool. And I'm glad that the J.B. Bickerstaff coach team with Cade Cunningham and Jalen Dern was in the first game because they set the tone with, okay, it's going to be defensive-oriented. Or at least we're going to try to play some defense. And then they had Wembanyama on the other team, and he was taking it seriously too. And so the other thing is that the Cade Cunningham team was the younger of the 2 American teams. So they're not as jaded by it for being around the league forever and the game sucks always.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't the case. It was actually competitive basketball. In the first 3 games were very competitive. One of them went to overtime. The first one went to overtime. The championship game wasn't very competitive because the other American team just ran out of firepower. They couldn't knock down any shots, while the other team did.
Mm-hmm.
So it became a blowout finish. But I enjoyed it. I didn't think it was the greatest thing in the world, but I did enjoy it, and I thought it was a big step forward for the NBA. And I think the format is something that should be continued.
Kang, you loved it.
Yeah, it was because it was the first time forever that they tried. And everyone comes up with different formats, but it all comes down to the players, if they try or not. And if they try, it wouldn't matter if it was East versus West, America versus the world, whatever. As long as they were trying, then it matters. So the round robin format, I like that, but it wouldn't have mattered if they didn't try, Doug. And why they tried was honestly was Wemby. Wemby tried last year, and this year he came out and he tried again, and which basically forced the hand of the other team to try. And then the third team in the back, who was practicing warming up, they were interviewing Jaylen Brown. They were watching, and they said, "Hey, how are you guys going to take this?" And Jaylen Brown was like, "Well, we're going to take cue from the first game and see how they're playing." And basically, they were playing hard, so that third team had to come in and play hard. And it's not like they were going all out, but they tried. Cade Cunningham picked up full court. No one ever picks up full court. And it's not like he was just pressing, but he was on his guy as soon as he got the ball. And things like that, setting the tone, it just made it a lot more fun. And guess what? Knock on wood, but no one got hurt. You can play basketball competitively and not get hurt. People acted like if they tried, you were for sure going to get hurt.
Yeah.
And it was just fun to watch some competition with the best in the world. That's all people wanted.
It's just cool when a league gets something right. And in a world that there's a lot of bitching, bravo to the NBA, to Wembanyama, who probably was the real MVP for his level of care that seemed to spark interest in everybody. But really, really cool to see something like that get pulled off. Okay, there is a list of top NFL free agents matched up with their best fit. And the Lions, get some mention with a name. It's pretty big. We'll get to that today at 10:35 on 97.1. Somebody asked me what the lift lines were like at Blue Mountain, holiday weekend, ski weekend. Yes, they were long, admittedly long. The lifties there do an unbelievable job of moving everybody through with, 6-chair lifts, and they're just like, as everybody's merging from the two sides. How many you got? Two? You pair with those two, you go with those two, bang, get on. All right, we need a single here. And we ended up mostly skiing singles because you just move through that singles line quicker. But yeah, they did a great job of moving people through. And somebody else asked about the terrain. It's a wide variety. There is a lot of Black Diamond runs on the north end that aren't open at night. So if you go there, I'd hit those early if that's your thing. But there's a wide variety for everybody. And yes, there is a terrain park for people who like that. It is great. Blue Mountain, Ontario. Thumbs up. So 248-539-9797. So today is tag day, or I guess the beginning of the franchise tag window in the National Football League. So thus begins the negotiations with teams and their free agents. I don't know that everybody completely understands this because it's one of the weird subtleties of the way the NFL does something. If you have a player that's becoming a free agent, an unrestricted free agent, that player, you can guarantee that you hang on to him if you give him the franchise tag designation. So instead of him getting to the open market, you say, we're going to tag you.
And you get him for 1 year.
Yep.
At a price that is, what is it, the top five, the average of the top 5 players at that position.
Yes.
For the 1 season.
There's also provision that if you're already that, you get like a 10% raise from that. If you're already one of those guys. And if you get tagged a second time, you get a 20% raise.
It's a big hike.
Yeah, there's subtleties. Please don't sue me if I got some of them wrong. Please don't sue me at all. But in this particular instance, it's something along those lines. Right. Don't touch them.
Don't go past the hog line.
Rules to live by. Anyway, so teams now have decisions to make. And the big name that impacts us is Tyler Linderbaum. Tyler Linderbaum is the best free agent available at a position that it feels like the Lions could really need. They no longer have Frank Ragnow. He was an anchor on the offensive line, and Linderbaum is the center, free agent center from the Baltimore Ravens, which means he could be had in free agency to the highest bidder, or whichever. I guess it's not necessarily the highest bidder, but whoever puts together an offer that he prefers. So with that said, we now await to find out what the Ravens are going to do. It's a 2-week period, which means there can be some negotiations on an extension. So, once you decide you're going to tag a player, I'm pretty sure you can continue to negotiate. And then in the end, before the season starts,
work out a long-term
deal.
deal.
If you don't work out a long-term deal, that player plays for 1 year for you on the average of the top 5 at the position. Most people project that Linderbaum will be in the $18 million range. Could be more, could be less. It just depends on the bidding. People think if he gets to the open market and doesn't get tagged, that John Harbaugh, and he will not let him escape. His former coach in Baltimore will sign him up there with the Giants. Linderbaum is listed as the 3rd best free agent available on an updated list. With free agency now being something like 3 weeks away. We have a 2-week tag period, and then free agency starts in 3 weeks. So if Baltimore decides not to franchise tag him, meaning they don't want to pay him that kind of money or would rather spend it somewhere else, and Linderbaum hits the open market, he is listed as the 3rd best free agent, and ESPN lists the best team fit for him as the New York Giants. So there you go. There's the John Harbaugh thing. Gator, are there any other tag players that we should take great interest in, do you think, that the Lions might want to go after?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't gone through the list of those players that are eligible for it. It just seems like the Lions are in hell when it comes to salary cap.
They got some work to do.
They have work to do before they can even start to dream. And I think once they get the work done, then they can start filling some spots. And I think we'll be probably surprised at how much cap space they're able to clear out. Mm-hmm. But will Tyler Linderbaum be part of it? I don't know. Something tells me he's just destined to go to the Giants and go play for his old coach, and it's a young up-and-coming team, and just go there.
Maybe this will help. There are 10 players in the NFL that ESPN's projecting would likely get tagged or could get tagged.
Okay.
Kyle Pitts, the tight end from the Atlanta Falcons. Trey Hendrickson, the defensive end from Cincinnati. George Pickens, the wide receiver from Dallas. Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce, the quarterback and wide receiver from the Indianapolis Colts. Devin Lloyd, the linebacker from Jacksonville. Travis Etienne, the running back from Jacksonville. Odefe Owa, the outside linebacker from the Chargers. Anybody else? I don't want to read this whole list because some teams have two. They're not going to get a kicker. Kenneth Walker could get tagged. I mean, Trey Hendrickson's a name that's come up in Detroit so much.
I mean, that's the only one that interests me out of that list.
But given his injuries and his age and what he would cost.
Well, SpotTrack has his market value at $25 million.
I'm a hard no on Trey Hendrickson as of right now. Like, he got hurt and missed a bunch of last year. He's reached that point in his career where a lot of edge rushers, their production goes down. There's a few exceptions. But when you get north of 30, I feel like you'd be paying Trey Hendrickson for what he did and not what he's about to do.
Well, the first thing I'd have to ask myself is, what is the cost? And if the cost is beyond what you're willing to pay, then you just move on from there. Now, if you think you can get a deal on him, then go ahead and kick the tires. But I don't think they're going to get a deal on Trey Hendrickson. And it's just that simple to pass him over and move on to the next. Because, I mean, to your point, he is coming off of injuries the last couple of years. Prior to that, he had a ridiculous sack total for the previous 2 seasons, where he led the National Football League. But now he's starting to break down a little bit. He's over 31 years old now. Does it make more sense? Would you rather spend $25 million in Trey Hendrickson or spend $8 or $9 million in El-Khadim Muhammad?
El-Khadim Muhammad. I really would. And there's no question that Trey Hendrickson at his best is way more the player that El-Khadim Muhammad is. El-Khadim Muhammad on the open market is being projected as roughly an $8 million player. And that works. I mean, that could work for me, depending on, what else they were able to do in free agency. And, we're in this weird place where we're spending money that isn't available because the Lions don't have available money, but they do have, the ability to restructure and let some guys go to creeps and cap space. All right, I mentioned the big name. At number 38, best fit, Detroit Lions, edge rusher, Joey Bosa. Lions had 16 sacks on third down last season, tied for 15th most in the league, so Detroit could add Bosa to elevate its sub-package pass rush. Bosa fits well opposite Aiden Hutchinson with the speed to power production and the effort level to clean up late in plays.
Yeah, I'd rather have El-Khadim Muhammad.
Would you?
Because he's more productive. Joey Bosa, at one point in time, Joey Bosa was a guy.
Yep.
Right? I mean, he started off his career, he was incredible, had 13 sacks his rookie season, had a couple more double-digit sack totals, but the last one came in 2021 when he had 11.
The last double-digit sack.
Yeah, then he's been hurt. Played 5 games in 2022, had 3 sacks. Played 9 games in 2023, had 7. Played 14 games in 2024, had 5. Played 15 games last year and had 5.
Mm-hmm.
More production comes from El-Khadim Muhammad, and also at a predicted lower cost. The SpotTrack estimate on Joey Bosa, the market value says $13.7 million.
Yeah, that's way too much for me. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's way too much for many people in the league. I could be wrong. Bosa at the right price, as they put it, as a sub-edge rusher, as a role player. If you're getting Joey Bosa here in 2026 at the age of 30, and I think he turns 31 during next season, you are not paying peak Joey Bosa money. And I'm actually probably wouldn't pay 13.738. Now, to the Lions' credit, and what they're going to be able to do is they're going to be able to see the whole picture. How do we build the most complete roster we can build when we renegotiate, when we make our cuts? What does our budget look like? And what are our priorities? I have zero interest in Joey Bosa at 13.7. I have a lot more interest in Joey Bosa as a role player. And Joey Bosa feels to me like the kind of guy that won't go early in free agency. Mm-hmm. He will be a second or third wave player.
You'll be a Chris Bassett, Justin Verlander pickup late in the process.
Yes, that's exactly what, obviously, what the Tigers just did. But in the case of Bosa, if he goes first wave, I'm not interested. But if he's still in the market when we're getting ready for training camp, if he's still out there, I think that's a phone call you could make. Now, El-Khadim Muhammad had a really, really nice year for Detroit, far exceeded an expectation. Is it repeatable? At his age, I don't think he's going to get a ton of term. So it's just something to keep in mind and to look for.
Well, his pressure rate based on the number of plays that he was in on, it's really impressive.
It is. It's an outlier in his career,
Yeah.
but it is really impressive.
But he may not be the guy that plays every down, but if they use him like they did last year, then that's great. And that doesn't stop them from going out and getting somebody else. And there's a lot of edge rushers this year in the free agent class. I mean, a lot of them. There's high-end guys, and then there's guys that have potential, like Al-Qadim Muhammad had potential, right? There's a ton of these guys. So I would hold off. I certainly wouldn't go for and you're not swinging big, because if I'm going to swing big, it's going to be for an offensive lineman, specifically a center, whether it's Linderbaum or somebody else that's available. Go get that. I'm not interested in Joey Bosa. It would have to be, like you said, it would have to be one of these last-minute free agent signings that is very low risk, high reward, and go ahead and take that chance. That's fine.
Yep.
But I think there are plenty other names out there that are guys we've talked about before. Your Arden Keys, your Tier Gross Matos. There's a lot of guys on this list that would make more sense than throwing a bunch of money at one of these guys.
So a lot of people like other centers that are available. We'll tell you where they're projected to go, plus the one Lion that's on the top 50 free agent list, what it says about him, and where he may or may not be next year. We will get to that today at 10:50 here on Karsch and Anderson 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so we're talking a lot about the NFL because franchise tag day, the window opens today, and there's, the Lions, there's nobody the Lions are going to franchise most likely, but if you look around the league, there are players that they might have interest in that they would possibly franchise, possibly get franchised. Then ESPN also put together a list of the top 50 free agents and the best team fit. CBS did this a few weeks ago, and the Lions didn't get any mention. Nobody was considered a best fit to the Lions, which sucked. But I also think it's an acknowledgement that the Lions right now, under their current construct, have no money to spend. They have got to redo contracts, and they've got to release some people to create some cap space. Some of that cap space will be taken up by their own guys. So it's hard to project them being a big spender, which, by the way, is fine if they're not going to be a big spender. CBS has data from the last 10 years that the correlation between how much money you spend, it doesn't correlate to winning and losing. In fact, the winning percentage is going down for the teams that spend the most money in free agency. If you look last year, for instance, and you got to be a little bit careful because of the causation of it, because the teams with the most money to spend are probably bad teams to begin with, right? So they're trying to patch holes in free agency. But the top 5, here you go, the last 10 years, the winning percentage of the top 5 free agent spending teams, year in and year out. So whoever the top 5 were in a given season. So the last 10 seasons, this is 50 teams. Their winning percentage is .471. And the bottom 6, it's .508. So it's not correlating to winning, but I also think it would warrant a deeper dive into who are the teams that have the most cap space.
I think last year might be an outlier. It seems to me that the Patriots had a mess load of money to spend, and they ended up getting the Super Bowl. But
they were one of the teams that did. Yes.
And typically, I think because that's a team it's a bad team, right? Going into free agency last year. And they're also young teams are typically going to be on this list, teams that have a bunch of guys that are on their first contracts. So now you've got all this money to spend, and things change quickly because the Lions used to be one of those teams too.
So they have a decade worth of data. Last year's Super Bowl teams, the Seattle and New England, both ranked in the top 5 in offseason spending. But they are by far the exception and not the rule.
And neither team spent that much on a quarterback. Darnold didn't cost that much.
Well, he cost. I mean, let me take a look here.
Well, he's not a $50 million quarterback.
No, he's not a $50 million quarterback, but he took up a reasonable amount of cap space.
$25 million or something.
Yeah, whatever it is. So, with that said, I guess we use that as a precursor to don't get too worried about if they're not spending in free agency. There are other ways to build the team, and the Lions clearly aren't a team that throws big money at players as much.
Well,
at their own players. They throw them at their own players. But Connor McGovern is the 35th best free agent. He is a center, best fit going back to Buffalo, according to ESPN. They're right. McGovern is still in his prime, and the Bills can re-sign him as a centerpiece of a front in Coach Joe Brady's offense. McGovern was a steady blocker and has a 97.2 pass block win rate, tied for second amongst 31 qualifying centers last season. I don't think he's going to cost that much less than Linderbaum, to be honest with you.
Well, if I'm looking at the Spot Track market value, Tyler Linderbaum is $17.7 million, and Connor McGovern is $16.2. So they have him as less, but not by much. It's like $1 million less and 1.5 less. And there are other players if you look at the players they have listed above $10 million. So you have those two. Then there's Ethan Posich from Cleveland and Cade Mays from Carolina. Posich is going to make 10. The projected market value is 10.6. Mays is 12.2. And I think those are the only ones valued at over $10 million. Now, there was a player who was just released by Miami, James Daniels, who's the interior offensive lineman, play guard, play center as well. They don't have a value for him, but he's listed at number 1 on the list for the centers.
Ahead of Linderbaum?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know how this is listed, so it's just
What's
strange.
His name?
James Daniels. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's based on the previous salary, what they had.
Okay.
So Daniels made $8 million, which is more than anybody made last year as a center.
Well, Cade Mays made the list at number 43, and his best fit is Arizona. The one Lion that made it at number 50 is Alex Anzalone. Best fit, Tampa.
Tampa.
They write, Levante David is a free agent, and Coach Todd Bowles needs more from his inside linebackers. Anzalone is quick to key the run, and Bowles is one of the best at scheming his linebackers on pressure stunts. Tampa can add another productive veteran on defense here. Anzalone had 2.5 sacks and 8 pass breakups in Detroit last season. And he just had a weird interaction. Kang, what were the details of his interaction with the Lions social media team?
Yeah, the Lions posted up on Valentine's Day, not all breakups are bad, right? And they posted a bunch of pass breakups from, I think it was the Bears game. And Anzalone had retweeted it or requoted, quote tweeted it and said, I had like a career high pass breakups in that game and not one highlight was mine. And so obviously he felt slighted by the social media team. Someone wrote back to Anzalone, hey man, we love you here in Detroit. Anzalone replied, apparently not the social media team. So there seems to be some pretty hard feelings at the end of
with some smiling, laughing, crying.
Sure, but I mean, you don't even put anything at
I'm
all,
just saying,
right?
just put it all in perspective so everybody understands the context, because some people are taking that to mean as he was just saying it in jest, but yet everything was taken down.
Yeah, why would you take it down, right? I
Take
mean,
it
so
for what
take
you
it,
will.
yeah, take it for what you will, exactly. But that's what happened over the weekend. So it seems like, obviously, he was at the beginning of the year. Remember during camp and all that stuff, he wasn't there because he was hurt. People thought it was kind of like a silent holdout or whatever, and then he got
gave him
a
a little bump.
bonus, little bump, and then he played the year. But it seems like his time here is done in Detroit.
They haven't paid him like he's been a really well-loved player, and yet he is a really well-loved player. He just hasn't been paid like it.
No, they gave him the extension, though. Remember when he first got here? So he got the extension. But then when Derek Barnes made more than him, his new contract, that was kind of a sign, plus the Jack Campbell sign or drafting. And
Yeah.
I think all signs point to they're moving on.
At some and they should at some point. And it seems like now it's going to be that time because he's a free agent. I can't see why they would re-sign him. I like Alex Anzalone a lot, but I think if you're Alex Anzalone, this is probably the last contract you're getting in the NFL. Go get the money, play for your family, set them up, and if that means you're playing in Tampa or with the Jets, which wouldn't surprise me, to go play for Aaron Glenn.
For people who don't like any of these plans that we're talking about, or why would you let him walk? Or that, remember that you've got to find ways to make things work under the cap, and there's going to be a position or two that's going to make us all uncomfortable. There's going to be a position or two where they're going to go for cost savings, not because that's the best player available, but because what they have in house or who they signed on the cheap, they think has a chance to exceed what their market value is. And like, for instance, I won't be surprised at all if they don't touch the corner market, because they're going to go, look, we drafted Terrion Arnold and we drafted Amik Robertson, not Amik Robertson, Ennis Rakestraw, sorry. And we're aware that they have been hurt. We're fully aware that they have not lived up to their high, lofty draft ranking, but we got to try and figure something out elsewhere. We need to spend money elsewhere. So we're going to hope that these guys come through. So
Come through healthy is number one. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, a little bit of a free agency primer here as we get set for the NFL's off season. We'll get some college basketball stuff next hour. It is Fat Tuesday. Kang asked a question here I didn't know the answer to about Fat Tuesday. Perhaps you will. We will get to that at 11:05 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by the Mike Morris Law Firm. Texas Rangers star Marcus Semien also serves on the MLB Union Subcommittee. He told the media today it's his impression Union boss Tony Clark resigned due to the financial investigation being conducted by the government and MLB lockout expected next season. Clark's spring training tour was due to start today as well, but it was abruptly canceled. Michigan basketball back on the floor tonight for the first time as a number one team since 2013. They have Purdue on the road at 6:30. MSU has an 8:30 tip-off against UCLA at home as well, marking the return of Xavier Booker to East Lansing. The Red Wings will be back on the practice ice today for the first time since their Olympic break started. Here's what Tom McClellan thought after last game. We'll resume the season a week from this Thursday at Ottawa. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore hopes to have various criminal charges lifted this afternoon as he's due back in court at 2 o'clock. Adam Schefter says Seattle Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker is unlikely to be franchise tagged. Teams can begin tagging players a week from today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Kang and Kenny behind the glass, running things. Thanks for being with us here on a Tuesday. Feedback coming in regarding the NFL free agency talk, which it's going to start picking up steam here. We've got 2 weeks for the franchise tags to be handed out. We'll find out what players are staying with their own teams and which ones might hit the open market. And there is some interest. Certainly Tyler Linderbaum's a big name. It's hard to imagine. I just don't know that I can see a way that the Lions could finagle enough cap space to do everything else that they probably want to do and get Tyler Linderbaum. But at the end of the day, we pay attention. Supply and demand. There's actually, I think, quite a few centers available in free agency. If it's something they decide they want to address in free agency, the supply is there.
It looks like it. So the question is, how many of those options are better than what they had last year? I don't have the answer to that, but surely the Lions
feels like there's quite a few.
Yeah, I think it looks that way. So go get one of them, and an upgrade's an upgrade. You may want to have the best of the best, but you may not be able to afford it. So
that doesn't mean you can't get better than you were.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Repurpose some people and have a battle for the guard spots.
And meanwhile, we're still waiting to hear from Taylor Decker.
Feedback coming in. Eric writes in, give Mohammed a contract with a market value salary and then add incentives to it to encourage him to keep replicating this past season he had. Benefits both sides. Well, only if somebody else is just going to guarantee him the money without incentives. I mean, what you said makes a ton of sense. And if that's the best contract offer he has, then he'll probably take it. But if you make it too incentive laden and somebody says, now we're guaranteeing the whole thing, he's probably going to take the guarantees.
It's funny because we get that text a lot, guys. Well, just make it incentives. Well, yeah, that works out great for the team. Everyone would love that. If that was the deal, then there'd be no contract disputes. But that's not how it works. The guys, the employee, they want their guaranteed money. Like, what am I getting for sure? And that's the way it works. So,
I mean, think about it. Whatever this person does for a living, if you're in sales or whatever, and you're guaranteed a salary, or you have to work for the salary. I mean, it's all based on your number of sales you do.
Depends how you incentivize, of course, but everybody's going to want the guaranteed money. There's no question about that. But can you add simple accelerators in the contract? Hey, if you play 4 games, you get $1 million. If you play 8 games, there's another $1 million. If you play, do it something like that. They're easy to reach incentives.
Yep.
And then with some really toothsome ones at the end that would make sense to really up the contract. Okay, but those things don't happen. It just doesn't happen that way.
Next text from Steve in Bloomfield Hills. What about the Lions' 6th-round pick from last year? Hammond or something like that is his name. The Lions liked him. It's not Hammond.
You mean the assassin?
Yeah. Ahmed Hassanin or Hassanine. But whatever it is, it's I mean, he could play a factor.
I think he could play a big
When we talk about areas of savings, okay, if you look at, if they decide they need a safety because they're worried about Branch and Kirby Joseph and that's where their free agent money is going to go, and they need a center because Ragnow's not coming back and they need to get their offense back to as effective as it was, and those are their two big ticket items, that means they're willing to roll the dice with an Ahmed Hassanin or Pascal. I know that brings eye rolls at this point,
It does.
but at the end of the day, I think Pascal's a free agent, actually, isn't he? I think he's a free agent.
I'm not sure there was something funky with his deal and with Unzarique's deal that makes them not necessarily free agents, but they could be released.
Okay. Bottom line is, then they'll be rolling the dice with Hassanin. Yes. Next text here to the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. This one's interesting from an unnamed texter. I am 90% certain Trey Hendrickson was not hurt last year. He no longer wants to play for Cincinnati. If he got traded, he would have played last year. Well, if that is true, and that would warrant further investigation, that certainly would alleviate some of the fears, but I don't.
If he wasn't hurt, they would have traded him.
You think?
I think.
You think they would have got an offer they wanted?
I think he got hurt right before the deadline, if I'm not mistaken. It was a couple weeks before the deadline. And so, I mean, what purpose is that? I mean, I get Cincinnati's just a train wreck of an organization right now.
Feels like they mess up everything.
Yeah. They have a mess load of cap space right now. The thought is they may actually tag him, Trey Hendrickson. But, I mean, Trey Hendrickson, it also sounds like he's been held prisoner for the last couple seasons there.
Right.
That he's wanted out. He's wanted a new contract. They won't do this. They won't do that. And if they end up franchising him, it wouldn't be the worst thing for Trey Hendrickson for 1 year to get the big payout because of the money that edge rushers have gotten over the last couple of years. I mean, that payout for the 1 year is going to be right around $30 million, I think.
Next text, and I'm not sure what this text is referencing. They just wrote, unnamed texter, the Lions don't have a complete roster. The Bears spent money and won the division. The Bears spent more money than the Lions last year, yes. No, the Lions don't have a complete roster. They have a very competitive roster, and they have but I don't know what this is referencing. I don't know. Maybe somebody could send another text and clarify what they're talking about. Bears did spend more money than the Lions. Bears are coming from, and it goes back to the causation thing. Why are certain teams spending more money? Because they have fewer of their own players worth keeping. I mean, the Lions committed a ton of money last year on extending their own players. That they did do.
Franchise tag for a defensive end is $27 million.
So that's what they'd have to spend to keep Hendrickson?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm doing the show in Cincinnati, I don't think I want to do that. But, hey. All right. Kang had a question about punchkis. And I don't know. I feel like on this show, between the two of us, you would be the punchki expert. But I also don't think... Well, right, between the two of us.
Because I'm the fat guy talking about a Fat Tuesday.
No.
Thanks a lot, Doug.
Yeah. You said that. I did not say that. I don't even dig on donuts. So, but
I'm the fat guy. I got to dig on donuts.
You like donuts.
I really do.
He loves them.
Krispy Kreme.
I'm using that as my evidence, not
I
your
don't have them
size.
often anymore, but
not your stature.
There's some out here, I think.
Damn, I saw some punchies out there.
All right, Kang, ask your question because I have no idea.
All right, this is a legit question. Seriously, I do not know the answer. Forgive my ignorance. Can you buy punchkis all year round, right? Like, could I have bought a punchki last week?
I think you can.
Okay.
I think I've seen them at like a Kroger, I think.
Okay, yeah, I think so too. And you could buy them tomorrow and Friday as well, right?
Sure.
But people are lined up at 3 a.m. today?
Because today's the Fat Tuesday. What is it? I don't look. I'm not Catholic, so I don't know the whole Lent thing, which is all tied to, and I don't know. Is today the first day of Lent, or what is it? What do we got?
Tomorrow is
tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah,
Ash Wednesday.
Starts tomorrow.
So today is the day that you load up on whatever you can because tomorrow it's a whole different ball game, right?
So there's a few things here.
Is that the
well? It depends. If you're
genesis of Fat Tuesday?
When Lent comes around, you can give up whatever you want. You
Yeah,
can
it
give
doesn't
up
have to be
swear
done. Yeah.
words. You can give up.
Right, but
I had a
people-
friend who gave up listening to the radio when driving in his car. which I thought was odd.
Wow,
Because
what raw
most
dog,
people,
huh?
most people try to.
That was from a friend.
Most people try to. Most people try to give up something that's good for them, but you're not required to do it. You're just giving up. It's a sacrifice you make during Lent. But I don't. That was the only one that I thought of where somebody was like, I'm just giving up something I like to do. But in the case of this, Kank's point is valid. Like, I could have bought my punchkis yesterday and not lined up at 3 a.m. or 2 days ago and not lined up at 3 a.m. I mean, are you worried about them going stale?
I don't know.
So I brought up to Kenny too, and Kenny had an interesting thought. He thought like it's like Valentine's Day. You could buy a romantic card or flowers any day leading up to Valentine's Day, but that day, I'm sure flower shops and Hallmark or the shows, they're slammed, right?
I suppose there's some truth to that.
You buy a hot dog roller any day of the week.
Well, is there
what relevance does that have to what we're talking about?
I just thought I would throw Kenny a bone there with the hot dog roller and Valentine's Day.
So no relevance whatsoever.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
You are the fat guy in the show.
Me.
But yeah, I just wondered because this morning there's WWJ's doing these reports from the bakery, and they're just from Grand Rapids, 3 a.m. I'm like, couldn't you have bought them yesterday? Or
right?
Am I wrong? I don't know.
Can you get a punchki in August?
I think you can.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm never in the market, and you don't know either.
No, I don't know either. If it's just like it's just a designation, I guess, that this is the start of or the last day that people would.
So it's all.
If you're going to give up sugar, then I guess today's probably
It's all symbolic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is our best guess. Somebody will correct us if we're wrong. If you can't get a punchki in August, great. But I don't know the rules of punchki making and consuming. If it's only allowed this time of year.
I wonder if people are infuriated.
Is it just a jelly donut? Is it just a bigger jelly donut?
Oh, here we go.
Oh no.
I shouldn't have. My apologies. Strike it from the record. We don't want to start that debate. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, we all know how brutal these winter mornings have been, but fortunately, we're starting to see the weather change, which is great. But with the temperatures dropping into single digits, your furnace was working overtime. Do not wait for a breakdown in the middle of a deep freeze to find out that your system just can't keep up. So whether you need an emergency repair or a high-efficiency upgrade, the experts at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. And they've been keeping me and the rest of the community comfortable for years with fast professional services that you can trust. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater or boiler or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Brandon in Shelby Township, you're on 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
So to Kang's point, you can get a punchki anytime you want, but if you've ever had the ones from Kroger, they are disgusting. They are like stale, and it tastes like they were just manufactured. But it's like getting like a nice pizza. Like if you go to like a donut place or like a nice bakery, it's like getting a Jet's pizza versus like a Kroger's like a hot and ready. You know.
So can I go to a nice bakery anytime during the year and get punchkis?
I don't know. I'm like that. I don't know because I don't really go to bakeries unless it's like a special holiday. But I would probably say no because I mean the one time I went to the bakery when they first opened on Punchki Day, they were just rolling them out like by the dozens, and so I don't really think you can get one at a bakery all the time.
Well, I got a lot of feedback on this, Brandon. Thank you very much. It was just Kang's curiosity today. Can you get these things year round? As someone whose niece makes them for a Kroger and dreads this time of year, no, there is basically 1 month period where they're available. That's from Doug in Rochester. But then we get this one, year-round punchki, Bart's Bakery in Dearborn. John in a truck. Kroger only sells punchkis for the month of February. They are not sold year-round.
I just did a quick Google search, and there are several things. Just a reminder, you can get punchkis 365 days a year.
Okay.
The bakeries, you can find them year-round at specialized Polish bakeries, or you can make them at home.
Well, here, Jody in New Haven, you can get them all year round at the New Palace Bakery in Hamtramck. So it sounds like, to answer the question, specialty bakeries, yes, you can get them year round, like a standalone bakery. Kroger or Walmart or Costco or wherever else you might go, no. Seems to be the feedback.
More seasonal, right?
Yep. Steve in Kentucky. Hey, Doug, what do you think about the cheating scandal in the curling at the Olympics? I find it hysterically entertaining, personally.
There's nothing funny about going past the hog line.
I thought you cared, Doug.
I do, but I don't care that much that I love a good F off, which is what the Canadian, I guess he wasn't even their captain, said. But you know why I don't care is, I really don't care is because I can't imagine how much it actually helped or hurt. It obviously is a rule for a reason.
It's like it gave a little boop.
Yeah. How
Can't do it.
You can't do it. You're not allowed to touch it when it goes
Then
past the hog line.
just
Everybody
remove the
knows
stone. Just remove the stone. Well, you can never touch the granite part. You can only touch
Well,
the
never.
handle.
Never.
Yep.
Never. Only the handle, Doug.
Yes. So how do I feel about it? I'm entertained by it. I am very entertained by it. And I do want to know if the Canadians were actually up to something, because the fact that it came back and happened with the women's team.
So is it still going on?
Yeah. Curling takes forever in the Olympics. It is curling. It starts like 3 days before the opening ceremonies.
How many games are going to play?
Everybody plays everybody in a round robin, and it feels like everybody has a curling
God,
team.
how many teams are there?
There's a lot. I don't know, 10. Play one a day.
And everybody's got to play everybody?
Yeah.
Why?
That's the format, dude.
Because it doesn't take any, because they run 4 games at once.
Yeah.
Is that like a dream of yours to go to the Olympics and just sit and watch live curling?
The plan has been put together to be in the French Alps in 2030. Doug wants to be there. I'll be asking for a lot more than a month off in 2030.
How expensive do you think the seats are at the hog line?
Dude, I got to tell you, I'm scared as to how much a trip like this will cost. I mean, if you were to think of where would be one of the most expensive places to hold the Winter Olympics, French Alps would be near the top of the list.
Probably not cheap.
No.
But
we're sending. We know we got a reconnaissance team going over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going over to go skiing on spring break, and then we're going to report back.
Oh, I thought maybe they're going to purchase a chalet.
No, but we put together the math. How much money you got to put away a week for 4 years? That's how I bought my first house. I was putting away money to go to the Sydney Games, and then that plan fell through, and I took the money and bought a house instead.
That was wise money spent.
Probably. Let's go to Matt on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Doug and Gator? So I agree with you guys, or Gator. I really wouldn't be looking at Henderson or Bosa either. Prone to injuries, cost too high. And then, Doug, you stole my thunder. I guess someone else asked you. I called Gator yesterday and chunked the Canadians for the cheating and the curling.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask you what you felt about it. because you're the big curling guy.
I am the big curling guy, and yet I have no idea how that really impacted anything. And I just love that curling has every player mic'd up at all times, and the mics are always hot. There is no other sport like this, and because of that, we got to experience that whole interaction. And I bet stuff like that goes down in all sports, and I would love to hear it all. It's like a behind-the-scenes thing. It was so entertaining to me.
I'm not saying curling is dumb. Because I don't know anything about it, but I think it's like cheating in sports, like NFL, baseball. That's heard of. I've never expected cheating in a curling match.
No. And look, I'm not trying to sell people on how great it is. I just find it damn entertaining. And I think if you sample it and pay attention to the strategy, but I'm not, everybody do with your own time what you want. Kang, you can't stop laughing back there. Thank you, Matt.
What a way to start off the sentence. I'm not saying it's dumb.
You wanted to, though. That's right.
So wanted
You
to.
don't say that unless you
I'm not
want
going
to.
to tell you it's dumb, but
That's why I was laughing. I'm like, just say it.
Kang says it.
Yeah.
I think those are your exact words.
Yeah, I said curling is dumb.
Yeah.
You know why I don't enjoy it either, Doug? Like, I like all the other events because I think there's a risk factor with the other events. There's zero risk factor in curling if you could do it drunk and probably still get away with doing it.
you can risk getting banned for life if you go past the hog line.
So I'm going to
That's
guess.
different. That's a moral thing.
I'm going to guess that you don't think golf should be in the summer games.
Well, no, because the other games, there's a lot of games in golf in the summer games that there are no risk of like death or serious injury.
Well, the
but
Winter
I think
Games
Winter Olympics is about
Winter-
risk of
a lot of
serious
risk.
injury.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's what makes it fun.
Overexertion, things like that.
Yep.
I mean,
Well,
we're throwing 40-pound stones on ice.
Not,
We're
not even throwing.
them.
They're
No,
sliding.
sliding.
We're sliding
Yeah.
along.
Sliding.
You're at the sliding center. Is that the sliding center, or is that
no, sliding centers.
that's
where the
sorry? That's Mono
skeleton
Bob and
skeleton Bob and
Those are
Luge.
dangerous, dude. That's dangerous.
Dude. I mean, it is, but most of them know what they're doing. When we were up north, Goosh said he's done skeleton. My cousin's husband, Goosh, he's done skeleton. He did it at the Vancouver game site. And he said the amazing thing is you get going so fast, you can't lift your head up. You don't see where you're going because the G-forces are so incredible. But hey, man,
sign me up.
Hey, I love the topic a few weeks ago. If you could do one of these sports, which would you do? And curling was a popular answer. Where you could be you could do it and not look like a total way out of your league moron.
No, you would. Because, I mean, the reality is when you watch it, it is amazing the skill that it takes to know, how far to turn the thing and how much pressure to put on the rock to get it to go the exact distance you want it. Obviously, things change when you're scrub brushing the ice before it gets there and all that. But it is kind of impressive that they're that accurate with it.
I mean, when you get some of the shots late in an end where you're multiple ricochets off and you could, I think it gets fascinating, but all right. It's not for everybody. Feedback coming in regarding the Lions. This from an unnamed texter. We do not want El Quadin Muhammad back. We had him last year and he still sucked.
He did 11 quarterback sacks. That sucks.
Yeah.
A high pressure rate. That sucks.
Yeah. I mean, we could debate. There is a little bit of concern that his quarterback sacks, and I can think of a couple of examples, were like Amani Awarie's interceptions.
Where it came in bunches.
Where, they were
And
thrown
balls.
right to him. Like he's running downfield in coverage and somebody overthrows the underneath receiver and it happens to go right to Amani Awarie where he wasn't even the man in coverage on the play.
Look, I don't think
that happened 4 of his 6 interceptions the one year, and he's had, I think, 1 interception since.
There was a story, and I think it was the Free Press yesterday, about how Aiden Hutchinson is doing some stumping for El Quadin Muhammad. He calls him Quan. He'd love to have Quan back. And because there's production, he sees him every day in practice. He understands of what there is. I'm not saying go out and pay El Quadin Muhammad $20 million a year. And I don't think any team out there is going to. If the market value for him is $8 million, there's a big savings to be had from a guy who has been productive rushing with the Detroit Lions And maybe he's just figured things out, the Detroit Lions, a lot like, Kyle Van Noy figured things out when he left the Lions. He sucked for the Lions, but he was good after he left.
Right.
So maybe that's just the case. Different change of scenery. Now he's in Detroit, and it works with a good team to have, Hutchinson on the other side and the coaches that know how to use him. And if he comes at a discounted cost compared to other players, now for him, it's going to be life-changing money for him. This is the time for him to strike while the iron's hot. He should go for the biggest price.
Mm-hmm.
But what's that price going to be? If it's $8-9 million and you can afford it, do it. Bring him back.
Well, there's nothing that I'm going to say that every NFL team doesn't know. They watch every snap, okay? They will sit down and figure out, okay, how many of his 11.5 sacks were product of the defense, and how many of it, right place, right time, and how many of them did he actually earn? Gator?
Doug?
2 big college basketball games tonight for Michigan State and Michigan. We will get to that at 11:32 here on Karsch Anderson on 97.1. All right, so a couple college basketball games coming up for Michigan and Michigan State. Tuesday night, you know what's funny? So I was driving back yesterday from skiing, and
word nugget's funny.
The word nugget is funny, as you like to point out. Driving back from skiing yesterday, sun's out, it's 50 degrees, and when we start getting this thaw, that's March Madness weather.
Yeah,
and we're getting close. And Michigan State expected to be prominent players. In fact, the Wolverines just bumped up to number 1 in the country. Michigan State coming off a rough game at Wisconsin. And look, Wisconsin's really, really good. They have some of the best wins in the Big Ten. They won at Michigan. They won at Illinois. I don't think they were getting the amount of love that they deserved. And they're so hard to defend because they can shoot 1 through 5. And I feel like Izzo has built what should have been a more complete team, and it is incomplete. And it's incomplete because Jace Richardson went pro earlier than he expected, because Trey Holloman, do you see what Trey Holloman's shooting from beyond the arc down at NC State?
No.
It's over 40%.
Of course he is.
Yeah, and you know, one transfer they got, name escapes me, got hurt, but there's
Ugochukwu.
No, the other one. I think he got hurt before the season started. The point being, Izzo's team, he built what I thought in 25, 26 was going to be a pretty good team. They're still pretty good. They had a chance to be so much better. And one of those players that was, Xavier Booker's coming back for UCLA tonight. And I could they still get hot and make noise in March? Of course they can.
Well, if they could play like they did to start the season, and you think back to then when Jackson Kohler was knocking everything down behind the arc, but they haven't had anybody really step up. And there were times in the beginning of the year or the first 10 games of the year that it looked like Kurt Teng was going to be a guy that was going to knock down shots. They had Jordan Scott was knocking down some shots early, and then nobody was knocking any shots.
Right.
All you had was Jeremy Fears going to the rack. He'd make the layup, or he'd get fouled and make a bunch of free throws. But now lately, his style of play, frankly, leaves a lot to be desired. I'm disappointed with that style. I don't like it at all. But Michigan State has got to find a way to get guys open to knock down the open shots, because at this level, you should be able to knock down open shots. But they're not even knocking down the open ones, let alone the ones that are contested.
I always look at teams and ask, do they have a chance? What kind of chance do they have to get better? And I think Michigan State is one of those teams that has a chance to get better. And a big part of this is Jackson Kohler to me. I just feel like Jackson Kohler, if he can get a more consistent stroke back, and he's been better. I mean, it was better against Illinois, but I feel like he is kind of the wild card in this whole thing. If they get good Jackson Kohler, that could be a team that could be a problem. How do you feel about Xavier Booker coming back? I mean, Izzo called for sign of respect. Shout out, Tom.
Right. I mean, he hasn't done much for UCLA this year. He's contributing like 7 points a game. He's playing 20 minutes a game. So he's playing more than he did at Michigan State, where he was, I think last year was just under 13 minutes a game. But it's whatever. This is today's college athletics. Guys hit the portal, they transferred, and for a variety of reasons. I wouldn't boo him just because did he contribute much for Michigan State? Is he contributing much for UCLA? It's not like you lost a star player. Now, maybe things change if he stays there for another year and he becomes a stud next year. Then worry about it next year. But right now, it doesn't affect me one way or the other. Trey Holloman, that one hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, he's shooting it.
Yeah, and yes, Jace Richardson going pro, that hurts. That hurts a lot.
Other game tonight, number 1 Michigan at number 7 Purdue. Yesterday at the press conference, Dusty May addressed the Yaxel Lundenberg video that went crazy with him saying F Purdue. It was a video he made for a friend. Like,
was he a curler on the off day?
Yeah, right. Said it's a learning moment for Yaks, and that if you got to be careful and just remember you're pretty much always being recorded. And that one he did, I guess, as a joke for a friend, but it certainly will get used against him. As far as the game is concerned tonight, things to watch for Michigan and Duke. One is foul trouble, and specifically with Morez Johnson. Dusty said after the Northwestern game where they got down by 16, when Morez is getting into early foul problems, it can be an issue, which brings us to who does he guard? Because Trey Kaufman-Renn, one of the bigs for Purdue, is a power forward, old school, back to the basket, leads the league in rushing kind of player. Like, he is a very physical player. And if, Morez Johnson goes against him, that is going to be a battle of two incredibly strong players. But if the whistle goes against him, he could get in foul trouble, and that is a bit of a problem. The other thing, Purdue's bigs don't take a lot of threes, and Michigan, when teams like Wisconsin could shoot it 1 through 5, and Northwestern used that a little bit. Wisconsin's bigs were 8 of 14 from 3 against Michigan. Now, it makes me wonder if Jack Benner is going to play the 4 a little bit for them, because he can come off the bench and shoot it for Purdue. And that'll be something to watch, whether they try and spread Michigan out. And then there's Braden Smith. He can shoot it. Fletcher Loyer can shoot it. CJ Cox can shoot it. Braden Smith is one of the toughest guards in college basketball. I mean, player 2 guard, because he gets his shot off no matter where he is on the floor and no matter how many people are there. He has this ability to get a shot off in traffic that is really, really impressive. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm excited for this game. I'm excited for this week. Michigan follows up a trip to Purdue with a trip to D.C. to play Duke on Saturday.
Well, Purdue, it seems like they're one of these classic teams that people would expect to make a run in the tournament because of good guard play. Guards can shoot, and they've got an inside-out game, and here they are. They're ranked in the top 10 in the country. It's another good Purdue team. But if they go all Purdue in the tournament, which means not going anywhere, then I guess it doesn't really matter. But, I mean, this is not the same team we saw a couple years ago. Zach Edey was, dominating everything he could do. You just feed the ball to him. He'd either beat you inside or beat you outside. It's a different-looking team. But Michigan has proven they are absolutely the best team in the country. I don't think there's any question they're the number 1 team in the country. But now that they've actually got that accolade on their, hey, we're number 1 now, we're the number 1 ranked team, target's on their back. And it's on their back anyway, because their schedule is for the rest of the regular season, the Big Ten. You're playing tough games almost throughout the remainder of the season. And this is a good time for them because it'll get them prepared for the NCAA tournament.
I'm going to have to go back and look at this, but I feel like in my memory, in recent times, Michigan's been ranked number 1. They've been ranked number 1, and then they've lost immediately. And that's my recollection of it, is as soon as they get to number 1, they lose. I'm going to have to go back and double check that. But they, and as soon as they get to number 1, this time they get at Purdue and Duke. So right. Kind of aligns that way again. But if they make it through this week, that'll be really something. Because this is the gauntlet week. We've talked about this for a while. How they got this, then I think they've got Minnesota, and then at Illinois.
Right, and then they still have Michigan State at the end of the season, and then you got the Big Ten tournament, and then the big tournament.
Yep. So this 4-game stretch. So it's Purdue, Duke, Minnesota, which is a week from tonight, then at Illinois on the Friday night game the week after that. I think that's the same night Michigan State plays at Purdue. So a lot of good late season matchups in the Big Ten. If you want to give us a key to the game or what you're thinking about either, if you're a State fan and you got UCLA on the docket, good time to get back on track after Friday's loss to Wisconsin. If you're a Michigan fan, what are some of the things you're going to be watching for tonight in this battle with Purdue? Get your phone calls and feedback in at 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law. They've been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. To insurance companies, you're just a file, but to them, you're a person. They give your story the respect and dignity it deserves. Get the Bernstein Advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking college basketball? Of course, we will take your phone calls and feedback, as we always do, at 248-539-9797. Kang, you got any thoughts? Sorry, I'm springing on you. You got any thoughts on Michigan State or Michigan playing tonight? Wolverines number 1 now.
I'm at this point in the season that wake me up in March, type tourney time. I've kind of seen what I need to see. I mean, things can change a little bit, but not too drastically for me. I kind of got a feel for both teams, so I'm ready for the tournament, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, the tournament is such a monster, and it's such an entertaining event. And I've always thought it's such a terrible way to determine a national champion, because what other event we let in teams acknowledging that they're just not worthy of playing for a national championship, but they get let in the big dance. But it's so damn entertaining. It's really, really fun. But it kind of sucks all the oxygen out of the regular season of college basketball. Once you know you have a tournament team,
Okay, just let's go.
Yep.
Give me the brackets.
It sucks too because the regular season games mean something, of course. Let's say you're really into it. You watch every game, and you're going to pick a bracket at the end of the year. You're going to fill out a bracket. And you know more than most people in the office. You know more than everybody.
Yep.
But it's a crapshoot. In the end, you might have the worst bracket, and you're like, I watched all the games. I base this off knowledge, and you guys are just parachuting in. And because you like the mascot, you're going further than me.
Yeah, right. So I found this from Michigan's game notes put out by Tom Wyrot regarding them being number 1. Michigan has reached number 1 for the first time since January 30th of 2013, a span of 13 years and 17 days. Prior to 2013's UMLS stint at number 1 came in the Fab Five. So they haven't been at number 1 a whole ton. In that January of 2013, Scott, were we at the Super Bowl in New Orleans? And we watched Michigan play at Indiana? Does that sound right?
That sounds... Michigan, Indiana. Was that in New Orleans? Or was that...
We were in New Orleans.
Were we in Indianapolis?
I think we were in New Orleans. Indiana knocks off number 1 Michigan. There it is. From the story's February 3rd. So the game was... Yeah, I think we were in New Orleans and watched that one. We were at that Super Bowl, which was fun. 248-539-9797. Okay. One of the big stories out of the Olympics is our women's hockey team is on a collision course with the Canadians. Now, apparently, one of the things that our women's hockey team has opted to do is not allow any goals. And that has been very useful. The United States and Canada have had a huge rivalry historically. And meeting up for a gold medal is kind of what everybody wants to see, right?
Yes, everybody does want to see this, even though they matched up last week in the opening rounds anyway, and it was really not competitive. The United States shut them out 5-0. Canada played without their captain and their best player.
Mm-hmm.
See what kind of difference that makes the second time around. But the United States has just been bullying teams, shutting them out every game. They have not given up a goal during this run. It's crazy in the 4 games in the tournament. And they're fun to watch because they're superior. And I just saw something that I think was Matthew Tkachuk had a comment about how good they've been and wanting to make sure that everybody understands it's not because the teams they're playing are bad. It's because they're really good. Helene St. James had this tweet from the Detroit News. Matthew Tkachuk on USA Women's Hockey. They've been beating everybody pretty easily, but it's because of how well they've been playing. It has nothing to do with their opponents. They've been playing at a level women's hockey, from what I've heard, hasn't seen in many, many years. So give some respect to what they've done. It's impressive.
The gold medal game is Thursday. We will be on the air. It starts at 1:10. I'm sure it'll be replayed at night. So people that want to put into effect the bubble,
good
luck.
luck.
Have to turn yourself out on all media types. Look, out of all the women's sports, I feel like this is actually really captured a lot of men. And I mean that in a very complimentary way. I think that I love college softball. I think it's like baseball and a pinball machine, and it moves, and it's really entertaining. The Big Ten's had some good teams, but if like this one, I think it really does move the needle, and I'm glad for that. We don't have enough college women's hockey here locally. There's not a lot of boxes we don't check, and I'm a little surprised. Wayne State had a team back when Sky the DJ worked here. She was a goalie for them.
Yeah,
but in state, are there any other? I don't think there are.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about women's hockey. I know with the professional league that's gained some steam.
They're expanding.
I know that my niece was excited to go watch them play when they played at LCA on a little bit of a tour. And there's absolute interest.
That league's expanding. They're getting a foothold.
There's interest in it.
So anyway, USA, and that could be fun. U.S. and Canada on Thursday. Gator, I want to ask you a question.
Is it a Punchki related question?
It is not a Punchki related question.
Okay.
Recently, we've had 2 events announced in the fight game. We got Ronda Rousey going against Gina Carano.
Yeah.
And we've got Mike Tyson going against Floyd Mayweather.
I didn't know that one.
You didn't?
No. I read about the Rousey Carano one this morning, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? And I couldn't wait to read the story because I wanted the details on how long it's been since either fighter has fought. And for Ronda Rousey, she last fought, I think, in 2016, and she lost. And for Gina Carano, it's been 17 years since she fought. She's only had 8 professional fights. She's 7-1. She got destroyed by Cyborg, Chris Cyborg Santos, and TKO fashion. And that was her only loss. She's 7-1. And she hasn't fought since. She's gone into the acting world. She's done a lot of stuff. She's in Mandalorian, the Fast and Furious saga. She was in one of those. She was in Deadpool 2. And it's interesting because you go back. I can go, King, I'm sure you go back too, when she was the one that got women's fighting on the map, Gina Carano.
Oh, 100%.
And then you saw that she was going to fight this cyborg, literally Chris Cyborg Santos. You're like, wait a minute. No one's going to have a chance against her. What is that? Oh, my God. And she didn't. And then, Ronda Rousey started fighting a little bit after
And
that.
she took it to the next level. Yeah,
totally to another level. But to have these 2 women fighting at the ages of like 39 and 43 respectively, is this a Jake Paul or Logan Paul enterprise, I guess, or Paul Brothers enterprise? They're putting this thing together. It'll be on Netflix. Fight in May. I'll probably watch it.
Oh,
probably will.
That was going to be the $1 million question.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting at 143 pounds, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's a lot heavier than what.
Well, I heard at weigh-ins you can't ask them what they weigh. It's just rude. You look great. Those shorts don't make you look fat.
Wow. Dang. Corner 3.
But I mean, my first thought was, why are they fighting? They're well past their prime. I mean, they haven't fought in years, and literally 17 years.
17 years
for Gina Carano.
Isn't that going to be terrible?
I don't know if it's going to be terrible or not. I don't think it's going to end well
for the viewers. Do you think?
I mean, and then how much of it are you thinking? Okay, if it's put on by Logan Paul, is this even real? But it's sanctioned. It's 5-5-minute rounds.
I don't know, man. I hope they don't gas out.
Fighting in a hexagon.
It's they're giving them some time to get in shape, of course, but I'm more worried about them not gassing out. Like I said, 5-5-minute rounds is a long time, especially for someone who hasn't fought in 17 years. They're both up.
Neither one of them ever actually fought that long. I mean, Ronda would, break the arm or threaten to break the arm of somebody within 30 seconds, and the fight's over until she got.
That's what I'm saying. And that's when she was in the prime condition, though.
Yeah,
that
exactly. Yeah. Well, you're right. Yeah. So now it's. I don't know. I think this is. It's, and I'm gonna watch it, but it's just stupid. And I'm stupid for watching.
I was about to say, you do. Who's the problem here?
Yeah. Well, the question really is Doug going to watch it? Because that's the one they want. The guy who's not really into the fight game.
No.
You sure?
I'd be more inclined to watch Tyson versus Mayweather.
After watching Tyson and Logan Paul, do I even want to see that? I don't want to see that.
No, but I find Tyson to be a fascinating character. So I'm more likely to watch that.
When is that one taking place? Do you know?
I don't know. Kang, do you know when Tyson Mayweather is?
That is later this year. I lost the date, but it's this year as well.
Is it another Netflix fight?
I don't know, but they're fighting the Republic of Congo, though. I know that.
Good grief.
All right, well, something to look forward to, I guess. In the meantime, why Lions fans should be warming up to this draft. We will get to that today at 12:05. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Michigan football has parted ways with general manager Sean McGee. According to On3, McGee was in charge of recruiting, player personnel departments, and NIL. He assisted in landing QB Bryce Underwood, of course. MLB Union Director Tony Clark has resigned. According to subcommittee member and LA Angel Brent Suter, the union will hire an interim director and not start a search with the future of that 2027 season in the balance. There's a board meeting scheduled for tonight. The Tigers announced that Keter Montero will start their spring training opener Saturday against the Yankees. Twins pitcher Pablo Lopez will likely need elbow surgery after a torn ligament was discovered. Michigan basketball has their first game tonight since being named the number 1 team in the country. The team has had a camera crew following them around the entire season for a docuseries airing on Paramount Plus in April called Made for March. I talked to executive producer Colin Orcutt about the feel about it. Michigan has Purdue tonight at 6:30 on the road. Michigan State will host UCLA. Tip there at 7:30 from the Breslin Center. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Tuesday in Detroit. Sun's out and shining. Back after a long weekend of skiing, Gator, Blue Mountain, Ontario. Fun. Do it every 4 years. Meet there my Canadian relatives for the Olympic Games. Watch ski all day, watch them all night, and then sometimes get out, ski at night too. It's really probably a bad idea, because you start thinking you can do things on skis you're not really capable of. I did not break the 50-mile-an-hour barrier this time.
No?
There's a run there called Elevator Shaft that I don't get intimidated too much. No, Kang. It's not.
I don't know.
Anyway, and I both skis downhill, and I couldn't top 50, which disappointed me. Fastest ever is 52.9, and I thought, did that out west. I was shooting for it on Elevator Shaft. Did not come through.
Is that basically to get more speed? Is just the efficiency? I mean, is there anything you can do physically, or is it just physics? Hey,
I've never competitively skied, so I just get into the tuck and point the skis downhill and stay in the tuck as long as I can, and then figure out when I better start trying to slow down before I crash into that group of people or trees or fencing or whatever it may be.
Wow.
Well, I got like fences up so you don't ski into areas that you'll get stuck or into a ravine or something like that.
So you said that you were entertained by the whole curling controversy.
Yes.
But you were there with Canadian relatives.
Yes.
While this was going on.
Yes.
What was the chatter like?
They were laughing and explaining the rules, and I didn't see a replay of the night we saw it and understood what was going on. There wasn't a replay that showed that he definitely touched the stone or the granite past the hog line. You can never touch the granite, but certainly not.
Never touch the granite.
You can't touch a stone after the hog line. But so they were kind of explaining the nuances. You know how I'm considered this show's curling expert?
Yes.
I am by no means an expert. I just happen to know more about curling than you and Kang and Kenny.
And anybody else in the building.
Maybe, but I did not know that rule, and I'd never done it. I've never curled. So it got a little bit disgusting. We were more entertained by the F off.
Well, that was the thing with the weekend. It went viral, absolutely, positively viral, and the expletives were flying out of his mouth, out of Mark Kennedy's mouth. It was funny. And then there's an apology, but not an apology for the illegal touching. It was an apology for losing his composure and the swearing and whatnot. I'm like, dude, there's video evidence showing you doing exactly what you said you didn't do, and maybe you should own up to it.
Well, it wasn't really much of a topic, to be honest with you. We just laughed at the. I mean, I'm not going to get too worked up over curling.
I think you could have had fun poking the bear over there.
I could have. That's true. All right. So before the break, we mentioned that this should be a draft that Lions fans love. There were two tweets over the weekend. both from Daniel Jeremiah. Now, Daniel Jeremiah worked in front offices with NFL teams, and now he works for the NFL Network. None of these guys in the draft world are – it's a guessing game, okay? But it's a guessing game with knowledge behind it. But NFL teams aren't sure how to draft. You've never seen busts, and there's always busts, and there's always bad picks made. It's an incredibly hard thing to do. Of those that try to project players to the next level, I think Daniel Jeremiah is one of the best. It's my personal opinion. I think he is absolutely one of the best. And he had 2 tweets over the weekend that I think Lions fans should find very encouraging. One, he tweeted, there are a lot of day 2 starting cornerbacks in this draft. Do the Lions have a need at corner? Well, they might. They might, for a variety of reasons, health of some of the guys they've taken, and then maybe just performance of some of the guys that they have taken and signed. But do they have such a need at corner that I would see them using a high draft pick on a corner? Probably not. So it makes it a good draft for this to be a fact. Day 2 draft picks available at corner. Now, the Lions only have the 1 day 2 draft pick as it stands right now. That's a 2nd round pick. They do not have a 3rd round pick, but they could trade back into the 3rd round, as Brad Holmes has been known to do. And then maybe some of those day 2 guys drop into the 3rd round. You never know. But I think that's a good thing. And then he also added this. If you need an edge rusher, this is a good draft to double up. The depth of the class is impressive. I've got 10 guys worthy of a spot in the top 50 players. There's another layer of traitsy players beyond that group. Traitsy. Obviously, I would assume that means they have players that meet certain traits.
They have length.
Yeah. Okay. Deep draft for edge rushers. Our guy here in Detroit has done a pretty good job with the draft. He's not perfect. Nobody is. But, Scott, I mean, those 2 things alone maybe make it easier to say offensive tackle early or offensive lineman early, and then be able to put off other needs till later in the draft based upon these 2 Daniel Jeremiah tweets.
Except that's not how Brad Holmes
Well, that was a whole nother. Let me stop you there, because that's the next question. But right now, you got to like that if you are sitting there in Allen Park. At the end of the day, does Brad Holmes change the way he does anything? Does Brad Holmes say, okay, I'm going to make a little bit alteration to our draft strategy? Or does the board fall in such a way that Brad Holmes won't have to change anything? The best player available very well could be an edge rusher in round 2. If the board is, if Jeremiah is right. And look, I don't think he's blindly throwing darts at a dartboard.
No, I don't think he is either. I think that you're going to see, typically what happens in the league is in the draft, you'll see a run on certain position groups. And I think we could see several different runs at different times. There could be a run on offensive linemen, a run on edge rushers, a run on defensive backs. It just seems like that's something that can happen. We've seen in the past, certainly a run on wide receivers. A run on wide receivers would benefit the Lions greatly to see who slips and who falls. But there's a lot of players I think that we're going to be interested in getting closer and closer to the draft, and certainly when the combine comes around and workouts and whatnot, and see who's been interviewed by whom. But the offensive tackle position is really intriguing to me, because I think there's a lot of good offensive tackles available. It could be, I'm just looking at Mel Kiper's rankings there, and the guy I really like is number 5. It's the tackle from Arizona State, Max Einhaker, or whatever his name is. But Big Max is good. He's really good. And I've seen him all over the place, either in the 1st round or in the 2nd round, let alone the 2 tackles that are from Utah. And, in Mel's rating, he's got the tackle from Arizona State that I just mentioned ahead of Caden Proctor from Alabama. There's the tackle from Northwestern, Caleb Tiernan, who's also pretty good. I just think that there's a lot of depth there. So in addition to what Jeremiah is saying about the depth at the edge rusher position. I think that you can just look at both of those positions and say, which player do we have rated higher? Is it the edge rusher or is it the tackle? And it doesn't matter. Just take whoever that is.
I will say this and I don't like dwell on the mistakes because I think it's ridiculous to expect your general manager not to make mistakes. This is where the trade that they made to get Isaac Tesla last year could really hurt. Because he gave up, they had 2 third-round picks in this draft. And they moved up to get Tesla. I think Tesla has shown great promise. And what we'll never know is, would he have been there at 102 when they drafted? They moved up to 70 to take him. And dwelling on this doesn't do any good. And it also isn't particularly productive sports talk because if your guy's getting it way more right than wrong, talking about his mistakes, but they had 2 third-round picks in this draft. And given the way the depth of this draft is lining up, those 2 third-round picks could really, really be super helpful. Now, the career arc of what follows with Tesla is going to be interesting to see. I like him as a player. I think he's got a real chance to be special in this league. But this is, this is part of the risk when you move around on draft day. You don't think much about those future picks. Obviously, some people do. But 2 third-rounders in this draft?
I know. Would
have been really good.
Yeah. And I think we all went, huh? Except for Kang. When they took Tesla, we all kind of went.
You knew it was coming.
It's a lot of movement to go up and take a player that doesn't have a ton of experience.
Yep. But 248-539-9797, phone calls and feedback. You want to keep talking a little NFL draft. Deep draft for corners, deep draft for edge rushers. Is anybody standing out? Does it change your strategy? Do you think Brad Holmes will change his strategy? That's another part of this. Is Gator brought it up, and it's one of the big things. I'll tell you why I think he will, okay, and why he should. And we will get to that today at 12:20 on Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, I'm going to be consistent here, Scott. And you do your best. One of the things that I have admitted on the air is that I am a Brad bot. I am a Brad Holmes fan of the highest degree. He's done things with the NFL draft that no previous Lions general manager have, and it's harkened me back to some of the John Schneider drafts. Of course, the elite GM from the Seattle Seahawks. But it hasn't been good enough. They haven't got to the mountaintop yet. I don't think that means he can't. I certainly don't think it means they can't. I just think it means he's got to find a way to be better. And one thing that I'm a little scared that Brad does, that I certainly don't believe in, is hard and fast rules when it comes to the draft, because every draft is different. And I think applying hard and fast rules to the draft, you can't do this, you can't do that, is ridiculous. Because if you go back and look at drafts 10 years down the road and you say, okay, if it was a redraft now, how would it look? It would look nothing like the real draft. And you would have running backs and tight ends going high in drafts and corners going high in drafts. And some years where no quarterbacks would get drafted till mid-rounds, things that just don't happen. But because I think too many people, even in the game, subscribe to hard and fast rules, they just make these things up that they abide by. And best player available has been very good to get them where they are. And I don't second guess a lot of that. Now that they are where they are, which I think is a team that is still poised to be competitive on the Super Bowl level, I think this is the time where I hope that Brad Holmes takes advantage of some of this reporting. Like, I'm sure he's building his own draft boards. He doesn't need Daniel Jeremiah to tell him.
Right. Yeah.
But if you see it the way he does, with second day value at the edge rusher and the corner position, maybe go position of need early and then come back and take advantage of that depth later. Otherwise, Brad will fall into something I think is a big mistake. And I don't know what argument there is against it, because there's no such thing as a perfect draft. But you can be perfect if you go back years from now and say, well, here's how I would have done it. And that you know damn well that running backs would go some top 10 that otherwise wouldn't. Tight ends, top 15. The tight end position is an elite position, elite weapon in the league now, because I can't take a tight end that high and whatever. Think of any of those draft cliches. There are some drafts where I can't believe quarterbacks are going in the first round, but it's because people are afraid they're going to get it wrong with the quarterback.
Well, yeah, and get the extra fifth year, which does matter for a first round pick. But I understand your point. Yep. It's, I don't know, I guess we'll know a lot more getting it close to the draft because free agency will have taken place. We'll see what kind of holes they've plugged there, which does matter. But in the end, I think he's just going to do what he's always done, and there's nothing wrong with that. And that is taking the best player available. You're not going to do it by need. And I think with this team, in the past, I could have said, okay, I wish he would have done more of just going with the need because maybe the needs weren't as great. But now it feels like there's needs on the offensive line. There's a need on the defensive line. You can make the case for defensive tackle, offensive guard, center, defensive end, safety, and corner. And tight end for that matter, because you don't know what's going to happen with Sam Laporta moving forward.
All right, feedback coming in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Why do we keep talking about needs in the draft? Brad Holmes doesn't draft on needs. No, I mean, I just said it.
He does. He just doesn't look at necessarily the first pick of the first round. I mean, if the team has needs at tackle and defensive tackle and linebacker, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like he's not going to address those throughout the draft. He may not address that with the first pick.
Yeah,
I think that's where it gets mixed up a little bit, because I think they do draft for need. It's just not necessarily done with the best resource that you have.
Doug just mentioned our guy's been pretty good with the draft, which has not been true the last 2 years, not to mention the draft capital given up for Tesla. That's from an unnamed texter. Well, there's two things here. One is I think it's way premature to say that last year's draft wasn't any good. I'm amazed at how quick people are to say that last year's draft, people include it with the draft 2 years ago. The draft 2 years ago is not trending as well, but I'm not even giving up on that class. Now, has it been as good as some of the other ones? No. I mean, some of the other drafts he's had have been historically good for the Lions, but I
got
think
2 starters in the offensive line on the last 2 drafts, right? Or is Mahogany not a draft pick 2 years ago?
he was a draft pick. He was a late draft pick. He was a 6th-round pick.
Mahogany and Ratledge have been starters.
Yeah, let's see where Tyleik Williams shakes out, Miles Frazier shakes out, Ahmed Hassanin shakes out, Ennis Rakestraw, if he's healthy, where he fits into the mix. But, I'm not super encouraged either.
No,
but by God,
not,
to be trashing last year's
going
draft.
rosy here, but because it doesn't look good so far with the first couple seasons of Rakestraw and Arnold at the top of that draft, going to do the double tap on corner, and neither is playing.
That draft isn't as I'm worried about that draft class too. This past draft class, I think it's too early to already be including it as a bust.
I don't think it's a bust at all. Actually, I think this one has promise. I think you can question some of the things that were done without a doubt. I think we always question. Yep. I'll question the Tesla pick, and it's more the resources you use to go get him. I'm not convinced that he would have been off the board by the time they were going to pick. But
no, we'll never know.
They thought so.
No. His team needs to get back to dominating both lines of scrimmage. You can fill in corner safeties, second tight ends later in the draft and via free agency. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter. We encourage you to sign your text so we know who to give credit to. Tesla will never be able to live up to the draft capital that Brad gave up to get him. He might not. He might be a very useful player. Might be a very good player. Brad's not perfect. There's no doubt about it. Here's another one from Rob in Redford. Thank you for signing it, Rob. Thank you for bringing up the Tesla thing. I think in order for make that cost worth what it's going to be, you have to be a perennial All-Pro. I just don't see that happening. So you're saying 2 third-round picks. I'd have to go back and see because there was other maneuvering. The Lions got back like 2 6th maybe. But you think 2 third-round picks should net you a perennial All-Pro on the trade market. And I don't know that that's true. You think that's true?
Say it again.
This guy says for this to add up for Tesla, to make it worth it, he's going to have to be a perennial All-Pro.
No, I don't think.
I don't think you get 2 third-round picks for perennial All-Pro.
No, I don't think so either. I think the fact that they got an All-Pro with a 4th-round pick and Amon-Ra St. Brown, does that skew your opinion?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
they already have. Just look at their team. They've got 2 receivers that are signed here for a few years.
He's going to have to be damn good. Let's be clear. We're splitting hairs over how good he has to be, I guess. But if you think about it in those terms, would you think if you take 2, if somebody offered, who's a Lions perennial All-Pro?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
If somebody offered the Lions 2 third-round picks for Amon-Ra St. Brown, do you think the Lions would make that trade?
No.
No, I don't either. I say sign a setter, preferably Linderbaum, double up on edge and corner in the draft. Side note, short track speed skating has a wipeout every race. These guys are out here tackling each other. That's from Sean in Livonia.
Women too.
The short
track
speed skating is just chaos and carnage.
It's just the worst. And then there's no rhyme or reason you're able to skate inside or outside the line. I don't get it.
Yep. Oh, it's absolute chaos. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback if you want to get into the NFL draft stuff we were just talking about. Daniel Jeremiah with a feeling that corners and edge rushers, big on the second day. And it hurts. It definitely hurts that the Lions only have, at this point, the 1 second-day pick. If Brad was ever going to maneuver for more of them, it'd be a good year to do so at the right cost. Again, of course, some of those guys could end up being third-round picks as well. Will Brad change the way he does things? Yeah, I've admitted myself. As a Brad bot, I think he's running into danger of breaking the rule that I think you should never break, which is hard and fast rules for the draft. So I'm kind of hoping that he changes things here a little bit. 248-539-9797. Somebody said it was 3/3, wasn't it? They got back a third. So the net was they lost a third. They gave up their third in that draft and the 2 this year to take Jacksonville's third, to move from the 4th to the 3rd. So they got back a third in that draft too. So What they ended up giving up was essentially two-thirds this year to move up from the fourth to the third. 248-539-9797. We have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up, including an innovation that I was like, whoa. I'll be interested to see if you jump on board. We'll get to that today at 12:34 on 97.1. Tigers and Yankees this weekend, huh? That's going to be fun to get back Tiger baseball on the air here.
Saturday afternoon, Cater Montero gets a start.
Yeah, interesting. You get into what seems to me, if you're like really super looking forward to the Tiger season, I always feel like spring training goes on forever. Like I can't believe it. They play games for over a month of spring training, but a lot of excitement about this season.
There is. I spent time this morning watching Kevin McGonigal take batting practice off of Cater Montero.
Did you?
Even though you can't see where the ball goes because it's like from the side view and it's not like it's a television,
How the swings look good?
Swing looks great.
Yeah.
It's got a nice wide stance, good base.
Yeah.
Create some good exit velo.
Get some power.
Looked like he crushed the first one he hit, and then the second one, it was he popped it up, and Montero played it. And
really?
You can hear the because there's nobody else. He's just pitching batting practice, so you can hear the teammates all going, "Oh,
really?
Like, is the pitcher going to make the play? Oh, he caught it."
That's funny. Yeah, dude, I'm stoked because the fact that Max Clark and McGonigal are going to be like appearing in spring training games, and of course these are minuscule sample sizes. Baseball is such a macro sport; you have to accumulate data over long periods of time. But if in that game Saturday, Max Clark gets in a bat, it'll probably be like the highlight of spring training.
Yeah, well,
it certainly will be. It'll be the first game, but everybody's going to want to see what happens.
He got a couple of bats last year, but he wasn't a invitee. He was part of the minor league camp, and when they had split squads or whatever, or the rare occasion they needed an emergency bat, they could go to that. But this year it's different. He and McGonigal have been invited to spring training. I bet you're going to get quite a few at bats, and they're going to take a nice long look at McGonigal. It really sounds like that anyway. Max Clark sounds like he's got a little bit more to prove. I talked to Birchie about it yesterday. Max Clark is defensively, it sounds like he's ready to go. It's just, is he ready to hit? He's got a good approach at the plate. He's a patient guy, draws a bunch of walks. His speed is fantastic, but is he going to get a chance to play, right out of spring training with the Tigers? I doubt it. I think they want to see him get some real at-bats in the minors first.
Every time I watch Max Clark highlights or see him play, to me, I feel like if Red Bull was a baseball player, it would be Max Clark. Like just energy and ready to explode at any time, highly caffeinated. That's like there's a lot of excitement around this player.
Yeah. Well, he's been putting himself out there for years. He's very involved with social media.
Yep.
He's interactive. He's got a good sense of humor. He's also very well spoken. You hear him talk, and he sounds like somebody who's very respectful of the game, yet also very excited to be part of this. There's a lot to like, but was it last week when I asked Birchie, I said, I'm worried about him becoming, is he a canoe qualities?
People on other teams aren't going to like him.
Probably not.
No.
But
yeah, he looks like he has to be the best player on your team to justify the way he looks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's one of those guys
chains
like,
and all that.
The tats. I mean,
we played against guys like that when I was coaching my
were
son's
they the
team.
best players on the team?
Sometimes they were. When they weren't, you know the story of the dude where one of our players said, "Look at this effing guy" out loud, and
what an effing hero!
What an effing hero! Because he had all the accoutrements, the chains, the arm sleeves, took his helmet off, had a bandana on, and
Well, you learn it from watching guys like Max Clark.
Yeah. All right.
Max learned it from watching guys like Bryce Harper. So
Yep. Time for another edition. Are you going to eat that? Okay, Gator, new menu items, things available out there. This one, according to Good Housekeeping, there is a new Girl Scout cookie flavor. New Girl Scout cookie flavor called the Exploramore. According to Good Housekeeping, they describe the Exploramore as 2 rich chocolate cookies and a toasted almond-flavored marshmallow cream filling. It gives a bit of Rocky Road energy. It has a nostalgic chocolate marshmallow smell. The bite described as rich chocolate crunch around a filling that tastes like your favorite nutty candy bar. So a marshmallow almond cream in the middle of this new Exploramore Girl Scout cookie. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Doug, not only would I eat that, I have eaten that.
Oh, have you?
Yes, I got my shipment of Girl Scout cookies, and that box is gone.
The Exploramores, you went
Really
through
good.
quickly?
You crushed that box?
It's so gone. What are you laughing at?
Is that
He's laughing at what Kang said.
No, what?
Kang, how about you?
So it's like a marshmallow filling, basically, right?
Well, it's almond flavor.
Mhm. I will eat that, but usually it can get sticky and dirty. That's what I worry about. It's not? Okay, it's not?
It's like
First-hand experience over here.
It's delicious. It's a very chocolatey flavor. But you'll get some notes of the marshmallow, but it's not one of the it's like an Oreo filling. But it's a very good cookie.
I like almond flavored stuff. And it's hard for me to imagine this being better than a Thin Mint, but I would try this.
There it is.
Keep an open mind.
Wow.
There it is, yeah.
3 for 3.
Nice.
We are entering the Lenten season, and Popeyes is bringing back a somewhat popular item that they have on the menu. They have brought back the Flounder Fish Sandwich, featuring flaky flounder fillet sourced from Alaska, marinated in Popeyes Louisiana herbs and spices, battered in a Southern-style crispy coating, fried and served on a brioche bun with pickles and your choice of classic tartar or spicy sauces. The Popeyes Flounder Fish Sandwich. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Doug, every once in a while, you get a hankering for a fish sandwich. Every once in a while, I'm like, I could go for a filet of fish. It's not often. It's every few years that craving comes up. Popeyes, I feel like the way you described it, it sounds like they got it right. It's going to be a nice, delicious fried fish sandwich, pickles, the brioche bun. You had me there, and the tartar sauce is key. I would absolutely try this.
Gator's a yes. Kang, you?
Every few years, what do you like, Haley's Comet or something?
Yeah, I just,
All right.
don't do it often.
Yeah. You call it Lent season, Doug. I call it fish sandwich season.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to eat that.
All over it.
So, as a practicing Catholic who does not eat meat on Fridays, I will tell you, I don't mess with fast food fish.
I don't think you mess with fast food, period.
I don't really, but fast food fish was an early Doug belief, and I do have a hard and fast rule. I don't know, man. Something about messing up like my fries or whatever, but fish, I don't mess with fast food fish.
It's flounder.
I don't care.
What's that like? Fish in quotes. I mean, it's an actual fish.
I know. I don't mess with fast food fish. Hard and fast rule.
You big fish fan?
Yeah, I can have a nice piece of salmon.
The band?
Well, but so salmon, but salmon is salmon's a very distinct flavor. It's nothing. It's nothing like fish or it's nothing like fish. Nothing like flounder or perch or.
I got you.
One of the other fishes, right? The flaky stuff. This is.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with a fast food salmon.
I wouldn't want a
sandwich either.
I don't like salmon,
no interest.
But do you like the other fish other than salmon?
Salmon's my favorite. I like a lot of shellfish and certainly shrimp.
Right, but that's not fish.
But you can get shrimp. Yeah, I guess you're right. But I'm not stepping a fast food fish. Next up, Oreo has launched a new Easter colored cream cookie. The Oreo Easter colored cream cookie features the brand's beloved chocolate cookie embossed with 5 fun seasonal shapes, including a baby chick, a butterfly, a bee, and 2 unique bunny designs. In the center, you'll find 2 layers of pink and yellow cream that peek through the cookie's cutouts at the top and add a pop of color to the embossments. Gator, the Oreo Easter edition spring cookie.
Yeah, I would try it. I usually like all the stuff with Easter. Everybody tries to get cutesy with it, and the nice pastel colors, and bring some sort of rabbit motif. I'm fine with it as long as it's not Peeps. Peeps are awful. They're disgusting. And this is not. This is not a Peep cookie. This is an Oreo with the normal cream. It's just dyed different colors. I'm all about it. Sure, it's an Oreo. It's great.
All right, so Gator's a yes. Kang, you?
Yeah, I think you explained it right, Gator. It's just different colored filling, right? But
yeah.
It's Easter themed, which is totally fine. Still an Oreo. I'd have one. I'd have a couple.
I'll just stick with the regular Oreos over these.
Next up, no?
Yeah, it's a no.
It's the same taste.
I'm never going to buy these. Next up, Cheez-Its.
Grief.
Cheez-Its is lining up.
I'm never going to buy these.
All new cracker inspired by beloved creamy dip. Cheez-It is releasing the new French onion dip crackers. Cheez-It French onion dip flavored crackers are now headed to shelves exclusively at Kroger retailers. The cracker features the same flavors as the beloved party dip, including bold sweet onion and tangy sour cream. Cheez-It takes it to the next level by adding notes of white cheddar. The Cheez-It French onion dip crackers. Are you going to eat that?
Can I get a hell yeah?
Okay.
Oh my God. Yes. Where has this been? This is the cracker that we didn't know we needed, but of course we needed it. Once you hear it, like, yes. Who doesn't love sour cream and onion dip? If you don't, you're suspect. Okay.
Well, I'm not suspect. I'm into Gator.
There you go.
I love a good French onion
Gotta
dip,
love
chip.
this.
All that. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I can't believe Cheez-It hasn't come up with one yet.
Come on, Doug.
Doug's in, right?
Doug.
I would rather have these than regular Cheez-Its. So yes, if I could see myself doing this. Yep.
Wow.
Kenny was bobbing his head like, hell yeah, I want that.
Oh, Kenny's in. He's in.
All right.
He
Okay.
thinks you should dip this in French onion dip.
I agree.
Double up.
100%.
Finally,
And you got to make the French onion dip. Don't get the stuff that's already in the.
I'm lazy. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's just not as good.
finally,
it's still good.
From the website The Kitchen, a chili hack. I'll read this directly. During the colder months, beef chili is a staple of my home. It's satisfying one-pot meal that can be customized in endless ways. During a most recent chili night, I recalled an interesting nugget of information I picked up from the Best Chili Beef Chili Showdown. A writer who's someone's culinary opinion I deeply distrust revealed that a good friend of theirs always finishes a pot of chili with a crumbled Reese's peanut butter cup or two to give it a bit more mole-style richness from the nuts and chocolate. Gator, can you envision crushing up a Reese's peanut butter cup and putting it in chili?
No. You want look. The mole part I get with the chocolate, and it's a very Mexican style. Okay, I understand that, and I'm still really not leaning towards it. But when you start kind of adding peanut butter to the mix too, no, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna start doing that with my chili. I really like making chili. It's very personal to me, and I'm not going to add a Reese's peanut butter cup. Nor am I going to add a Crunch Bar or a Snickers or a Three Musketeers.
Sounds like a man of principle.
Yeah.
That's right. That's his hard and fast rule.
You?
No, I'm out too, Gator. I'm out. I'm not yet. I understand, like you, the mole style. I'm not a fan of it. I don't want to do it with my chili. Just leave my chili alone, man.
I'd try this.
Oh,
in a
come
turkey
on.
chili. I would
You would
totally try
not.
this. I do. Look, Reese's peanut butter cup's the best candy bar there is. It's the best candy bar there is. I'm intrigued by this. I am very much
So
intrigued
you
by
would
this.
use this for your turkey white bean chili that you make or whatever?
White chicken
Well,
chili?
yeah, whatever it is.
I think I might try a little small portion of that. I don't think I'd put it in a whole. But if we ever do turkey chili again, and we've done turkey chili, I kind of want to try this because I love Reese's peanut butter cups. And I think it's an interesting mashup of things that could go very well together.
Well, at least it'll add some flavor to the turkey.
I'll tell you this. This might be a first that we had a no, and a yes from me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a first, depending. You probably had something healthy that we didn't want.
I'm sorry, I did say beef chili, didn't it?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
I'm not in.
Doug
Obviously,
Doug
I'd have
said
to
he
do
tried
it.
beef chili.
Oh.
That's what he said.
Hold him to it.
I never said that. But one other thing, one follow-up real quick. Have either of you tried the Biscoff cookies and Greek yogurt?
Not yet. I haven't gone to the grocery store.
Okay.
But I have to go this week, so I think I may try that.
This was so two things about this. One is make sure you dip the Biscoff, stick them all the way in there and let them disintegrate overnight and then eat it with a spoon. It's amazing. And my 24-year-old son, 23, turns 24 tomorrow, loved it. He thinks it's great.
Does he know that you love it?
Yes.
And he's okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a breakthrough moment. Anyway,
He is
something to
getting
keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. Either A, I'm bringing up a carbon copy, or B, I actually got a little food hack here that you might like. You got to leave the cookies overnight. I did it with ginger snaps last night, so I'll have those
so
tonight.
you're going to find that today?
Yeah, we'll do that today.
I need to know because I prefer the ginger snap.
All right, there you go. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, if you've been thinking about a new ride, now is the time to get to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The deals are big and the savings are real. Right now, you can drive a brand new Chevy Equinox for just $999 down and only $249 a month. And if you want to save even more, go electric with the all-new Equinox EV, just $999 down and only $149 a month. Now, that's $100 less every month. Plus, you're going to save money at the pump. If you need a truck, how about a Chevy Silverado for just $999 down and only $199 a month? Powerful, capable, and ready to work. And here's the big part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield needs your trade. They're paying top dollar right now, even if you don't buy from them. So bring it in, get it appraised, and see how much it's worth. SUVs, EVs, trucks, the deals are happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Stop in today, and together, let's drive!
couple noteworthy things coming out of the NBA All-Star weekend. One is The Athletic came out with their new power rankings in the NBA.
That's right.
Looky here. The Detroit Pistons are ranking as the number 1 team in the NBA.
Well, how about that?
And I'm intrigued by this. When I see something like this, I go, okay, is this really believed, or is this, let's shake things up? Let's get some clicks. Because I love our Pistons. I'm not comfortable saying they're the best team in the NBA right now.
Well, keep in mind, power rankings are always going to be out about where they're at right now. Okay? And where the Pistons are at right now, they have the best record in the NBA by percentage points over Oklahoma City. Also, look at a little bit of a sample size, go the last 10 games. The Pistons are 8-2 in their last 10 games. Oklahoma City is 5-5. So is it unfair to say that right now the Pistons are the best team in the NBA? I don't think it's unfair to say that.
Well, the person that put these together, Law Murray from The Athletic, said, put this out and said what to expect from these power rankings. These are my subjective rankings. I will consider a variety of objective measures, but it's my final call. These rankings are not just a review of the past week. We're projecting forward as well. So it's a balance of the two. These are subjective, but not biased. There are no agendas in the power rankings, and we strive for an inclusive meritocracy. The one quality that these rankings possess, ruthless aggression. Enjoy the games and enjoy the rankings, please. Top contender, number 1, the Detroit Pistons. And he writes, we have a new number 1 in the power rankings, not just for the first time this season, but for the first time since late March of 2025. The Pistons claimed it in a week that included multiple suspensions and multiple All-Stars. Fittingly, in the All-Star game that featured real defense for the first time in years, Piston coach J.B. Bickerstaff led the winning Stars squad with Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren on his roster. Detroit just joined the 40 before 20 club. There may not be many teams joining them in the Oklahoma City Thunder. The 40 before 20 club is Phil Jackson coined the 40-20 rules, according to Jim Costa, who tweeted that. The 40-20 rule would state serious NBA title contenders win their 40th game before their 20th loss. 40 of the last 44 champs have met this criteria. The Pistons are 40-13. So that is the 40 before 20 club. Pistons are in it. Wow. What do you make of this?
I think they're a very good basketball team, and I think it's a safe thing for people to say that they're good, but they're not the best team, and they're not the best. Mm-hmm. Even though they're the best record, they're not the best. People keep wanting to say that and put that caveat out there, and I'm not so sure they're not the best team because they approach the game differently than the other teams.
Yeah,
and it's worked for them. Now we'll find out soon enough, but unfortunately, for the gauntlet of games they play at home, they're going to play those games without Isaiah Stewart. They'll have Jalen Duren back after the Knicks game on where they play Thursday or Friday, this Thursday, I guess, in New York. And then they'll get him back after that game. But that gauntlet of games against San Antonio and Cleveland and Oklahoma City, they're not going to have Isaiah Stewart back. So that'll be kind of telling. But we've seen this team go out there and beat the Denver Nuggets with or without Jokic, right? Mm-hmm. They did the job. And we've seen them go out and beat Boston and absolutely pummel the Knicks. We've seen them beat everybody, except for the teams that they haven't played yet. And we'll find out soon enough just how good they are. But I think those teams are also, they have to look at the Pistons and say, okay, it's a yardstick for ourselves as well. It's not just, they can't be possibly that arrogant to think that they're better than everybody else. I mean, the Pistons are playing well enough that they have to be recognized. And they're starting to get some more national recognition. This is the latest of it.
Well, I give my man credit for this call, and that is others are going to want to wait and see the results of the Oklahoma City games coming up here in the next month where they play them twice. He's calling it before they play. He thinks the Pistons have passed Oklahoma City and San Antonio for that matter. He has San Antonio ranked number 2, Oklahoma City ranked number 3. Because it's real easy to tell you the final score when the game's over. Like, it's real easy to tell you after those games have been played. He's ready to make the call before the games have been played. And if you're right, you get a lot of street cred for that. This is classic. If I called it first, I get credit for it when it happens. But he's saying it. He's saying it now. And I'm not comfortable going there yet. Just because now it doesn't mean I don't believe it's not possible. And it doesn't mean I'm not going to be that lame guy that says after they beat Oklahoma City twice, they're the best team in the league. Yeah, I'll be that lame guy. But our guy here from The Athletic, Law Murray, is going all in early. Kang, what do you think of this? Best team in the NBA?
I think there's a real legit case to say that, but I would say this, the best team in the NBA during this regular season, and I will continue to say that I've said it before, the postseason is a different animal. I think the Pistons could absolutely, and I'm not just talking record-wise either, by the way, even though they do have the best record in the NBA right now, when it's all said and done after 82 games and you see, their complete resume, how they've played every single team on their schedule, there's definitely a case to be made that the Pistons are the best team during the regular season of the 25-26 season. Then we get to the playoffs, and like I said, that's a different animal. You'll face, hopefully they get to the finals and only have to face one of those teams in the West, because I think second and third teams, as far as the NBA rankings are concerned, would be from the West, Oklahoma City and the Spurs. But yeah, I don't think it's a hot take at all. I think he's got legit reasoning and backing for it.
A little bit about this guy, too. He's a Philly kid who went to Cal University of Pennsylvania and USC. He worked at ESPN as an NBA editor. He was a researcher at NFL Media. Then he moved to LA and was the Clippers beat writer, and now covers the entire league for The Athletic. He has no Detroit ties. So, he said in his rankings, he said these have no biases. And, he's got, in case you were wondering if he tracked back to Detroit, because The Athletic is a really good website. I really enjoy it. But he's making a call now. He's calling the Pistons the best team in the NBA. Who's with him? And if you're not, why? What concerns do you still have? What's your biggest thing that's keeping them from being the best team? Are you waiting for these Oklahoma City games, these games with San Antonio? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Texas Rangers star Marcus Semien also serves on the MLB Union Subcommittee. He told the media that it's his impression that Union boss Tony Clark resigned due to the financial investigation happening being conducted by the government. Clark's spring training tour was due to start today, but it was abruptly canceled. An MLB lockout expecting next season. Jim Bowden does not think bargaining will be impacted, though, by this move. The Tigers already had their spring training game opener on Saturday. They will have it. A.J. Hinch announced that Keter Montero will start, calling it an important spring for him. Michigan basketball is back on the floor tonight for the first time as a number one team since 2013. They have Purdue on the road today at 6:30. The Red Wings will be back on the practice ice today for the first time since their Olympic break as well. Here's what Tom McClellan thought after their last game. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore hopes to have various criminal charges lifted this afternoon as he's due back in court at 2 o'clock in Washtenaw County. Adam Schefter says that Seattle Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker is unlikely to be franchise tagged. Teams can start tagging a week from today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Talking a little bit about these NBA rankings that have the Pistons ranked as the number one team in the NBA. I think Detroit loves this team, and I don't think we have gone that far. I think for the most part, Piston fans have been pleasantly surprised. Think they get more credible and credible all the time. But do you think of yourself, the Pistons, as the favorite to win the NBA? Do you think that you're the team that should win the NBA? You think this roster is the best in the NBA? Can you imagine if it is with this youth?
It's exciting.
It's
intoxicating to think that this could be the start of something dynastic if they could do that. But that's I think getting that. Then we start to get ahead of ourselves. But
haven't won a playoff round yet.
Right. Exactly. But I look at this team in the Eastern Conference and I say it's the best team in the East. And I feel confident with that. Despite that Cleveland added James Harden, I think that makes Cleveland better and tougher. I think the Pistons are just a better team. And I think they're better than the Knicks. I think they're better than Boston. So those are the top four teams in the Eastern Conference. And I like the Pistons' chances definitely of getting to the NBA Finals. And once you get there, it's anybody's guess of what's going to happen. A lot of that's going to be dependent on how the game is called. Do they allow the Pistons to play their physical, tough defensive style, or does the NBA going to step in a little early and get word down to the officials that we're not going to allow that, not up in here?
Well, based upon previous NBA champions in Detroit, you always have to be concerned about that.
Well, they get the championship first, and then they change the rules.
Okay, fair.
So let's get the championship first.
Look, it's something amazing to think about. I'm not there yet, but being considered the best team in the NBA, do you think they are already? 248-539-9797. As Gator likes to say, it's an early call. It's a saucy call. Anybody in that kind of place? Let's go to Jeff here on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Hey guys, how you doing? Great show. Love the show.
Thank you.
You know what? I think they're the best team definitely in the East by far. I still think they have to work against the best teams of the West. And again, like you guys are saying, they're going to come up and play those guys here pretty quick. But one of the things that I think that holds them back is the fact that, all right, they play defense. Their defense is incredible, and it covers up one of their little flaws. And we've many people have talked about it. You guys have talked about it, but it's the shooter, the secondary shooter outside of McKay, Cade coming in or being in. But it's that secondary. We need somebody to fill up these gaps because they go scoreless for like 4 minutes. Their defense is not letting them score, but they're also not scoring for like 4 or 5 minutes. It's ridiculous. It's very much of a concern.
Now, you said shooter. Do you mean shooter or you mean score? Because, Duncan Robinson.
No, I get you. Yeah, score.
Okay, Fair enough.
Yeah. We got some decent shooters because what happens is, to me, is they look and they try to find, it's either Green or Duncan or, now LeVert's back. If one of those guys gets hot, and that's the whole thing, is you got to go through a period of time to see who's going to get hot. And because sometimes Green will just light it up, and another night LeVert, because he's very aggressive on the offensive end. So, but anyway, it's their defense is awesome. That's why I say it kind of covers that up, which is great.
Well, maybe we're at a point, Jeff, and thank you for the phone call. We're too close to it. One thing that you learn is don't be afraid to be wrong. Like, we've done this for a long time. If you really have a gut feeling that you can back up and make a good argument for, roll with it. I'm not ready to call them the best team in the NBA, okay? I think it's cool that they're included in this conversation. I think it's cool that the Athletic put them there, but they're not the Vegas favorite at this point. One of the things that adds to their credibility is the amazing amount of man games that they have missed, and still it hasn't slowed them down. What do we say? They are 40-13. Is that the record? 40-13. So they played 53 games. Okay. Tobias Harris has played 37 games. They don't have any players. They have one player that's played in every game. Care to venture a guess who the only Piston is to play in every game?
Is it Duncan Robinson?
Wrong. Kang?
I'll go Javonte Green.
That's correct.
Oh, Doug's favorite.
Yep.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay.
It's just in games I've watched, he's always there.
Duncan Robinson has played in 51. And those are the only two that have played in over 50. They played 6 games without Cade. They played 9 games without Duren, and that's going to get bigger. They played like 20 games without Tobias, 4 games without Asar, 5 games without Isaiah Stewart. That's going to get bigger. Ron Holland's been missing time. He's been out for a while. Anyway, it doesn't slow them down.
No, they're a deep team. They can roll out different lineups, and it doesn't matter who's playing because they win more than they lose, obviously. But you can tell by their record. And by that caller, he's concerned, which we're concerned about the secondary scoring, right? Mm-hmm. Whether it's another shooter besides Duncan Robinson or just another scorer who can get a bucket on his own besides Cade Cunningham. But through all those concerns, they still have the best record in the NBA, which for this guy's argument, the Athletics argument, they are the best team in the league because they're able to do this. When their defense is there every night for the most part. If their offense is on, they're going to win by double digits. If their offense is off, they still win. They just don't win by as much. And that's what the best team in the league does. Now, I personally don't think they're the best team in the league. I think it's either OKC or the Spurs. But the best team in the East, I think we can all agree on that. I just keep going back to it. At the end of the regular season, hopefully they have the number 1 seed. Does that translate into playoff success? And it is a different game. Their physicality, something's going to come up in every series.
I think that they've got the player that maybe contributes more than anybody else does between those 3 teams. When you look at Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and Detroit, Cade Cunningham is averaging like 25 points a game and 9 assists per game. He's getting others involved. Where the other guys, Wembanyama scores a bunch, but he's not an assist guy. Gilgeous-Alexander, I guess he's obviously scores a ton, but again, not as many assists as Cade Cunningham. The Pistons are 10th in the league in scoring 117 points a game. They are 3 points back of Denver for the top spot. That's how tight things are. It's one shot. It's 1 3-pointer a game makes the difference between where the Pistons are right now or being the top scoring team in the NBA. They're getting it done because they've got a host of players that can come off the bench or be in the starting lineup and give you the secondary scoring when needed. They don't rely on one person to do it. Maybe you'd feel better about it if you knew that you had that guy that you could rely on. But the way this team is constructed with all the depth that they have, they got a host of guys that come off the bench and just step into the role of, hey, we need you to score. Okay, here we go. Here's Paul Reed getting it done. Here's Marcus Sasser getting it done. Here's, Caris LeVert getting it done. It's impressive. Is it the way that you should construct your basketball team, or would you like to have more reliability? I'm sure you'd like to have more reliability, but for right now, it works. Like to King's point, this is the best team in basketball record-wise at 40-13. It's like, if it ain't broke, Can you improve it?
Yeah. Feedback. Ty in Westland writes in, I need to see them win a playoff series to believe in them. Then he adds, Tobias can't play in the playoffs and they're inexperienced. So there's two things about that. One is, Ty, is there something inherent about them that leads you to believe they're not even going to win a playoff series? Like, what is it about them that you think doesn't work at all in the postseason where they're going to lose to one of those play-in teams? That's what you're talking about. And you know, I get that it's a quick call for a team that hasn't won a playoff series to start talking about as NBA champions and the possibility of an NBA championship. But come on, man. Like, could there be a tough matchup in there? There could be. But you would really pick one of those play-in teams you think is going to beat Detroit? You think Charlotte's going to beat Detroit? You think Orlando's going to beat Detroit? You think Atlanta's going to beat Detroit? And as far as the Tobias thing's concerned, Tobias's reputation as a postseason performer has taken a massive hit because of what happened 2 years ago in Philly. 2 years ago in Philly in the regular season, Tobias was averaging 17.2 points a game. And they got to the postseason, and he didn't average double figures a game. Last year, during the regular season, Tobias averaged 13.7 points a game, shot 47.7% from the floor. What do you have? 5.9 rebounds, 2.2 assists. He got to the postseason, and his scoring average went up to 15.7. His shooting percentage roughly the same, 47.9. More rebounds a game, 7.7. About the same assists. Like that, actually, with fewer assists. Point though, it goes back to that Philly thing. He was better in the postseason last year than he was in the regular season for Detroit. So are you sure he can't play in the postseason? Or is this an overreaction to the beating he took in Philly?
I think it might be people remember the worst.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Adam Silver said some interesting things at the NBA All-Star break. We'll get to what he had to say about changing something the league does. Would you be in favor? That is coming up. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback on the Pistons. Are they the best team in the NBA? They'd be the best team in the NBA, according to The Athletic. Michigan #1 in basketball. Puts that on the line tonight against Purdue. Michigan State, also very good, taking on the UCLA Bruins. If you want to talk a little hoops, 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17 and a half and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount through GM Financial. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Very interesting stuff from The Athletic, ranking the Pistons as the best team in the NBA as their post-All-Star break rankings. Very, very, I think it's making people uncomfortable, actually. Look at some of the feedback coming in like, whoa, we haven't done anything yet. I would say we can rest assured that the Pistons aren't returning from the All-Star weekend seeing this and going, well, our work is done here. We've achieved the number one ranking in the Athletics midseason power rankings. Print the shirts, right? I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, but it's interesting. From an unnamed texter, historically, it's never good for any Detroit team to be favored this early in a season or be a 1 seed. We thrive as the underdog. Yes and no. I think you're right. Historically, we have, but that doesn't mean we can't thrive as a favorite. Like, this is a different group of players, different coach. It has nothing to do with, I mean, I'll tell you who thrived as a favorite was the Red Wings. They thrived as a favorite. So, I mean, yeah, I think being overlooked and being that team that that seemed to go against the grain has worked for the Pistons organization, but these are all new people. There's one through line. Blaha.
That's right.
I'm beginning to get the 2004 Going to Work Pistons championship team. I'm getting to get the 2004 Going to Work Pistons championship. I think he means feeling, but he didn't include the word feeling. I'm beginning to get the 2004 Going to Work Pistons championship team blank. Didn't this team come out of nowhere that season? Didn't that team come out of nowhere? No, they didn't. That's from Harry and Garden City, and Harry, no.
It won back-to-back 50-win seasons with the previous coach, and Rick Carlisle, and then they made the move in the offseason to go to Larry Brown, and then they were able to trade for Rasheed Wallace, and there were a lot of moves that got them there.
I love this regarding the Pistons and being shorthanded a bunch. This unnamed texter writes, I think all this downtime from the Pistons players is good. It'll benefit them in the playoffs and the rest, and they get healthy. And then he says, I don't know Richard. Maybe not, but you could be right on that one. Kevin in the van says the Pistons had the best bench in the league, but not the best team in the league. Still, I'd say we're top 3, though.
Well, do they have the best team in the East?
Mm-hmm.
Can they at least, can we admit that? And if you can, then, and I think most people think that they do, at least most Detroiters think that they do. Has the expectation now been set that they have to get to the NBA Finals? It seems like it's unfair, and yet, I don't know. I kind of feel like that's where the bar is being set right now.
I think a reasonable expectation, and I always get accused of not having high enough standards. Where I am with this team is see them beat Boston and New York in a playoff series. I don't know what round that'll come in. The way it's aligned right now, that would be the Eastern Conference Finals. If it's before then, I think that's a sign of authentication. Now, Boston will be getting back a player next year, and so will Indiana. Indiana's a mess right now, but
that's next year.
Yep. Charles is next on 97.1. Hi, Charles.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up,
Charles?
Hey, enjoying the show.
Thank you.
My issue is looking at the Pistons. Where do they rank? I think they rank number 1 as the best or the fewest points given up in the league per game. I think they're number 6. They're third?
They're third, and they're 10th in scoring.
10th in scoring, and that's at 117, and the best score is 120, right?
Yeah, it's just a 3-point difference.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And so I don't understand why everybody thinks that we need a 3-point shooter, because on 3-point shooting, you're saying that we're ranked 6th?
No.
Where are we ranked for 3-point shooters? I thought it was 6th.
As a team, as a 3-point shooting
team
team?
average. Yes.
The Pistons are near the bottom.
Are we talking about 3-point field goal percentage?
Their percentage, their percentage is 34.9%, which is bottom. They're like 11th near the bottom there.
Oh, okay then. Okay. That's why everybody's pushing for the 3-pointers. Okay.
Well, we also, I mean, the Pistons are near the bottom of the league in 3-point field goal attempts.
Yes.
And the league has, do you have the number in front of you?
I do.
What are they?
There are only 3 teams that shoot the 3-point shot less than the Pistons.
In a league, Charles, where teams have had tremendous success at launching high volumes of 3-point shots, and they just don't do it.
Oh, okay. Understandable.
Yep.
Didn't look at it from that angle. Thanks a lot, guys.
I appreciate it. Yep. From Scott, the Pistons have had a defensive identity all season. Come the playoffs, will other teams put more emphasis on defense and match the Pistons' superpower? Is that a concern? It is. I mean, it is. Others. Look, there are teams that regular season success means very little to. They don't care. Oklahoma City doesn't care. My guess is New York doesn't really care. I'm guessing Boston doesn't really care.
I bought into the term culture a lot more over the last few years because of what I saw with the Lions and how things changed.
Okay.
The attitude changed overnight when they brought in the new head coach and the new GM, Chris Spielman heading things up to try to, let's get the right candidates in here and we'll pick from there. And finding guys that were going to bring in the right type of culture. And it took a couple seasons, but the Lions got there. They haven't they've won a couple playoff games, but we know that they haven't got a Super Bowl yet, and we have higher expectations and want them to get there. But that's where I start to look at things, okay, does culture really matter? And I think it does. And with the Pistons, it starts with a new coach who's working with young players. And when you work with young players, you have a chance to change their mind about things because they're not veterans that have been set in their ways or whatever. And if you get the top guy to buy in, like Cade Cunningham has bought in, you can see remarkable changes. And now I think the Pistons have set it up where, because they are a young team with a coach that brings in this attitude and the people have bought into it, the Pistons, I think, are going to be very selective about who enters this group of players, that they have to buy in. You have got to be defensive minded and leave the ego at the door. Hey, you used to score 22 points a game. Congratulations. We need you to guard this guy over here. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter. You'll get your points at some point, but right now we need you to do this. And the only response is, yes, sir, let's go out and do that. And when you talk about other teams, can other teams just dial up defense? Defense is kind of a mindset more than anything else, but you have to be able to get to that mindset. And it's about the ego. And I think that that's what they've done a remarkable job of, is finding players that can set it aside, or players that are just so young because this team is so young that they've gotten them early in their career that they can already turn them into that mindset. It's a great job they've done.
248-539-9797. So the Pistons rank number 1 in the NBA, according to The Athletic post All-Star break. Something else that came out of the All-Star break that I found very interesting was Adam Silver addressing the media. And one of the things he was strongest on was tanking. He is not happy at all with the tanking.
Not up in here.
Nope. The belief is there could be as many as 10 teams right now tanking for better draft positions. And it's got people talking about solutions. They include the league flattening the lottery odds even further. So the difference between being the worst team and the first team out of the playoffs doesn't make that much of a difference in terms of your odds of winning the lottery. Then there's some pretty extreme ideas like abolishing the draft altogether and letting prospects select their own teams. Now, that has not come up in meetings with the competition committee.
In what planet does that make sense?
Abolishing the draft altogether?
Yeah. In what planet does that make sense?
That
You're just free to sign with who you want to sign with.
There's no benefit whatsoever to being a bad team. None whatsoever.
So
still a cap in place.
Uh-huh.
So players, the best draft picks, are they going to go where they can make the most money? Or do you think they're just going to all go to the best teams?
There you go. And then they'll get their money later, I guess, when they...
I'm not as convinced they won't go for the payday.
I don't know. I think it's a horrible... To me, it's a non-starter. It's find a way to prevent teams from tanking. You can find ways to do that. Or penalize teams that you think push them a little bit more. You could come up with a different lottery form if you want to do that. Weight it different ways. tournament at the end of the year for the bad teams, and to, I don't know. There are ways to get it done.
Here's some of the other ideas. Okay, lottery-bound teams compete against each other in a tournament for the number one pick. Now, that hasn't gained much traction.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that idea either, because if you're a bad team, you're a genuinely bad team, and you deserve the pick, and you have no shot at it because you're a bad team, and one of these other bad teams happens to be better than you, and they win the tournament, that doesn't seem right either.
So sure would be an interesting television event. Setting lottery odds earlier in the season instead of setting them after the full 82-game schedule. So if they did it now, for instance, teams have no incentive to lose games moving forward. What's likely going to happen is fine amounts for teams that are blatantly skirting the rules. And Utah just did get fined for doing that. 248-539-9797. It's interesting talk, but all these things have to be collectively bargained, which can be a process. It is Karsch Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You can also stream with through our website, 971theticket.com. I'm sorry, Gator, I should have asked you this off the air, but it just popped in. Did you give Champ and Chump to Evan?
I did not.
Okay. We got to do that so we can get it posted up there. Evan and the Birch Kid responsible for the fine content on the website, 971theticket.com. You can also stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Thank you all those who take in the show that way and participate in the streaming chat, where yesterday they apparently caught Gator with a gesture towards the computer. You were not happy with the computer, and it circulated on social media.
Did it?
Yeah.
Great. I was not happy.
You couldn't see the gesture. It was behind the computer, but you could tell that it was a rather, it was a violent sort of hand movement.
It was a double bird. I give the double bird to the computers because I was struggling at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was a rough start to the show yesterday. I'll just put it that way. And then when I stepped into the studio, the computer was not cooperating, thus the double bird gesture.
All his pre-show work was off in a computer netherworld.
Yeah, it was in the ether.
Did you ever recover it?
No.
Oh, that's frustrating. 248-539-9797. Anyway, if you were streaming yesterday, you got this on YouTube or Twitch, you could see that. They got the streaming chat on those websites, so you can participate in that. Tim on a cell, you're on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hi, thanks for taking the call. I have two questions. Well, I want your opinion. Do you think with the Pistons making a trade, you have to be careful about the continuity of the team the way it is today, and then you change it, and the guy's personality, he's got bad breath, whatever, isn't it turns into a negative for the team making a change? And the second thing is our football coach. Do you think he's learned anything about his calls with fourth down and go for it almost every time?
Okay, so first of all, he doesn't go for it almost every time. I mean, it's probably well below 50%. But as far as do I think he's learned anything? He always says that he's constantly trying to learn. He's constantly trying to, figure out what he can do better.
Yeah, okay. I hear you, but he probably is. You're right. He doesn't go all the time. I'm exaggerating, but he's probably at the top of the list in the NFL for going for it on fourth down.
He's actually 10th. He's actually 10th.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Well, I'm telling you the truth.
And he justifies it, and I understand he justifies it by saying, "I trust my people," and which is good because the people have responded as much as they physically can, they're talented.
Where do you think their conversion rate on fourth down ranks?
Since when?
Last year.
I would guess, and I've watched every game, I would guess it's maybe 30-40%.
It's 66%.
Okay, so
on fourth downs last year was 8th best in the league.
Really?
I might be wrong on that.
I have it.
My apologies. Apologies. It's wrong.
It's 58%.
58%. Where does that rank in the league?
He has a reputation for being go for it coach, right?
Well, he started the whole movement. He was the guy that looked at the analytics first, or that's just his own gut feeling about doing things, and they were quite successful with it early on. The rest of the league started to catch on, started working with the analytics, and now everybody goes for it on fourth down in certain situations. They just do, and the Lions are no different. Do they do it more than most? Yes, more than most, but there are still 9 teams that do it more than the Lions did last year alone. And I suspect because I think that the rate has gone down a little bit with the success rate, that the analytics might change for the upcoming season.
So, yes, my apologies. It is middle of the pack. It's well over 50%, but it's not below 50%. And you said 10th in how many times he goes for it. Look, I have no reason not to believe him. Dan Campbell, I think, looks at everything and tries to decide how they best want to do things. I think last year at the beginning of the year, they probably didn't realize that their offense wasn't as efficient. And so on those fourth down calls, they weren't as adept at moving the chains in those situations as they were the previous year. And so he's kind of changed the game and he's kind of changed the thinking. I give him a ton of credit for that. But if you're not also willing to change what you do based upon what teams you have, you ultimately will not be successful.
No, the scary part, the stat that you messed up a little bit,
Yes.
the scary part of
Yes.
that stat is that they give up a 66% rate.
It was
Their defense
that was the
is not-
glitch that I ran into. So.
But that's an interesting glitch to look at because now it's the other side of it. Defensively, the Lions have some work to do on fourth down because they are not ranking near the top of the league. In fact, they are the ninth, I think, in the league, ninth from the bottom with the worst percentage of giving up. They give up 66% of fourth down conversions.
Now, with that said, would you just match fourth down attempts with punts to see how frequently he went for it?
You want me to see how many punts there were?
Yeah, how many punts did they have? I guess punts and field goals. I mean,
Lions had.
I think these numbers are going to be way smaller.
You're not. This is surprising. Lions had more punts than any team in the league.
How many punts did they have?
35.
And how many field goal attempts did they have?
That I don't have in front of me.
Okay.
I can't believe that's it. Just 35 punts all season long.
I mean,
there's got to be something funky with that.
With
that stat,
35 punts.
It's something that just doesn't seem right there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think that's correct. It can't be correct.
Why not?
Because I think it's way too few. I would imagine now I'm going to look here for punting statistics with our guy, and Jack Fox had 56 punts. So I'm not sure how that.
Yeah, I don't get that
page
either.
Was showing it, but
okay, so they had 56 punts. They had 35. Sorry, we're workshopping this on the air, but Tim got us rolling. What's the field goal? Do we know how many field goal attempts they had?
Yes, the Lions. Jake Bates was 34 field goal attempts.
34 field goal attempts. So that means, and now not every field goal attempt comes on fourth down. You could have one at the end of the half or the end of a game that doesn't come on fourth down. But this accounts for, 90 fourth downs that they had a punt or a field goal, 35 that they went for it. So roughly 125 fourth downs, 35% of the time they're going for it. So what's that account of this? What percentage is that? Like 20-something% that they went for it on fourth down?
Probably closer to 30, I would guess.
Yeah, high 20s, 26, 27, whatever it is.
You're asking me on math. That's
I know,
amazing.
Anyway, the point is, it's not, it's a few here and there that he probably needs to change. But if he comes back, honestly, if he comes back with the same type of offense he had 2 years ago, let's say they get Linderbaum and Decker's back and healthy and they have, everybody back and healthy and they're humming along, I really didn't have an issue with the fourth down attempts 2 years ago. I know there's a famous one. Oh, good God. I know, but
let's not go there.
That game is going to get relitigated over and over.
Until they win a Super Bowl, yeah, or until they get to the Super Bowl, yes.
As far as adding to the Piston locker room, can chemistry matter? The short answer to your question is, of course. Of course it can matter. There was they value the hell out of Tobias Harris, and it's not all that he's bringing on the court, right?
No, he's a great teammate. They love him. They call him Hunk. They absolutely love him. Mm-hmm. And it was interesting that he did not get moved at the trade deadline because nobody seems to think that they're going to re-sign him in the offseason. So they're hanging on to a piece because he's a big piece of this team.
Okay, a Baseball Insider just sounded off on what losing Tony Clark might mean from a work standpoint, from a work stoppage standpoint. We will get to that today at 1:48. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. And here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like their family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. And that kind of reputation, it's not bought. It's earned through decades of doing the right job. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
So we opened the show probably in a way that Kang, our producer, would not have approved of. Sorry, man. We almost always listen to what he tells us. But the Tony Clark story had just broke. And Tony Clark, former Detroit Tiger, by the way, who is the lead negotiator for the Major League Baseball. He's the Major League Baseball Players Association executive director. He resigned. Okay, and that story broke right before we hit the air. Now, it turns out that there's some investigation and there might be some monies that were inappropriately spent, and we'll see if that's the reason for the resignation. We brought it up because the only thing that I think the average fan cares about is whether or not there's going to be a work stoppage. I think there's some of you that want to see, because the deal between the players and owners ends at the end of this season. I think that some people out there probably care deeply about whether or not there's a salary cap of some sort, something more enforceable, something that tightens the gap between the haves and the have-nots. But our only question was, what does it mean for a work stoppage? And now we have a Major League Baseball insider, guy that has been around Detroit forever, seems to know everything, Lynn Henning, who is, I think, officially retired, but he tweeted out the following. Anyone who knows Tony Clark is feeling lousy today for his departure, but anyone who wants baseball to be played next spring, preferably as early as February, and not with spring training beginning in May, understands new Major League Baseball Players Association leadership can help stave off a long 2027 lockout. So in Lynn Henning's opinion, Tony Clark, when he was in charge, it was likely there would be a long lockout. New leadership could cut back on that. So I will applaud this as a good moment for fans. I really hope Tony Clark didn't do anything wrong that led to his resignation. Although I guess I probably won't lose sleep over it, but I hope that's not the case. I don't really see anybody get busted or anybody breaking the law.
I just want the quickest solution to this new collective bargaining agreement that could present a real problem, because I don't have confidence that it's going to get done in time. You know, once the season starts, the deal's up and they got to get something done before spring training, right? And I just don't feel good about that. A year from now, I think we're going to be talking about a work stoppage in baseball. I hope that's not the case. And hopefully what this news means is that, all right, they'll come up with a new person to head up the MLBPA, and that person is going to try to get something done, or at least get the talks going a heck of a lot sooner than what they did the last time around.
Well, my suggestion was somebody who said when they get the job on Thursday, they say Friday morning at 9 a.m., I'll be sitting at the negotiating table. You're welcome to join me. I would recommend that you do, and that the owners have somebody, the commissioner, sitting down there with them. And if they sit there in silence, they sit there in silence. But that should be the number one priority, is to get this deal done. And, you know, when you talk about leagues that have done things right, the NHL and their collective bargaining, they got it done a year ahead of time. And I don't think we praise that league enough for doing that. Thank you, NHL. Thank you, NHL players. Thank you, NHL owners. You had a devastating work stoppage years ago, and it appears that you came out of that saying never again. I do not feel that is the case with Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I don't know either. You asked what Lynn is up to lately, because he's occasionally sending some stuff in with the Detroit News still, but he's started this new collective called the Tigers Intelligence Report. It's a group of writers that are keeping everybody up to date on what's going on with the Tigers in the minor league system and the major league club as well. It's a Substack type thing. So
cool.
Good for Lynn.
Yep. He's kept himself busy.
Yes, he has. Great writer. Great guy.
All right. So did a lot of talk this hour about the Pistons, whether or not they are the best team in the NBA. We'll get a sense for whether or not Michigan is truly the best team in college basketball. They ascended to the number one ranking over the weekend, but they got to go to Purdue tonight. Things to watch for: foul trouble. Who's going to guard Trey Kaufman-Renn? If it's Morez Johnson, can he stay out of foul trouble? Purdue's bigs don't take a lot of threes. I wonder if they're going to use Jack Benner off the bench a lot more than give him a bunch of minutes to try and spread Michigan out. That end of the floor. And then, of course, the guys that do shoot it for them, Braden Smith, Fletcher Lawyer, and C.J. Cox, are all very, very good. Michigan State playing host to the UCLA Bruins. and Mick Cronin's crew, and of course Xavier Booker on that team. Spartans coming off that loss against Wisconsin. Wisconsin's, I don't even know what they're ranked, but I feel like it's not high enough. They have some of the best wins in the country.
I think they're in the top 25. I think
They're 24.
Yeah, I was going to say towards the end of it. That was an ugly game. I mean, Spartans got down big early, and then it was just they just traded baskets the rest of the way. They never really got a chance to. Well, they had every chance, but they never really were able to chip away at it because Wisconsin just kept. Anytime you thought someone was going, here's a 3-point shot, it cuts down to 15 or cuts down to 12. Wisconsin answered right away. So it is a good basketball team they have there. Michigan State's got a good basketball team too, but teams have their flaws without question. There's a reason Wisconsin's lost 7 games this year, and Michigan State has not looked terribly dominant in their last 5 games they played, despite the nice win they have over Illinois. The games they had against Rutgers leading up to Michigan and the Wisconsin game, there's a bad taste in Spartan fans' mouths right now.
I think the thing of Wisconsin is their schedule. If you look at who they've lost to, they have played a hell of a tough schedule. And so, they're 18-7, but I think they're better than that. I think they're a team to watch, team to pay attention to.
Do you think Michigan's the best team in the country?
The best team I've seen, okay? But I haven't seen enough of Arizona, and everybody says it's Arizona and Michigan are the top 2. I mean, Duke probably wants to be heard from, and they will get their crack at Michigan on Saturday. Houston is still well-respected, and an amazing schedule anomaly. These are the top 4 teams in the country, and they all play each other. Saturday, Arizona plays Houston, and Michigan plays Duke. So kind of a scheduling anomaly, but they're the best team I've seen, but I will acknowledge I have not seen nearly enough of Arizona. Seen Duke, seen Houston, but
and Arizona's lost a couple games lately, right?
Yeah, they lost two over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Well, not over the weekend, but they lost their last 2. They lost at Kansas and versus Texas Tech, 2 ranked teams, which is what Michigan's got to go through this week. So a lot of good basketball teams out there. Look, you get to March Madness, there's no predicting what's going to happen. I think it's cool to have a great regular season, but you get into that tournament and things can get wild, and I'm not going to say they're random. They're not random, but there's a randomness to it that is more than you would prefer if you were a team sitting atop a bracket, as opposed to if you're down on the bracket, you love the chaos and the randomness. But if you are a 1 seed, a 2 seed, Michigan State's been in that position a lot, so they know exactly what this is like, and heck, they might be they're still trending to be one of the top 4 seeds in a region somewhere. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. What's up, man?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Oh, yeah?
You're good.
You guys, wait, you weren't here yesterday, were you?
No.
You weren't. He was.
Gator was, yeah. Yep.
Better computer problems? No more computer problems?
Less today. I haven't had the issue.
I'm having them.
Now Doug's got an issue with his, but I was okay today.
It's a lot rougher when you're solo and your entire pre-show prep gets evaporated.
Son of a bitch!
You excited for college basketball tonight?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. Yeah, I've been listening to Mr. College Basketball himself. Rieger has been talking nonstop about it. Last night.
Is he in the building?
No,
Oh,
he
okay.
calls me. He's got the day off. I'm so happy. Buddy, I can't wait. Oh, my goodness. Go Bruins. Go Bruins.
Really?
Yeah.
He calls you to tell you that.
Oh, yeah. Every game, whoever state is playing, he calls just to say, go whoever.
Does he really?
Yeah.
And do you answer these calls?
If not, he keeps calling.
Rieger is, when you look up the word troll in the dictionary, it's his picture.
Jeff Rieger?
But here's what he owns it.
Yeah, I know.
He owns it. He doesn't do one of those Wojo like, what are you talking about? Like I'm a troll. Yeah, I am. But no, I am too good. It's actually not just the 2 local teams, but it's like some good Big Ten games tonight for those who care about that type of stuff.
I told Valeni last Thursday to look at the college basketball schedule that day. He was in a building early, and I said there wasn't one power team playing. SEC, ACC, Big 12, Big 10, anybody. The most recognizable name was probably Memphis.
It was unbelievable how there was nothing going on.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to play last Thursday for some reason.
No Patriot League action?
There was a lot of Patriot League
there was
action.
Patriot.
Yeah,
Baby.
that's what
what
it
I
was.
was saying. Nothing on.
Yeah, it's also Nebraska at Iowa, which Iowa's favored in the game. So
Interesting. Cool. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, Stoney's watched a documentary that I'm very intrigued about.
Okay.
The ABA. And we also have.
It's unbelievable. It is so
Is it good?
It
All right.
is so good.
So is it good for people that didn't live through it?
Well,
Because
that's
my
what-
kids, I'll just say this real quick. My kids love the Wings Avalanche stuff they didn't live through.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to basically talk about is like what things in sports do you have to show your kids?
Okay. Well, have fun with that. Have a great show, boys. Thanks, everyone, for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow. Of course, stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto. Yes, Mike is out. I am Stoney. I'm here with the one, the only Rico Beard. We got David. We got Kenny, the whole crew, except for Mike, who's only, a little important on this program. But I'll try to fill in the next 4 days. What's up, Rico?
What's happening, Stoney?
How are you? I'm
good, man. I'm good.
I don't think I'm going to be watching that much. Oh, probably not right away. I can't believe they're doing a documentary on Michigan's basketball team this year.
Them in Kansas. I mean, they picked a good
Yeah, they picked a good year to
do
do it. I
so,
guess. Yeah, I know.
But yeah, both Michigan and Kansas have a documentary done. So, well, they did the football team.
I know.
That.
That's right. The Amazon Prime. Yeah. That did.
Rashawn Gary at the end of the state game.
That's
One
right.
of my favorite moments.
By the way, before we get into a lot of interesting stuff today, I do want to mention. Usually in my past, I'd work, the morning show for all those years. And on today, being Fat Tuesday, there would always be a punchki or two hanging around, they'd deliver them. So in my older age, as I try to, maybe go to Planet Fitness a lot more, try to get in shape, I kind of was, all right, good. I don't have to work this morning. There's, going to be no punchkis around. Well, little did I know that right outside the door where Kenny and David are in the little area. Yeah, I already ate one.
Oh,
Yes.
David
David was hand delivered. So I'll probably have another one because how can you only have just one? They're so good.
Yeah, but Stoney, we're not in our 20s anymore.
Oh, really?
So
I know.
yeah. Two, yeah. Those are real punchkis. Those aren't like the
I know.
grocery
They're good.
store oversized jelly donuts.
Yes,
Those are real ones. And Stoney, I would recommend you just leave it at one.
Okay.
Maybe have your second one in the 5 o'clock hour.
Okay,
so you can go home and nap.
That's fair. I don't know how much napping. We got good college basketball tonight. True. Michigan plays at 6:30, right? And there's the Michigan State game on Peacock as well as part of the Peacock doubleheader.
So
Michigan State hosting my
8:30 or whenever the Michigan game ends.
I wouldn't call it my alma mater. My pseudo. I went to UCLA for summer school one year.
Oh, okay.
One summer, yeah. So
did not know that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of. It was the summer of '79.
So you'll be sitting at home in your Xavier Booker jersey.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
I do have I still have my UCLA ID somewhere. I definitely hate to have that, but I don't have
campus.
It was great.
I mean, I went out there, beautiful campus. I was just like, wow, this is. I see why they have a hard time getting people to show up for games. Students.
Yeah.
That's like probably your third option for the day.
Well, especially for football, where your home games are at the frickin' Rose Bowl, which is 40 minutes away from campus if there's no traffic, and your team really isn't that good.
Or we can go to the beach.
Yeah, exactly. Hang out anywhere. Westwood's a cool area. Basketball is a different story and it's going to basically take us where I wanted to start the show with. Because that summer I'm not a very gifted athlete, but, pickup basketball, that summer was my athletic summer of my life because I actually was not playing against these players, but I did play on the floor of Pauley Pavilion, a venerable, and it's still there, historic franchise floor of UCLA basketball. UCLA, you can argue now because they haven't been completely relevant in a while, although they've made a couple Final Fours, but they were the one of the blue bloods of college basketball when we were growing up. But yeah, I was pickup games. I was pretty good that summer. That was it. Maybe it was the Pauley Pavilion influence. But I just happened to mention something in our little show prep today that actually floored you. And it would probably be better if Michigan was not playing at Mackey Arena, but was playing at home. But I always feel, and I think Wojo, among the other reasons, always thought I was an idiot. And this take may be idiotic as well. But I miss the old version of Chrysler Arena?
You mean the
dark,
the movie theater,
dingy,
where they turn off the lights, spotlight on the court, and everything else gets blacked out?
Yeah, well, that's what's cool about Madison Square Garden. But Chrysler was dingy, it was dirty, but there was something about it. It wasn't as corporate as it is now as the Chrysler Center, where it's brighter, there's suites. To me, the sightlines are no better. The sightlines are probably worse to a certain extent. You were right on the court. Now
They turned the lights on. That's why, because it was like game starts, light goes on the court, light goes out, and the crowd goes to sleep. And it was just the quietest place ever.
Well,
nobody. It's like you're not at. How can you get excited about a game because you feel like you're watching a movie? So you're conditioned to be quiet.
because they played some really good teams, including some really good Spartan teams. The Joubert versus Skiles games. The Indiana teams with Bob Knight, and Indiana hated Bill Frieder with a passion, even before the whole Fab Five stuff. Obviously, you had some great. Duke would come in there. They had some great games, and granted, I'm biased, but in those days, the media sat at a table right on courtside.
No, that was the old days.
Not where
anymore.
They put you in the corner now at Chrysler, and even at
Man, you touching bleachers. You're touching the banners.
Yes, and even at Brez, they put you in the
in the suites.
In the suites, which kind of sucks. Now, I never went to a game at Jennison, so shame on me. When was Breslin built? I moved here in '86. It wasn't built yet, but I never went to a game at Jennison.
I want to say, was it the early 90s or 80, like late 80s, early 90s, I believe.
Yeah, so I miss Jennison. I missed being there. But 248-539-9797. Am I on an island? Am I the only human being around here that would rather have the old version of Chrysler Arena than what you have now, calling it the Chrysler Center? I love the old crap. Whether it's Callahan Hall, whether it's, I don't know, I'm not suggesting the Pistons go play at Cobo, but, I do miss the Palace, but that's still somewhat modern. What do you miss?
You don't miss the Pistons at the Silver Dome?
No, but I miss the Lions at the Silver Dome, actually. I think
you know what I do, Mr. Lions.
The sight lines, Ford Field's fine. Obviously we miss Tiger Stadium for the Tigers.
Here's why I miss the Lions at the Silver Dome, because of the parking lot around it.
Yes.
It added to the ambiance because you had the tailgating.
Right.
And people tailgated at the same spots. Now, they do it now, but you're doing it at an Eastern Market. And You're doing it at this parking lot. The entire parking lot surrounded you, so you would walk past the same people every game day, and it was a part of it. And it was almost like a little community as you traveled to the game. So that is one that I'll say, yes, I do miss. I like Ford Field, but the Silver Dome felt more like...
Yeah, football.
Yeah.
And, did they have too many seats, having 80,000? Maybe. That's why in those days we had games that weren't televised.
Bought out by Art Van so you could actually see the game.
Yes. They had one year where they had to buy out the tickets so you could see the last game of the season when the Lions beat the Packers to win the division. The following year, the following week, they hosted the Packers in the Sterling Sharp game, and that was not seen on local television because they couldn't sell it out, even though it was a playoff game, because you had 80,000 people in there. Hard to believe, but that was true. And the other thing, to me, the Silverdome was like the Meadowlands, not where they have now, the old Giant Stadium, but with a roof. Yeah. The Silverdome was great. You had great fights in the stands.
Yeah, you were always
You
entertained.
had a couple at Ford Field, but you always had better ones at the Silverdome.
You miss it because of the fights
Well, that's one
in
of the
the
reasons.
stands.
And when you'd walk in the Silverdome, you had those doors and the wind would, I can't describe it any better than that.
It was almost, because Minnesota had the same thing in the Maggie
the
Dome.
Metrodome, yes.
Yeah, where you would have to go through the tunnels and you would feel the change in air pressure.
Yes.
But David, no, there was fights. Okay, fights were legendary in the
Yes.
upper deck.
Yes.
If the game got out of hand, just look up to the upper deck because it was always something going on. The field was horrible. I mean, I'm sure the players.
Oh
would
yeah,
tell
the
you.
players hated it.
It
wasn't as bad as
that field
Veterans
turf.
Stadium, but it was bad.
But it was the ambiance because when you parked, whether you parked in the parking lot or you parked across the street, but you had to walk across and you could, Kenny, you would love this. You would smell the hot dogs. You would smell whatever as you walked past car after car until you finally got into the stadium.
The tailgating was
Ford
more of a-
Field does not have the same experience. It may be a better stadium as a whole, but the ambiance, yeah, that parking lot, it was something.
And the tailgating was more of a college type of atmosphere because the people had the same spots every week, and it was in a parking lot. It wasn't
Don't
you
even
know, on the streets.
bring this next time. I'll bring this.
Yes.
And, right, you buddied up. So.
Yeah. All right. Our telephone number 248-539-9797. So we're asking, am I on an island? If you've been to Chrysler Arena or Chrysler Center, do you
Yes,
like
you're on an island
I'm an
there.
island on the. I like the old Chrysler. But also, what would you like brought back? Whether it be some different rules in the games, arenas, concepts, just things that you'd like to see again. For instance, I have one that I wish they would do at Little Caesars Arena. That they kind of do a little bit, but not enough in my mind. You're listening to the Valenti and Rico show here on
Godfather T.
97.1.
When Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, Xfinity can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee you something that's just important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid is ordering new gear online and streaming highlight reels or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi, 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. I like Chrysler Arena the old way. What else? What would you bring back? Whether it's a building. Now, obviously, buildings that are destroyed, you can't bring them back. So what do you miss? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. No, look, there are people out there who like Comerica Park better than Tiger Stadium, which to me makes absolutely no sense. Yes, the corridors are better, the bathrooms are better, but to me, when you go to a sporting event, it's all about the sight lines more than anything else. And the sight lines are so much better.
You like Chrysler.
Yeah, it was because I like my college basketball. It's the way that I grew up with it at the Palestra in Philly, and dark and dingy.
See, I like it when you look on TV, and we were talking Assembly Hall, everybody in orange. That place looks intimidating. Like you could see and feel the energy. When the lights are out, it's just like, hello, anybody there?
Now, what I'd really like to see brought back. Now, the Red Wings, I'll give them credit. They try to do it a little bit, but I think they need to go all in. Just bring back the organ completely. Bum, 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 bum. We don't need all the... For me, hockey is organ music. And it's not trying to be old guy because I don't mind it in other sports as much. Hockey to me, it's just that's the way I was raised with the organ being played, you know? And they try with, what's his name? Lance Luce or whatever his name is. And he's dressed up and they have the big old organ. So that's kind of cool. But bring back the organ full throttle.
You know, well.
And get rid of Ric Flair.
I guess this won't count for you because it's no longer there. I miss the Palace. It was a pain to get out there. It was a pain to get out there. It wasn't in Detroit. It was Auburn Hills. It was next to a garbage dump. Literally, I'm not being mean.
No.
If you ever notice all the seagulls flying, because they dumped garbage right next to it. But
the Palace was visionary. It was the first arena to have suites in the first level, basically, like 25 rows up. And even when Gores bought the team, he didn't let it go to hell. He invested money into it. They modernized the atrium, great sight lines. Granted, because I lived in Oakland County, it was a little easier to get to, but parking was better. It was the acoustics were great, and they're pretty good for concerts at LCA too. But oh God, I loved the Palace. I'm with you on that 100%. Yeah. And part of that I think is because we worked in the media and we knew every nook and cranny of that place.
Yeah, I like the Palace. It just felt like home. It felt like it was the Pistons' place. Like the LCA, I've gone down there and it's cool and all, but I still like, man, every time I go down there, I'm like, I miss the Palace. This isn't the same.
Right, because it was built for hockey. With the steepness and the sightlines for hockey are great. But unless you have really good seats for basketball, I can't stand being up in the upper bowl for basketball. David, do we have any text communications, as you call them, on this program?
Rick from Westland says bring back the old school kickoff along with trying the onside kick of the NFL without telling the other team you're going to do it.
Right on.
Hold on, who was that?
Ken from Westland, I believe. Yes. I'm sorry, Rick.
There you go. Rick, thank you.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm like, when did we... The onside kick thing is just... It was like the element of surprise. Like when they did it in the Super Bowl.
Right, Sean Payton.
I often said I would start the Super Bowl off onside kick. Catch the team off guard. And even if they get the ball, it's still 0-0 and you got time to make it up. But I have to declare to you, Stoney, I am going to kick an onside kick. So please get all your people out there to be prepared for this onside kick that I'm about to go. It could go left or right. Ooh. But I'm going to kick it onside.
That's stupid. I don't care what they say. There is no way that letting somebody know there's an onside kick is safer, much safer than doing it the other way.
Because the funny thing about it, on Saturdays when you watch the college game and they just go back to the old-fashioned kickoff rule, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's how they used to be. And funny, they're not all dying.
Well, here's the thing. You talk about safety, and I don't know what I want back. If it helps with safety, hurts with safety, I have no idea. But in the NFL or football in general, I need the neck roll and the giant shoulder pads back.
David, I think
Von Kirkland with the neck roll.
So remember Spielman used to have the neck roll?
Yes. That's what I need back. I don't know if it has anything to do with safety or not.
Brian Bosworth.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not coming back, though.
I think that was more of a style. That was almost like with the cutoff jersey.
You're exactly right. They just wanted it to look good.
How about this?
Accessory.
How about watching an NBA or a college basketball game where the guys are not wearing leggings? And I'm sure that's for medical reasons, I would
Keeps
assume.
their legs warm, the blood flowing. I have no idea. You know what?
To see Luke Kennard wearing those yellow Laker is it's really weird to me. I don't know.
No.
Here's someone on the text, Frank and Wesley. He says Michigan basketball needs to bring back the baggy shorts, black socks, and the shoes.
You know what? They should do like a throwback, game like that. Maybe I'd retire the jerseys of some of them, but whatever. That'd be a cool thing, a throwback. And you can have this little somebody dressed up as Ed Martin writing checks, but no.
You always take it there.
But seriously.
Let that man rest in peace.
I know. But
Stoney, you made me think of a couple of LCA ones when you brought up your hockey. One, bring back Karen Newman. There's no reason she shouldn't be there. I don't know why she's not. Maybe there's more reasons. I don't know. Behind the scenes, couldn't speak to it.
Hey,
also,
I don't think it's behind the scenes. I think it's an old bit already.
You may want to talk to the person sitting next to you. Did you see his reaction to that?
Uh-oh. You got a problem with Karen?
No, he's got no problem with Karen.
I have an opinion on her. Sure.
Oh, wow. What do we got?
You think it's an old bit, right?
Sure, I'll
It's
go with that
definitely
one.
an old
It's
bit.
an old bit. That's what I'll go with.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something else. Oh, I think I know it. Let's stay away from that one.
Yeah, please.
The other one, if we could just one bathroom at the LCA.
Trough?
One trough.
Yes!
I don't need all the
Yes!
troughs. I don't need every bathroom or most bathrooms or even more than one or two. Give me one trough just for old time's sake.
When the Tigers announced the new stadium.
Wait. You want trough?
Yes, I do
The
too.
person who sits in this chair? That's all I hear at Spartan Stadium. We got to pee in a trough. What are we, animals?
No, the hell with him on that. Troughs. I remember when they first announced Tiger Stadium was going down, they're going to build a new ballpark. And Wojo and I had John McHale on, the former president. And I said, John, no matter what you do, please bring the troughs back to Comerica Park. And they didn't listen to me.
I'm so lost right now.
Yeah, we don't need that back.
By the way, I didn't say troughs multiple. Just one bathroom with just one.
What is the appeal of the trough?
It's quicker.
It's much more of an efficient use of
Yes,
yours.
It's insane.
No, it's not. If you're in there between periods, okay, and or look, when game is playing, you want to get in and out as quickly as possible. You don't want to wait in line behind people for behind a urinal. You can get more production.
Smash up against each other.
Yeah, you get more production out of the trough. More people can get in and out.
More efficient, David. I don't know what you're not getting about this.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go back to the phone, shall we? Bob in West Bloomfield, what's up?
How you doing, guys? Let me start with, I'm so old. I was probably there when they invented the trough, and I could, at this point, I could probably use one in my home now. But anyhow, that aside, talk about stadiums. Oh, by the way, I don't go back to Stoney and Wojo. I go back to Stoney and Mitch Album.
Oh, wow.
I go back, way back. Yeah.
Sunday Sports
Anyhow, yeah. I attended games, believe it or not, when the Pistons first came from Indiana. With Zollner's the owner. They played at Olympia, which was obviously the home of the Red Wings. And you talk about poor lighting, poor seating, and they didn't draw at all. If you bought a seat, you could lay down and watch the game. But it was a whole but you talk about the organ. I used to love at Cobo when they play the Benny and the Jets theme. Do you remember that?
I've heard all about it.
The crowd would get worked up. Yeah.
What was his name?
Anyhow,
Gus. Gus. Bump. 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 Allen in Macomb.
Afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. I had two things. Number one, past sports. I missed that, but here's the twist on it. My parents, God love them, they never had past sports. So I would try to watch the games with the squiggly lines in between. That's, maybe a little depressing, but I miss past sports just for that. Number two, the Silver Dome, particularly when you weren't sure if it was going to be on TV. You're waiting until like 2 days before whether Art Van's going to pay for 5,000 tickets. So it was always a question of, are you going to see the game or not? Kind of two nostalgia points.
Yep. Friday you had to watch the news to see if the game got sold out.
248-539-9797. By the way, coming up at 2:45-ish, we have a football blitz. And 3 o'clock hour, a blind ranking for Rico. 97.1.
Text from a buddy of mine says this topic is fire. May have to do it again tomorrow. It's fire for at least us old guys.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You know what I don't like that they have, and I mentioned it briefly at LCA, and I thought it was kind of cool. But then I started, you watch other games and you can pick up some of the stuff that they do like in game, but every team does it. The Ric Flair, woo. I mean, I like that, but I liked it because I thought it was just here. But everybody does it. I mean, come on. Enough of Ric Flair.
Yeah, pretty much every arena does the same thing.
I know. Like, be a little more original.
Fireworks, but when they do, like for basketball, when they introduce players, like everybody does that. Now, something I wish they would bring back. I pray that they will, and I know that they'll never do it, and because of money. It's because they hate fans and they don't want to make fans happy. It's because of money.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
The back-to-back doubleheader.
Oh!
When I was a kid.
Part of my youth.
Right. That was it. Like 2 for 1 baseball, 1 ticket, watch 2 games.
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else, which is good as well. When I was a kid, go to see the Sixers play Seattle, 8:00 start. At 6:00, Celtics played somebody else. You'd have 2 games in one venue.
Oh.
Yes.
What?
It was great.
How did they do that?
Every team had a certain amount of games where you'd play, like the first game would be like 5:30 or 6:00.
So that's like the Final Four. When you're there, you see the one game and then the second game.
Yeah. And it's always seemed it was like, because Philly and Boston were really good back then when I was a kid. And like teams like the Sonics were like in their second season, and they were before they moved to Houston, the San Diego Rockets. And they would always play those type of teams against the real good teams, your rival, in the first game. And you get there early just to hate watch.
No, they said
It was great.
See, I'm more for. Yeah, I just wanted just a back-to-back
Oh, yes.
doubleheader in baseball.
Yeah, the holiday, Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July doubleheader.
Yeah, or just a Saturday or Sunday, 1:00 game leading into the next one. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I agree with you though, because I think it was a couple years back when we the Tigers.
Okay, screw you.
The Tigers and when Shohei, I believe he was still in the Angels, and we had the back-to-back, the doubleheaders, and he pitched one, and then he hit a home run to start the next game. That was amazing. But we need more of that.
Right. I mean, and here's the thing. I don't understand why baseball just can't give fans 1 or 2 a year.
Exactly.
The whole day-night thing, it's a con, it's a grift. Yeah, we get it. You're making double the money.
And
but how about you just do something for your loyal fans and give them a game, 1 ticket, 2 games. You ain't going to go broke.
I'm not even sure the players like the day-night doubleheader because they have to stay at the stadium for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sometimes and just do nothing.
I guess, or you take a nap in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just get it over with.
It used to be, even if it wasn't the day ones, it was the twilight doubleheader, they called it.
Yes.
First pitch at 5:30. Second game would usually start around 8 because back in my day, hit the music, baseball games took 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Unless Greg Maddux pitched.
Yeah.
And it was an hour and a half.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. There's a lot of, stuff of rules. Like you mentioned, I wish college would, I don't know if it's on topic, would have the 6 fouls like they do in the NBA.
I wish college would have 4 quarters in basketball.
Yes.
Like I've never understood why it is the only version of organized sports that doesn't play 4 quarters. High school,
the
whatever
Olympics.
you play. Women.
And I was about to say the women moved there, so it's like, why don't the men do the 4 quarters?
Right, the 20-minute halves.
Right.
Like they're the only one that does 20-minute halves. Everybody else is broken down into quarters except for college hoops.
You know why? They haven't figured out a way to make it more profitable because that's all they care about.
But now here's one that I saw that maybe we'll go back to, but I was reading that the NFL is, they're saying for pass interference, it's almost going to go to the college rule.
Ooh.
They're leaning towards the college rule.
Being a 15-yard penalty.
It's a 15-yard penalty. So it basically, if you get beat deep down the field, just tackle the guy because it's only a 15-yard penalty and the ball won't get spotted at like the 3. If it's 70 yards, it's just spotted at the 50 and you still got to keep playing. So, and then I was also saying that they may have enough legislation, and this is one that I hope happens. I know it's a little off topic, but the 4th and 15 instead of the onside kick.
Yes, that would be
where you get
progressive. You have a choice.
4th and 15 from the opponent's 25-yard line. You get it, you make and take it. You keep the ball. You miss it, they get the ball on the 25.
There's some rules back in the day that I'm glad they got rid of. Do you realize in the NBA it used to be if you got fouled shooting, you had 3 chances to make 2 shots?
I do remember that.
3 for 2, they used to call it. Yeah.
We've lost them.
Yeah. It was
So
stupid.
was that 1944 or
No,
something?
no.
You get the ball out the peach basket.
No, it was, I wonder, you can look it up when it got changed, but it was in the late 60s. 3 for 2. And so guys like, Wilt or whatever, or Shaq, if he played that day, bad free throw shooters, it wouldn't penalize your team as much because you'd have 3 chances to make 2 shots.
No.
But it's slow. I mean, you talk about slowing the game down.
Yeah, I remember, when big men used to just be big men and play down low and dunk the ball and not shoot threes.
Yeah.
When you call them centers and power forwards and small forwards and
Yes.
shooting guards and point guards.
And a point guard actually had to pass the ball. Like good point guards were guys who they could score, like, Nate Tiny Archibald, Dave Bing, people like that. Even guys who weren't great, like Mo Cheeks. He's a great player, but he didn't score a lot of points.
So, right. But going back to the venues here, so would you prefer Tiger Stadium over Comerica Park?
Yes.
Even though you would have the beams in the way?
But
I'm sorry.
The obstructive view.
Seating.
But
no, David, a giant blue beam.
I sat in them. Oh, yeah.
But they
in
weren't
the outfield.
You're like, we got these great tickets. That's why we got these great tickets.
But there weren't that many seats behind the beams. And would you rather, if you're going to sit in the upper deck, wouldn't you rather sit in the upper deck and be like a lot lower than you are?
The
if you
bleacher
sit
creatures.
Even beyond the bleacher creatures, if you used to sit behind the plate at Tiger Stadium, it was a relatively nice view.
The overhang.
Now you got 2 levels of suites. You're high up. I'd rather be lower. Now, the question is, especially since I've gained a little poundage over the years, the seats are, you have to realize the seats aren't as big as they probably are at Comerica.
They're like airplane seats.
Yeah.
You get more people.
Yeah.
Smaller seats.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Although today the seats are bigger, though. So they don't do it like that.
Where?
At Comerica Park, the seats are bigger than they were at Tiger Stadium. They were smaller.
I still got one of the blue seats.
I have 2 of them in my garage. I wonder what they're.
Nothing.
I know.
They're not
the
worth
green
anything.
ones are worth something.
They're not worth anything.
The green ones are worth something. I wish I had some from the Olympia.
Yeah, I only went to the Olympia back in the day. I was a little tiny kid for the Ice Capades.
I was going to say the circus.
No, it was the Ice Capades. That was it. So that's all I remember the Olympia for.
Text communication here. Someone says, bring back Cinemax. Think you know what they're trying to say there?
Yes, because the caller that we had, or the caller talked about missing pass and watching through the lines.
Yep. He wanted to watch some things through the lines at Cinemax.
Exactly.
The next one here says, so Stoney and Kenny like looking and bumping hips, I see. Another one here says, bring back Tommy Amaker. Tired of hearing the ticket guys talk about Michigan being #1 all day. Wow.
Yeah, why don't you bring back Brian Ellerby?
I was about to say,
Yeah, right.
Brian Ellerby. That was the guy that you should have never fired. I mean, he just needed a little bit more time. He would have turned the program around.
Didn't they do well in the NIT one year under him or something, though?
the NIT.
Not that the NIT means anything.
No, I think that was Amaker.
Yeah, okay.
That was Amaker
Yeah,
in the NIT,
the
yes.
trailer, they won the NIT one year, I remember, I think. I don't know. Whatever, who cares?
And I had hope for the next year,
You know
and then
what?
we did
Yeah,
nothing.
the NIT stands for not invited tournaments.
No, actually, I had the front page laminated, like turned into a poster style of Michigan winning the NIT.
Really? So you were a Michigan fan before you went to state?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he was making fun of
Oh,
Michigan. That's what
well,
he's saying.
Yeah, I got to get a frame for it. It's
Oh.
going in the basement, but because
I
the
can't stand
the news
that.
and free press you could get
Yes.
pages turned into posters.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was dating somebody who worked at the Free Press, and she was like, "Yeah, I'll get that made for you." So it was a 1 of 1.
Wow, that's awful. Oh my gosh. Someone says, I'm with Stoney. Give me Olympia Stadium with the cement, fold up red chairs, and ice. That's all we really needed.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll take a look into the world of football. Coming up next, it's the Valenti Show with Rico, with me, Stoney, 97.1. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here live in the studio again to share my story with any of you who can relate. It's about my eyesight issues 7 years ago that affected everything I did, both personal and professional. I was 60, had developed bad near vision, bad night vision, a lot of bad vision, and blurriness from all the formation of the cataracts. Now, that's perfectly normal. By age 60, many people experience those symptoms but don't do anything about it. Not me. Dr. Yaldo solved it all in a painless 10-minute procedure by replacing my aging lenses with bifocal implants. Getting 20/20 vision up close and far away was a revelation. No more glasses, contacts, or annoying readers. Everyone's eyes are different, and it takes an expert like Dr. Yaldo to determine what will change your life as it did mine. Maybe LASIK for younger people or bifocal implants for middle-aged and beyond, because that's my story and I love them. Understand your story with a free evaluation at YaldoEyeCenter.com. 248-539-9797. David, a little football, please.
Well, fellas, we are about 3 weeks away from the start of NFL free agency. So what I want to do here is I found a decent article on CBSSports.com. We're going to go through some free agency rules. Want to know if you agree with them or not. First rule, don't expect free agent spending to equal success. And I'll give you why they say this. Bottom 11 team, because they have a chart here of what you spent and versus what your winning percentage was. It says the bottom 11 teams in free agent spending over the last 15 off seasons all had winning records in that span. So they didn't spend a lot on free agency, had winning records. Packers, Steelers, Chiefs, Ravens. 7 of the top 8 teams in free agent spending over the last 15 had losing records. You spend in free agency, you lose. Jags, Jets, Raiders, and Giants. Do you agree with this rule?
I agree. It just points out how important it is to make really good drafting decisions and the occasional trade. Free agency is great for augmenting what you already have. You can't, very few times can you buy yourself a team.
And just that, Stoney, I agree with the rule as well, because I think if you're a good team, free agency is just that last piece to the puzzle. When you go into free agency trying to rework the entire team, that's when you get yourself in trouble because you don't know what you're buying. If you're buying 1 or 2 pieces, you can absorb that. You're going out there and buying up 4, 5, 6 free agents, chances are that means your team is pretty bad because you don't trust who's already there.
Next rule here, and I'll give the rule in a second, but let me say this within it. It says rebooting quarterbacks is in right now. Darnold, Daniel Jones, Mayfield, Jared Goff. It says you should be able to find crazy bargains. So the rule is go QB bargain shopping. You have the Geno Smiths of the world, the Aaron Rodgers of the world, Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield. All of these quarterbacks were under $15 million.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, and I think you're doing it now because it's trendy, because it's working. That's why I think Mac Jones is going to command a lot because people are going to want him, and Malik Willis is another quarterback because it's a proven commodity. You know they can handle the NFL. If you draft a rookie, man, you're crossing your fingers hoping that they can handle this pressure and they can flourish in the league. I get it because a lot of times, Stoney, a lot of quarterbacks got drafted with ridiculous expectations that they could never live up to. What do you mean you haven't won the Super Bowl in 2 years?
That's true. But when you're out there free agent shopping for quarterbacks, I think what the rule is, don't go and try to find somebody who's like going to cost you $45, $50 million a year either. You can find good quarterbacks at a good price. To what you said about, experience, making sure guys can do something, you don't spend a lot of money for a guy who had like a 6-game great window, like some guy named Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Rule number 3, it's okay to pay running backs on short-term deals. Let me repeat that for people listening to this show. It's okay to pay running backs on short-term deals. Example, Saquon, Jacobs, Henry.
3 years or less?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
3 years or less because you'll probably get the best out of them in 2 years. And by that 3rd year, they're done. And they're not going to cost you that much to get rid. Then you can just get rid of them.
Next rule is beware of the age 30 wall for wide receivers. And what they do is they give examples of receivers that were given deals at like 29, 30-year range and how they've kind of failed where they were. Terry McLaurin got his deal at 29. It's fallen off. Tyreek Hill fell off. Steph Diggs fell off. It's kind of, with you, Rico, with receivers, dime a dozen. So watch out that wall.
By the way, I can't believe Terry McLaurin's 29. It just seems like he just came into the league a couple years ago.
You're talking to the wrong person because you know me, man. Receivers, after your first contract, okay, I'll draft another one.
Yeah.
And I'll replace you because receivers are kind of a dime a dozen. But yeah, as they get older, it used to be running backs. It used to be the running back, as soon as they hit a certain age, would just completely fall off and go from starter to backup to out of the league within 2 seasons. But no, David, yeah, especially seeing Tyreek Hill just flat out, the Dolphins were like, yeah, we just don't want you here anymore.
Especially when he's coming off injury. And the other thing.
He was bad, and now he's
Steph
injured.
Diggs,
Yeah.
waited all your life to get to the Super Bowl, and we still want to know, did you play?
The other thing with running backs where it's changed, though, is I think there's more of a running back by committee than there used to be.
The old days of getting 25 to 30 carries. Because it was Sean Alexander.
Yeah.
Went from being the number 1 pick in fantasy football to one day it was like, what the heck happened to him?
It's going to be
This guy
fascinating
stinks.
to see what Kenneth Walker III gets.
Yeah, they're not going to franchise him, but I think they'll probably bring him back to bring it full circle, David. I could see him getting like a 3-year deal, something like that.
And the final rule here, I think Brad Holmes actually abides by this rule: extend star players early and don't play the waiting game.
Okay, caveat. You don't have to extend every player early, but star players, yes. Every player, no.
Right. They hit on some good ones that they extended, and rightfully so. Some others that we'll get to one later, actually, coming up shortly, that, you know what, they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, JSN in Seattle, I would try to extend him.
He's on the list. They say him. They say Witherspoon, Will Anderson, Bijan, Puka, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
I would say Gibbs, but you've extended everybody already.
Right.
Looking at you, Kirby. All right.
Those are your free agency rules, 97.1.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. We got one of those blind rankings coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. I do want to mention, we mentioned Chrysler Arena, so I know I've been getting some texts and some, shall we say, missives on this stuff, so I'll just get it out of the way. Yes, Bruce Springsteen has announced a tour. His 81 tour, by the way, started at Chrysler Arena. Anyway, Detroit is not part of the tour. It's a 20-show tour, quick thing. And no Detroit. Closest city will be Cleveland and Pittsburgh, Chicago. So
that's just that's like going to what, Livonia for you?
Yeah, exactly.
Cleveland.
Exactly. So
how many times have you seen him?
Too many. About 130 something.
And you're gonna go again?
Yeah, maybe once or twice, depending.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question,
Yes.
and then we'll leave it alone.
It's an obsession. It's a sickness.
Have you ever just like, you know what? I'm bored.
I'm never bored because there's usually at least one or two songs that he didn't play the time before. There's always, like, if he's on a tour, there's never anything that I've seen where it's the exact same show. But
over 100 times.
Yeah. And
so there's a gambling number. There has to be a Bruce number for him to call. 1-800 something.
Yeah, and please save your political stuff away. I don't need to hear. I'm not going to get into the whole political stuff. You can like certain acts no matter what their political affiliations are. I'm not going to not see Kid Rock. Okay,
I'm just going to say I'm so lost. I have no idea what you were talking
good.
about. So
don't worry about it then.
Okay, I was just like, have you ever just gone and said, you know what? This was a waste of time. I could have been doing something else. I can't believe I drove all the way here.
Well,
or like you're just sitting at the show like, I'm tired. Like, why did I come to this show?
Most of the time, especially the ones that are from out of town, I use it as a conduit to meet some of my friends who I haven't seen for a while, who live in other parts of the country.
I was about to say, but you at least seen them 100 times.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, I started seeing them in the mid to late 70s. So it's been over a long period of time. So as my wife would say to me, she goes, some husbands have a gambling problem. Some husbands have a drinking problem. I'd rather you have a Springsteen problem.
So have you ever gotten to, I'm sorry, guys. I'm
fascinated by this. You don't have to apologize.
It just made me radio.
This is organic. No, it's not.
So have you ever been invited backstage?
Have I been invited backstage? No. Have I met him? Yes, I have met him.
Like a press conference.
Right.
Press conference, the first at the Super Bowl, Billy Keenis ran this, so I asked the first question. And I met him at the Palace where he kind of had a little press conference, and I posted video of that.
So he doesn't know
Twitter.
Who you are?
I don't think so. I mean, I think he might know there's a radio guy in Detroit. But no, he doesn't. I don't believe he knows me.
Okay.
I thought he said hello to you from the stage every concert you went to.
No.
That's my guy, Mike Stone.
No. You know what the sick thing is? The sick of that? There are people I know who have seen him twice as many times as I have. People who live in New Jersey have seen him all. Yes.
Okay. Is it in your will that your kids have to take your ashes to your final concert?
No, it's not.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny.
No,
but
I know you're not.
Like some people say, hey, if the Lions ever win
No.
the Super Bowl, just with the confetti, dump my ashes out into the street.
No.
So, okay, I didn't know if it was like in your will. One last show, Twins got to take you.
No, and he's 76 years old, so. If I'm around when he's not around, no, I'm not going to New Jersey for the funeral. People said, "Oh, you'll be at his funeral, won't you?" I said, "No."
Okay, whoa. Why are you acting like that's some strange thing?
No, because I don't know. I don't.
Are you sitting?
No,
from
I don't
the
know.
man who's gone over 100, but that's where you draw the line.
That's where I draw the line.
Okay.
Let him rest in peace. I guess I don't know. All right.
You show up to the graveyard. Hey, Bruce, you there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
Okay, you could,
He's like, wow. I don't know if there's anybody that I want to see that much. Have you ever had front row seats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's going now? Front row seats. That's nothing.
Well, now they don't have front row seats. They have at the pit. You go and get there.
What's the
early.
worst seats you had?
Worst seats I ever had? I was in the upper deck once or twice, I think. Maybe more than that. I don't know.
Okay, last one and then I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
How many have your wife gone to? Or she just like, that's a you thing?
No, she's gone with me when he comes here. And we went to God, you got me started. We went to Toronto once, okay? Bruce played on a Thursday night, and so the plan to sing Bruce at where the Maple Leafs play, and Phantom of the Opera, and it was the Air Canada Center back then. Anyway, so Phantom of the Opera the next night at the Pompages Theater.
Yeah.
Overrated. Oh no, it wasn't Phantom of the Opera. It was the Lion King.
Okay, that's better.
The Phantom of the Opera story is another story with another woman. Anyway, so we go.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
So at the Bruce concert the night before. So the Bruce concert, it's like about an hour and a half of his 3 hours in, and Cindy's starting to feel a little sick, not feeling well. Okay. And so, well, you know, we finagled our way. I didn't have great seats for that show, but we finagled our way into a suite so she could use the bathroom because she was coming out of both sides. I guess.
Oh wow! Okay.
Anyway,
oh right.
So she goes, I'm trying. I said we have to go back to the hotel.
You know what would have been helpful in that situation is a trough.
Yeah. So she goes, we have to go back to the hotel. I said, well, you can take a cab. She goes, do you know how to spell divorce? Basically. So I had to leave a show early. And it was around Christmas time. I said, yeah, but he's going to play Santa Claus soon.
You were going to stay at the show?
I wouldn't know. It went through my head. Yeah. So, and then, of course, go back to the hotel, whatever. Next night, Lion King. Didn't get sick during that. But yeah, so yeah, we took the kids to see him at Hershey Park once. Yeah.
So Stoney had the Lion King like this.
So I'll give you this.
Let's leave early for this.
So I just love making you guys laugh. So I'll bring up the other story that I somewhat teased. I take a train from Windsor to Toronto with a young lady.
Stoney, you sure you want to tell this story?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's nothing bad. So we go to Toronto to go see Phantom of the Opera. We have dinner, and I'm wearing, so this had to be 93, 94, something like that. Anyway. And I'm wearing white linen pants, and we order red wine. And if you know, I'm pretty much of a slob. My white linen pants just became all red. So that's my great Toronto stories. All right, enough of that crap.
Do you listen to Bruce on the drive all the way there?
No.
Okay.
No.
I didn't know if you pregame to Bruce.
No, occasionally I'll play, whatever.
Do you get the set list before? Do you know what he's going to play?
Well, see, because now with the online, you pretty much know certain things. But like I said, everything changes a little bit. But it used to be, I was one of those idiots. I used to write everything down when I went, but you don't have to do that anymore.
Okay.
All right,
Detroit, I'm sorry. I just had
to ask
these questions. So,
it's okay.
You know what? This one's on me. This one's on me. I just became fascinated when I heard the number over 100 times.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any act that I would want to see. Like, I thought it was bad. Like, I've seen Earth, Wind, and Fire like 4 or 5 times, but over 100?
Yeah, that to me is a lot. 4 or 5 to me. But 100,
Like I said, I saw Hamilton twice, about to see it a third time. Like, wow, this may be the last time. I don't feel bad now. I still got 97 more times to go.
That's right. But the difference is Hamilton, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Right, but different cast, different
right,
people.
Right. I mean, who knows? One show, Richard Hamilton might show. Hamilton, I saw it. Did you see it on Broadway?
From the University of UConn.
Yeah, Hamilton's awesome. Hamilton is awesome.
No, I haven't seen. I have not seen it.
I saw it on Broadway. I didn't see the original cast, but it was great.
No, I haven't seen it on Broadway. So.
All right, where was I? Who knows?
We're going to get to some Lions.
Okay, we're going to get to some
Lions.
Lions. Yes, that'll be coming up next. A trade proposal that we've changed maybe to a Lions part of it. And would you do it? I say most of you would. Rico says, no, you wouldn't. 97.1.
Football.
Football, yes. 248-539-9797. Free agency begins in a couple of weeks. Today was the day you could franchise players tag them, which we don't see that much anymore. ESPN, Bill Barnwell, who's pretty highly respected. He does a podcast, he does all this stuff, but he did this article this week about trade proposals that fit for both teams. And there was no Lions trade proposal in here. However, there was a trade proposal that would definitely affect the Lions. But I wonder if when you hear this trade proposal, if I gave you a Lions trade proposal instead of what he proposes, if you would do it. You ready?
Okay.
He says the Las Vegas Raiders would receive a 2026 first-round pick from the Chicago Bears along with wide receiver DJ Moore in exchange for a 2027 fifth-round pick and edge rusher Max Crosby. First of all, I'm stunned that that's all the Raiders would get for Max Crosby, but
seems like a little light, but
we're playing that game. We're going to play with his game, his rules. If I'm the Lions, I'd be a Lion fan. Which I am, I'd be pissed that Max Crosby would be going in our division. However, let me ask you this. I don't know if they'd be negotiating, but would you, as a Lion fan, trade Jameson Williams and the 2026 first-round pick for Max Crosby and the 2027 fifth-round pick? 248-539-9797.
Give that trade again.
Jameson Williams and a first-round pick.
Okay. You send that
this year.
You send that to the Raiders.
For Max Crosby and a 2027 fifth-round pick.
Interesting.
No.
So we're not talking about the cap hit or anything like that, just a straight-up trade, because that's going to be a gigantic cap hit if you get rid of J-Mo. And
right, yeah, and the Raiders would have a cap hit for Crosby too. So
trust me, I don't think the Lions fans will do that because they love their wide receivers. As I found out yesterday, they love it. They build statues to people who don't win Super Bowls, but I don't think Lions fans would do that because they love J-Mo. I don't know if the Lions, the cap hit that you would take because he just signed that deal.
All right, so let's see.
Would hurt.
For this year, for 2026, his base salary, J-Mo, is $1.2 million. Signing
because the contract kicks in next year.
Well, it's $3,000 for the signing bonus and all that stuff. The cap hit this year is $8 million. The cap hit goes up the following 3 years, 10, 14, and 20. Okay? I'm sorry, Rico. I like Jameson Williams. But if you already have Amon-Ra St. Brown on your team and you have Isaac Tesla on your team who you invested some draft capital in, you take the unbelievable edge rusher anytime to pair up with Aiden Hutchinson, and you figure out the cap stuff later. It's like a no-brainer because you can draft somebody who may not be as good as J-Mo because he is getting better, and I believe I like J-Mo a lot.
You can't have it all.
Right. Especially at that position.
You have three receivers. You could afford to lose one to gain an edge rusher.
Yes.
And now you've enhanced your team. I'm with you on that. I just don't think that people would make that deal. People would just rather give up 2 first-round picks and, the rights to, Ron Rivers. Like, guys, you're going to have to give up something in order to get this player. I'm with you on that, Stoney. I think that it would be I think financially that trade would hurt the Lions, so I probably would not do that trade. But yeah, I guess because you have 3 receivers, if you bring in 2, you could always draft another one And yeah, I get where you're going. I'm all for that because you have a plethora. You can only throw so many balls because you're also going to get Laporta back. You're going to have the Gibbs giving the ball out the backfield. At some point, give up one of your toys to get better on the defense.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you trade player for player, the cap hit that you take, you only take the player that you originally signed. You don't get the cap. You don't get the cap hit that you acquire, do you?
No, you don't get Max Crosby. That would be the Raiders' problem.
Well, but in fairness,
and Max Crosby's deal is very friendly to the Raiders, I believe.
Well, cap hit wise,
yes.
Now the Lions would have to take Crosby's salary,
correct,
which is $30 million this year.
The cap hit for J-Mo.
Right. So it's $30 million for this year, $29 million for the following year, and then there's an opt-out after 27.
So basically a 2-year deal is what you're looking at.
Yeah. You know what? I'd try to figure it out.
I'm with you. I'm with you because the way they're going now, it doesn't seem like it's going to work. You have very limited picks in this year's draft, and I don't know if you're even going to spend those picks on defensive players because you got to revamp the offensive line. That's your top priority because all your money is invested on the offense. Your quarterback is about to make a ton of money unless you restructure that deal. Your first 2 picks need to be an offensive tackle and an offensive guard.
Well, that's why
offensive tackle and a center.
And that's why you make a trade for a defensive player like somebody like Crosby.
So you want to fix this thing quickly? Yeah, you get rid of one of your assets to bring in a player who can come in here and help you out.
Absolutely. And, Crosby will be 29 when the season begins, I believe, if I'm doing my math correctly. He was born in 97, so that means, he'll be 29 in August. So he still has a few good years left, barring the fact, hoping he can stay healthy. Yes, I would do that. And that's no knock on J-Mo. J-Mo's not an all-pro player. Max Crosby is, 97-1. All right, I go to Planet Fitness. I know Rico does as well. And Planet Fitness is a marvelous, marvelous place, judgment-free environment where you get strong your way all the time, especially mentally for me. And I am one of those guys that just loves the cardio. I get on the recumbent bike, did it this morning. Sometimes I'll do the treadmill, the elliptical. And right now at the Judgment Free Zone, I use the one in West Bloomfield. Great deals going on right now. $1 down and $15 a month. You heard me right. $1 down, $15 a month. Now, there's over 2,800 clubs with over 50 in Detroit, including, a new one in the Harbortown area. And also Waterford North on Dixie Highway. And if you want to do weights, they have all that stuff too, free weights, cable towers as well. So the Judgment Free Zone, find your nearest club, join today in Club Online or in the free Planet Fitness app. We are all strong on the planet. Planet Fitness. 248-539-9797. By the way, Kenny, some good news. Wings first practice, Evanson is practicing. So the injury is fine now. Anyway, David, do we have any text communications, as you like to call them?
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised by a lot of these here because coming through, yes, and yes for Stoney's deal for Max Crosby. That is from Richard. Another one, Tim in Farmington Hills says, isn't trading J-Mo going to create a huge cap hit? Yes, it would. It definitely would.
About $8 million worth, and, they can figure it out. That's what Mike Disner and company are paid to do.
I would do that in a heartbeat. As you can see, you win in this league by putting pressure on the quarterback, especially in the playoffs. Someone else says, look at the Kayvon Thibodeau deal on that article. That's the one I would do. I would not trade J-Mo, though. I'd do it in a heartbeat, no questions asked. I'm really shocked by a lot of these responses. I thought they loved J-Mo.
All right, I'm shocked as well because I thought J-Mo was an untouchable here in the city of Detroit. 248-539-9797. Would you make the deal that Stoney presented J-Mo for Max Crosby, along with you would send J-Mo in a first-round pick to the Raiders, and you would give back Crosby and a fifth-round pick next season? I'm shocked because I just thought that J-Mo was this, he was going to be the next, Hall of Famer here in Detroit.
Well, look, the cap hit is $8 million. The dead cap hit is $25 million. But whatever, they can figure that. That's
the dead cap hit is what's going to hurt you because you just signed this deal.
Right, as you guys always say, the cap isn't real anyway. They'll figure a way out. When you get somebody like that, who's one of the best at his position, and I hope I'm not, burning any bridges here, that Max Crosby is a better player than Aiden Hutchinson. They're only a few years apart, but you put the two of them together. I mean, come on, really?
No, you bring Max Crosby here, and he's the better of the two.
I think so.
Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, he brings him here. And now Aiden is going to get the majority of the single coverage. Max will get the double teams. Aiden's career will get a lot better because Max is here. But 248-539-9797, would you make this deal right here, right now, trading J-Mo and the first-round selection, which I thought the Raiders would want more, but you're using what the Bears are doing for DJ Moore.
Right, according to
you get
Billy
Crosby
Barnwell.
and a fifth-round pick next season.
Yeah. So, to me, it's everybody always talks about the window this, the window that. To me, the window is closing, so you have to go for it now, don't you?
I think the window, Stoney, probably has 2 good years left.
Okay.
If the real come to Jesus, you got about 2 good years. After that, I don't think you're going to be able to afford all the people that you have on this team. You're going to have to make some tough choices. And at some point, you're going to say, if you haven't won in 2 years from now, okay, what do we do with the quarterback? Do we move on? What do we do with these pieces? Because we haven't won. So right now, I won't, if you're Brad Holmes and your Lions management, we'll put that out. Go out there and do something. But you can't keep going backwards the way you have been in the past few years. So we'll see.
I'm just curious. There's another trade that has nothing to do with the Lions, but it has to do with
the Kayvon Thibodeau trade.
Yeah, it has to Baltimore. But here's one for you because it's your team. The 49ers send Mac Jones and a third-round pick of 2027 to the Vikings for a second, a fifth next year conditionally, and a third year after that conditionally. Would you do that being a 49er fan? Mac Jones, and you're getting a second-round pick and then a couple conditional ones.
A second-round pick this year for Mac Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're giving up a third as well, for next year.
For next year, 2027, yeah.
Yeah, I'll deal with that. Yeah, Mac Jones for a second-round pick.
Yeah.
It's basically quarterback rehab.
Right.
Same thing they did for Sam Darnold.
Right.
Come here.
And Daniel Jones. See, people always forget that part of the Vikings. How did you let Sam Darnold go?
Well,
no. I'm talking about the Niners had
right.
Darnold.
Right.
Come here.
Oh, okay.
Back up Purdy. We'll showcase you in a game at the end of the season. And then the Vikings took the bait and they bit. So, yeah, if you can get a second-round pick from Mac Jones.
From the same team that bit the first time.
Absolutely.
But it worked. It worked for them till the playoffs last year. But, yeah, I mean, it's incredible what they're willing to do. And people always, the whole Darnold, the Vikings made a mistake. Well, did they make a mistake? I don't think they would have. It turns
fired
out they
their
did.
GM over this.
Yeah, but I mean, if Daniel Jones would have stayed, I think their team would have been a lot better.
They would have, but they decided they were going to go with JJ, and it's like, okay, either he's going to come out there and he's going to look great, or you're going to fall on your face.
Right.
And you saw
But
the frustration that Justin Jefferson had.
Right. My point isn't that, yes, JJ was horrible. I'm never going to dispute that. But they made a their big mistake was not keeping Daniel Jones.
They
thought they had Daniel Jones. They were stunned, I think, when Daniel Jones left and went to Indianapolis.
What, they just lowball him?
I don't know. I think Daniel Jones saw a better opportunity to start with Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis than they had with JJ.
See, it's funny because I do wonder. We talked about quarterbacks and that second go round. Is that going to be Anthony Richardson? Like, was it just bad situation? I dug such a deep hole in Indianapolis that I could never get out of it. I tapped my helmet to come out of a game. This fan base will never forgive me. But if I go someplace else with a fresh start, like you send him out, just hypothetically, like out to Arizona for the Cardinals, where they don't have that big of a fan base, and let him kind of rehab his career, I wonder if that's something that could happen. But no.
Well, you know what he needs? He needs to go to your team and have Kyle Shanahan work with him as a backup. He should go to quarterback rehab in San Francisco is where he should
It's like Saban would take old coaches and rehab their career.
Yeah. John in Detroit, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
What's up, John?
Good. Hey, I just turned on the radio and heard you guys say J-Mo, you would trade J-Mo for Max Crosby and a fifth or whatever. Absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. I think our team, the Lions' biggest problem last year was the inability to move the football. And J-Mo, if you take J-Mo away, that just gets tremendously harder for Jared Goff. Jared Goff is a special, I hate to say he's a special needs type of quarterback because he needs special things to make him better. And not having J-Mo there.
I don't disagree with that for the offense, but you're completely failing to see that on the other side of the ball, while they didn't move the ball as well as you thought, they still had a top 10 offense. Their defense blows. I mean, that's the bottom line.
If you look at that last game against the Vikings, our defense played just fine. It was our offense that fumbled the ball.
Against the Vikings, I mean, Rico was the quarterback of the Vikings that game. I mean, Kenny Cott is better than Max Brosma.
Merry Christmas. We won.
Yeah,
okay?
I know. Okay. Come on. Look who the quarterback was.
No, we lost it. I'm telling you, we lost to them because we couldn't score points. We only scored 10 points in that whole game.
Yeah, that's
First
true.
quarter,
The quarterback dropped the snap.
Third quarter, 0 points. We scored 10 points in the fourth quarter. That was it. You can't win a game like that without scoring points. If you take J-Mo away, we're done with scoring the ball.
Okay. I think you can get somebody who's almost as good as J-Mo in round 2 of the draft.
There's fast receivers every year. I know. It's hard to believe, but yes, every year the NFL produces some track star receiver who could stretch the field.
Yes.
There'll be more each and every season. So yeah, if Brad Holmes is this drafting genius, okay, go find another.
Right. And if you believe, and I think Tesla is going to be very good, I wouldn't have given up what they got, gave up to get him. But so he drafted St. Brown, he drafted Tesla, he also drafted J-Mo. Yes, absolutely. So go find somebody else. You don't think you can find somebody also good for free agency for a year or two?
Right.
How would, hypothetically, and I know he gets hurt all the time, how would Mike Evans look next to St. Brown? He's a free agent. I mean, if you're going to go that well, Give me the pass rusher. As good as J-Mo is, and like I said, it's not a knock on J-Mo, there are 3 tenets of football. You have to have a good quarterback. The Lions have a good quarterback. Okay? He's not great. He's good. You have to have a good quarterback. You have to protect that quarterback, and you have to get to the other team's quarterback. Right now, the Lions only have one of those 3, per se. Right?
Yeah. Your pass rush is not where it needs to be.
No, and with the injuries and, Sewell coming off a sub-Sewell year.
Yeah, you can't just outscore your opponent, and your division got a whole lot tougher. And if Minnesota lands a quarterback, yeah, you're really in trouble. Like, guys, you were tied with Minnesota for last in your division, and you ended up last because they beat you twice. So you're the tiebreakers.
They beat you twice with J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer, and their other quarterback during the season was Carson Wentz. Okay? You talk about a team that could excel if they had a good quarterback. Kyle, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, it's kind of funny that you guys mentioned this, Rico. I was trying to get on the air last week when you guys were talking about getting Max Crosby, and I was the one that I thought about. I would give J-Mo in a heartbeat. I think, personally, J-Mo, there's nothing against him. I love J-Mo, but I think the fact that we cannot protect Goff as good as we did the last 2 years with our offensive line.
They're protecting Goff as good as your phone is right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he's back now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, personally, J-Mo, his game is the deep threat, throwing the long ball. And the problem is our O-line is not up to the standard that it was 2 years ago where we could take them deep shots. So I almost argue that having J-Mo is almost useless. We don't have the O-line to be able to throw the ball down there. We have a great tight end in Sam Laporta. We have our safety blanket in Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, who's arguably one of the fastest players in the NFL. We don't need 2 of them. And nothing against J-Mo. I love him, but he sometimes has a problem catching the ball. There's been big moments where he drops the ball. I know he got better last year a little bit, but there were still times where he dropped the ball.
You need look. You're right. It's not against J-Mo. You need to get a pass rusher. And yes, do the Lions have other needs? Yes, obviously. That's what you use the draft for too. And if they have money left free agency, if they would do that, first of all, this ain't going to happen. We're living in fantasy land, in my opinion. But when I saw what they had as a proposed trade for the Bears, and I just wanted to plug in J-Mo for DJ Moore, not saying that J-Mo Moore is not better than Jameson Williams isn't better than DJ Moore. It's just how much value I put on Max Crosby. And go find some offensive linemen in the draft. That's where I would go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they need too. They can't fix all their problems in one off season. Can we agree with that?
No, they can't. That's why it almost may be a 2-step process to see what you can fix this year, and then next year come back and fix the other side of that line.
Yes. 97.1. By the way, on a day where former Michigan coach Sharon Moore is going to be appearing in court today, I believe, at 4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, it's already been happening. Happened at 2.
And
it's
okay.
Evan's been giving me updates in the breaks.
Okay, well, this isn't about Sharon Moore per se, but it's about a former Tiger who, for lack of a better word, might have been Sharoning. According to Jeff Passan, I don't know if you know the story that Major League Baseball Players Association Executive Director Tony Clark resigned. And everybody thought it's because, the lockout coming up probably, or either that or his awful beard that he has. But no, seriously. Passan says that Tony Clark resigned after an internal investigation revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law who had been hired by the union in 2023. Wow. Hiring your sister-in-law and then Sharoning her, basically. Okay. Good times.
Well, but you know what? Like Sharon, he could say that, hey, I didn't stalk you because we were talking work things. When I kept calling you all throughout the day during business hours, it was for work. The funniest thing is looking at the judge's reaction to this because he's enjoying himself. He's like, okay, whoa. It was kind of like me asking you questions about Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
That's the judge talking to the lawyer like, wait a minute. So all of those times he called, he was calling just about work stuff. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Sure.
John in Detroit. Good afternoon.
Good morning or good afternoon, boys. I just got in a minor traffic accident, so I'm a little shook up. But
oh, what happened?
You know what? I pulled out of a bank parking lot in behind a semi that went by, and there was a truck sitting in the other lane, and I T-boned him, and I got to escape. I didn't get nothing, no damage to my escape, but I scraped the doors of the guy's pickup truck.
So are you waiting for the police to show up or what?
No, I've already went and filed the report, and they told me it's not that bad of damage.
Okay.
Don't it's up to me if I want to make a claim.
Okay, all right. Because, hey,
but anyway,
it sounds like a great ad. When you get into a car accident and you're waiting for help, call the Valenti Show with Rico.
Exactly.
Or just get help.
And I knew Tony Clark a little bit back in the day, and he was always in the dumps because he didn't get much playing time. And I said, all you got to do is show up at the plate. You'll be the next Cecil Fielder. And it made him happy. So that's my Tony Clark story.
Okay.
But anyway, I think J-Mo's a 1 in a million player, and I wouldn't trade him for just about anybody. You could get fillers, or you can get Aiden Hutchinson's or whatever in the draft. You're not going to get many J-Mos. He didn't even know how to run a route.
John, what did this car accident do to your brain? Aiden is a much. Aiden is a much. Going to compare the two. Rico,
no, I'm not.
What's more rare? Somebody plays like Aiden or somebody plays like J-Mo?
You could get another defensive end, is what I'm saying, before you could get another J-Mo.
Oh,
that's what I meant to say.
I know. You said it right. I just completely disagree.
It's like he didn't know how to run a route when he got here, and look at him now. He's not going to do anything but get better, and you can't teach speed. And we need more offense as much as we need an offensive line, and.
Okay, but John, let me shoot a hole in that theory that you have. If it's that easy to get another edge rusher, why haven't they?
Well, we did. We got him. We did.
Who?
Well, 4 years ago now?
No, since Aiden.
Right, but because they've gotten, 2 receivers, they've gotten receivers, but they haven't got
J-Mo and Aiden were the same draft, so. Yeah.
I know, but look where J-Mo, Aiden come in a superstar. Look where J-Mo is now. He's like only 75% of what he can be.
I hope you're right, and good luck with your car. But man, oh man,
he's a little shook up.
He must be.
He's a little shook up.
And look, no matter what anybody thinks of Aiden, I think he's a really good player.
You got me out here defending Aiden.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
It's not that easy. If it were that easy, I've been begging them, go get somebody else to put along next to him. And man, you'll have something. And it falls on deaf ears each and every year.
Let's talk to Steve. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Steve.
Good.
Hey, I don't like this trade either. I'd hang on to JMO as well. I think there's another ways to address stuff. Number one, you get a veteran center. Number two, you go out in the draft to get one of these tackles. If you do make this trade with the Raiders to try to get a Crosby, you put in Aleem McNeil in there in place of Williams.
Why would the Raiders want Aleem McNeil, though?
Well, you're losing a defensive lineman in Crosby.
Well, Lee McNeil's his resume coming off that his resume coming off that injury last season was not exactly one that, if I'm Tom Brady, I'm salivating for.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah,
well,
my point.
I agree that, but I'm also making the point too from a money standpoint. Put a Brian Branch in there as well.
Okay, well,
he's going to miss most of the year.
There's more money too. Kirby Joseph's going to be cut after a year or two.
You want to trade Kirby Joseph? Yeah, right. So the Raiders are sitting there. You know what? We suck. We'll just take guys who have no knees left.
Did we just run into the other person that had the accident with John?
I don't know.
Is that what just happened here?
I don't know.
That's the other car?
Yeah.
So basically, give the Raiders every hurt person that you have.
Right.
Why would the Raiders say yes to this? Wait. These two, your safeties can't play for almost a year? Yes. That's it. Here you go. Here's Max
Go to
Crosby.
Vegas and roll those dice. Tim in Southgate.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Tim.
Confused, actually, Tim, but that's okay.
Yeah. J-Mo for Crosby, where do I sign?
Yeah, look, there is, in fairness, there is a money differential as well and a first-round pick, but yes.
Yeah, well, the bigger issue is you're going to lose less on your offense and you're going to gain more on your defense. You know what I'm saying? It's a bigger positive on defense than it is a negative on offense.
I agree.
And J-Mo is just going to, sooner or later, self-implode.
I won't go that far. This is not how J-Mo is, in my opinion, J-Mo is a player, as a person. It's just the position. If you have a great player at a defensive end or a great player at a wide receiver, give me the defensive end, the edge rusher.
I'm with you. You look, the two Super Bowl teams showed you if you can get to the quarterback, you give yourself a chance to win. Even when your offense is having a bad game, you still can win. So you probably would have beaten the Steelers and you would have beaten the Vikings and you would have been in the playoffs. You got to improve the defense.
Yeah. And look, just to wrap this up, this is a proposed
and
trade.
Goff can only throw the ball to one person at a time.
Right. With the Bears and the Raiders, and they had DJ Moore. We said, well, what about if J-Mo was in there instead of DJ Moore? 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to make Rico a little nervous. I promise we're not going to do these every day this week, but
I don't mind. We can do them every day.
Sometimes they're timely, and we're going to do our blind rankings. Now, in honor and condolences to friends, family, followers of the great Reverend Jesse Jackson, we want Rico to blindly rank the top 10 Jacksons. So I will give you some Jacksons.
And exhale now. I was wondering where we were going with this.
And you have to blindly rank them. Now, some things they're obvious, but you never know. But you want to leave yourself a little, resting spot for someone. Sometimes there are those on these lists that some sick human being puts on for comedic value, but others, it's all serious. So we shall see. All right. Are you ready, Rico?
Let's go.
All right, let's start. 1 through 10. Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. These are all sports related, right?
No.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Jackson, championship coach, multiple teams. I'm going to say 4.
4, Phil Jackson. Okay. Next up, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. Fun quarterback, MVP, no Super Bowl. I'm going to put him lower. Give me Lamar at 8.
At 8, okay. Samuel L. Jackson. Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, man. Entertaining movies. Sam Jackson. I'm going to put Sam Jackson at 3.
At 3, okay. The man who got a candy bar named after him, Reggie Jackson.
I have a framed Oakland A's signed Reggie Jackson jersey in the basement.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Number 9.
Yes.
Oh.
From suburban Philadelphia, Cheltenham, Pennsylvania.
Tony, this is good.
Oh, I know.
I probably would have swapped Reggie with Phil. I'm going to go Reggie. Mr. October. I'm going to go Reggie at 5.
Okay. Andrew Jackson, former president of the United States, kind of looks like he's on the $20 bill, right? Is that Andrew Jackson?
Yeah.
Looks like Peter Gammons.
Didn't really know Andrew that well, so I'm going to go ahead and put him at 10.
At 10, okay. Next up, Janet Jackson.
Number one.
Janet, yeah, David. You know what? Saw her in concert.
How many times, Rico?
Once. Only, and only because I missed out on seeing her brother. Wow. I'm going to go Janet. I'm trying to think either 2 or 6. I know of 2 other Jacksons he has not said. I'm going to go Janet at 6.
Woo, that's rough.
Wow.
I know.
But it may end up, we'll see.
Maybe all right. I think you did pretty well in this, actually. Next up, Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Okay, yeah.
Field of Dreams, caught gambling in the 1919 World Series.
Sure. Shoeless, 9.
Okay.
I got no point of reference for that one.
Okay. I figured you would because you're a movie guy, Field of Dreams. I figured.
No, right, but it's...
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Bo Jackson.
Bo, I'm going to put it at 2.
Okay.
Bo, yeah, I was fortunate to see Bo in his heyday before his hips separated. Still the greatest run ever on Monday Night Football. He ended Brian Bosworth's career so badly, he's now doing Dr. Pepper commercials.
Okay. Okay, so we have, 1 and 7 left. I think you're going to end up doing really well at the top, but we'll see. There's a few, I think, once you hear who this one is and where you'll put them, you wish you could change, but you can't. That's why they're blind rankings.
Correct.
Not from the musical family, per se. I don't believe he is.
He's not.
He's not. But he was a famous musical judge. Ladies and gentlemen, Randy Jackson, American Idol judge.
Okay. I probably would swap him with Lamar, but you know what?
I bet you would.
Randy, not Michael's brother. You go at 7.
And Michael Jackson.
Yeah, he's going to be 1. Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of had a feeling. I was
Yes.
saving. I saved the spots 1 and 2 because I'm like, okay, I know Bo and I know Michael. Now, Janet was the one you hurt me with.
Right.
It was very smart for you to ask the question if it was just sports.
Right.
Very smart.
Right, because if he would have said, no, it's just sports, okay, I only got to hold that top spot available. But yeah.
There were obviously a ton of others we could have put in there. From the bottom up, though, Andrew Jackson, former president of the United States, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Lamar Jackson at 8, Randy Jackson at 7, Janet Jackson at 6, Reggie Jackson at 5, Phil Jackson at 4, Samuel L. Jackson at 3, Bo Jackson at 2, and Michael Jackson at 1. Now, others that were considered with the committee, but we just didn't think it would work. It might have been for comedic purposes. Country star Alan Jackson with multiple Grammy Awards and all that type of wonderful stuff.
Ahead of Shoeless and Andrew and Randy.
Yep. Also, Deshaun Jackson, former Ohio State and NBA basketball player Jimmy Jackson was discussed.
I like Jimmy Jackson.
From maybe your world of movies, Percy Jackson.
Man, not that good.
Glenda Jackson, who
he
was
would have
a
been 15.
Glenda Jackson, a great actress. From the Malice at the Palace, Steven Jackson.
Well, that's why I asked, is this sports related?
Yes.
Rico, I also tried to convince him to do people that's son is they're a son of a man named Jack's son, which he didn't go for that one as well as I had hoped.
And we thought about
Jack Nicholson's son or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's Jack's son.
Yeah, and we could have, done people with first name Jackson too, like Jackson Smith and Jigba, but we decided since
Jackson
the
Holiday.
the Reverend Jesse Jackson passing away today.
You didn't even have
we'd give us
Jesse on
some
the list.
No, because it was.
It's in honor of him.
Yes,
So
it's
we
an
don't
honor of
need-
him.
okay.
Right, believe me, that was yes.
You didn't have Mark Jackson either.
Right, Mark Jackson was considered as well.
By
the way, did you see Mark Jackson's in a commercial now?
I have seen that.
Yeah, out of
Which
nowhere.
commercial is that?
It's for some. I don't even know what it's for. I just was like,
Car
oh my
Shield?
god.
He's done a great job because no one knows what it's for.
Yeah.
Was he up there with Vivica Fox? Ice-T?
Ludicrous.
Right. I probably, knowing what I know now, I would have swapped Phil with Janet. I would have put Janet at 4. I'd have put Phil at 6.
We did just received a call. Action Jackson. Also, we forgot about Action Jackson.
Great movie in the 80s. Carl Weathers, Vanity.
Yes.
See?
Former Fab Five member Ray Jackson. Who else? Michigan defensive back who had a really good career with the Colts. Marlon Jackson.
Yep. Should have had Marlon on there.
You know what? I did like Marlon Jackson.
He was a good player.
Especially when he finally left Michigan. I really liked him.
Yeah, he was good. He was with the Colts in the NFL, right?
Yeah, and the other one I thought of, but you put juniors in there, I would have. Jaron Jackson Jr. was considered.
Yeah, you could have put him in.
Yeah.
I would have had, I like Jaron, but Jaron would have probably been around. He would have been higher than Randy Jackson.
Yes.
I'll put it that way.
But the other one we considered was former great depending on which side of the fence you're on, historic Civil War general Stonewall Jackson.
Oh, Stonewall.
Yeah.
Stoney.
That's right.
We also
the original
had,
Stoney.
We also had too many Jacksons,
Yes.
meaning the family, so couldn't put LaToya
Right,
on
I
there.
didn't put LaToya or Tito in.
No centipede.
Yeah. Tito would have been good. Give me a tissue, Tito.
Jermaine.
Jermaine, yes.
Put his hair on there.
Or Jermaine, who played at U of D. That Jermaine Jackson.
Oh, yeah. Or you could have just put Joe Jackson, the man who founded the band.
True. Or Joe Jackson, the singer. Is she really going out with him? One of the ugliest men in rock and roll. And that is our blind rankings for today, 97-1.
Hey, you ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is the fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, let me break it down for you. Other sportsbooks, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. You can use that Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. And if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they're giving away millions of Fan Cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. Switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797.
Real quick.
Yes.
I just saw on the board somebody, I can't believe you missed out on this. Keith Jackson.
Oh, yeah. He would have been a good one. Well, there are tons of ones.
Yeah, there are. Yeah. There are. Okay,
Yes,
I'm
our
sorry.
Twitch board, Austin Jackson, who was my daughter's favorite Tiger as a kid. So there's, look, there are tons of them.
There are. All right.
Lots of Jacksons. All right. Before we get to this next topic, I'm going to go take a call from downriver because Ron has been just holding on for a long time. What's up, Ron?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
What's up, Ron?
Good, good. Just calling in on that potential hypothetical J-Mo trade with Black Cosby and whatnot in the first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely pull the trigger on it. J-Mo is an extraordinary player. Doesn't compare to another DN on the line that can use it. Another thing I wanted to say with that one is the connection between Goff and J-Mo. You got to have a big arm to throw that deep ball like that and come from the side, and we haven't really been able to get that full connection anyway. So that trade would be something we can use. We already got Isaac Tesler, who seems like he could fit in number 2. We got Khalif Raymond, and we could definitely get somebody through the free agency that can fill that void. If we can get somebody to shore up that offensive line too, I mean, that might be a good deal.
Yeah, look, let's thanks for the call. This was a trade that was proposed not with the Lions in it. It was DJ Moore and a number 1 from the Bears to the Raiders for Crosby and a 5th-round pick. And I just thought, forget about DJ Moore. What if the Lions did the same thing with J-Mo? And look, there are definitely cap ramifications. Dead cap like $28 million, regular cap $8 million. I get all that. But we just, look, nobody's suggesting that they're going to go do this or anything like that. It's what makes this format of sports talk radio, I think, fun, hypotheticals, stuff that you just shoot the breeze about with your friends.
Yeah.
All right. Last night, since there was nothing on television that I really wanted to see, although the Houston-Iowa State game looked pretty good as far as college basketball. And, of course, tonight we get a doubleheader with Michigan playing Purdue at 6:30 and then Michigan State hosting UCLA right after that game. So last night I heard about this new documentary called Soul Power about the history of the ABA, the American Basketball Association. For those of you, if you're listening to this radio station, you know what the ABA is about. A lot of you aren't old enough to have seen much of it. And even though I am, because they really didn't have a major national television contract, so we saw bits and pieces, we saw highlights, and they of course, had the red, white, and blue ball. That's where the three-point shot started. And it was a documentary about, I saw the first 2 episodes. There's 4 of them, I believe. And we just start to see Julius Erving come into the league. A lot of great stuff with Spencer Haywood, how revolutionary he was when he went from U of D to the ABA because you couldn't do it in the NBA anymore. You had
high school to pros.
Right. You couldn't go from college. You had to finish 4 years before you could enter the NBA draft. So he went and played in the ABA. Anyway, it was just there's some great stuff in there. Great highlights, great names from the past. Rick Barry, Larry Brown, Connie Hawkins. I mean, just some really cool stuff. So I was wondering while watching this, what is it in the world of sports that you would love to, or should you think, pass on to your kids? That, listen, I know you're too young. I know you weren't alive when this happened, but through documentaries and YouTube and videos, you should sit down and watch this and just educate yourself on this in the world of sports. Conversely, if you're a younger person that you've heard about stuff maybe, what do you go to your parents with and say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, what was this all about? And I got to thinking about that while I was watching the ABA, because unless you lived in an ABA city, you really didn't know that much about it. And there's so much in that documentary that I
Red,
was.
white, and blue ball.
Yeah, I mean that stuff I knew about.
Well, it was one that I was asking, and I found out that it's going to be in episode 4. Did they talk about the St. Louis Spirits?
Yeah, that's
because if you think the Bobby Bonilla deal was the greatest deal in sports, not even close. No, what Bobby got, they paying taxes. What Bobby got,
Yes.
So yeah,
they said we'll take a percentage of the TV money for in perpetuity.
Right.
A small percent.
And they were like, yeah, sign here.
Sure.
Wait, you don't want any money from us. You'll take the TV money, which at the time the NBA was not making money. It was on tape delay.
Yes, the NBA finals were on tape delay one year.
And then all of a sudden they started making money and they started, hey, where's our checks? Oh my God, I forgot we signed this deal.
Yes.
Can we buy you out? No. How about no? Just pay me my money.
See, now that's the thing that I want to know about. It's the tape delay. Because that seems strange to me. Like, I get it when the Olympics are on, depending on where you're not going to get everything live, so you're going to see things on tape delay. But to have the NBA finals on tape delay, that makes no sense to me.
Well, the ratings were bad, number one. And during that period of time, the NBA had a reputation, some of it deserved, some of it not, of just being this, drug-infested, cocaine-snorting professional basketball league. And let's face it, there was a lot of racial discrimination going on even back in the 70s. And that's the thing that I didn't even understand about the ABA, how it gave a lot of black players and the NBA, you had Wilt, you had Oscar, you had those Bill Russell, but the NBA was really white back then. And the ABA gave a lot of guys a chance to show off their stuff.
NBA teams limited. They limited the amount of black players who could play on their team.
Yeah.
We have our 1 or 2. We're good.
Yeah. And how a lot of the crusty old NBA guys like Red Auerbach, they didn't like the ABA. They were too flashy. The ABA was running. It wasn't like just Bob Cousy and the guys like that just playing, milking the tree.
The NBA right now is closer to what the ABA was, where it was fun. It was, up and down the court. Heck, the Denver Nuggets didn't play any defense, and they came to the league, and they didn't play any defense. But, David, tape delay, because, nobody really cared.
Right. I remember watching, the Seattle, Washington. They played back-to-back in the NBA Finals, and one of those years was on tape delay.
Yeah. I mean, the NBA, Stoney, I remember when Magic and Bird had to come and save the league because no one cared about the product. Was garbage, and it was like, NBA game. But then all of a sudden, those two came in, and it was like, okay, I care about this a little bit.
Yeah, that's just wild for me to comprehend because growing up, I could just see whatever I wanted. I can just watch NBC and see whatever I wanted, or even locally, I can see whatever I wanted.
Correct. It was weird. So 248-539-9797. What out there do you, in the world of sports, that historically, whatever, did you just want to show your kids that they might not have known or didn't understand? I mean, there was a documentary that debuted, 2 weeks ago on the 1980 hockey team, and your kids might have seen the movie Miracle, but you really didn't. That was a movie. I mean, you don't know all the political ramifications that was going on back then, and this stuff with the ABA, it's just incredible.
See, for me, I think in this it's a couple of 30 for 30s that I would show. One, just Miami, the U, the first one. Just how dominant Miami was, how much the NCAA hated Miami, how much everybody, including their own president, hated Miami, but they just went out there and got the job done with a bunch of Hall of Fame players who all came from that school. And growing up, I thought Miami was this gigantic school. Didn't realize down in Coral Gables, only 8,000 students. I thought it was huge. Again, probably the whole Pony Excess with the SMU.
Pony Express, yeah.
No, Pony Excess.
Oh, yes.
SMU with Craig James
and Eric Dickerson.
The amount of cheating that went on, with NIL now,
they did.
Compared to how they had to try to do it under the table, but they really weren't.
Right.
It was just like, you know what?
Here's your bag.
I mean, when they were like, when Eric Dickinson was like, yeah, they brought a car to my high school, and it's not really the color I like. He was like, well, son, don't drive it. Drive that other one next to it. Like, he had every school dropped off a car to his high school.
Yeah.
With keys in it that he could just pick and drive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's looking at how NIL is now to show you that was the precursor to how SMU was a national powerhouse. They got hit so hard, it's why nobody gets the death penalty anymore.
I mean, when I was like 10 or 11, I made sure my kids saw the Bad Boys doc, the 30 for 30. So they understood what the Pistons, history was about. 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Valenti, 97.1. 248-539-9797. I was mentioning I saw the first two parts of the Soul Power, it's called, the documentary on the history of the ABA. Executive producer one, Julius Irving, and Common is one of them. And there was a third person who I didn't know. Sorry, David. I know you're not a fan of Common for whatever reason. I don't know. I didn't even ask. But is that deep-seated that it's so deep-seated you won't even watch? That's incredible to me.
Wow. No, I watch.
Good. You should show your boys.
Yes.
Definitely. All right. So we're asking, what in sports should you make sure you show your kids so they know a little bit of the history? And conversely, if you were a younger person, what do you go and say, hey, Dad, Mom, show me this? 248-539-9797.
Kids, they called it a trough. And what that was was
we would all stand next to each other, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Do we have any
it was exhilarating.
Do we have any text exchanges there, David?
Yeah, someone says what they need to know, and the kids of today need to know, is pre-Steph basketball in general and what that was like. Someone says a younger person will never understand the Maglio home run. Wish I could have experienced that. Oh, I'm 24. Okay. Mark and Troy says, have your kids watch the NC State Jimmy V 30 for 30. I laughed, I cried, I thought.
Even when you watch it, even though you saw it, like, in our age, Rico, you forget how, at least I did. Everybody, remembers the NC State game and all that. But even in the ACC tournament that they had to win to get in, how many games that they had miraculous comebacks, and every game was close. And I think their first round NCAA game or their second one was like against Pepperdine, and they almost lost. And it is a historical thing that
they took down
Phi
Slamma Jamma.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Wittenberg.
Yeah, with Lorenzo Charles,
right? Because I was like, oh, he missed a shot, and he caught it and laid it up. Wow.
Absolutely. Alex, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a younger guy myself. I still haven't finished high school yet. And I would say, growing up in this current or the previous Detroit sports environment, I was never really excited about watching, football or basketball. But what really did it for me was, I saw the Last Dance documentary, around the time COVID happened. And that kind of opened my eyes to the historical aspect of basketball.
Right.
Learning about the Bad Boys and the rivalry with Jordan.
Well, the funny thing, Alex, if you watch that, they because it was from Michael Jordan's perspective, they glossed over a lot of things, Bad Boy Pistons wise, because it would have made Jordan look bad. So they talked about it. Oh, when the Bad Boys were on their way down and Jordan was on his way up. But yeah, there was a Sports Illustrated cover that he'll probably never hang in his houses with Dumars guarding him, Stoney, with his hand on him, basically saying he can hold Michael Jordan in check. Yeah, Jordan didn't like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had to learn all of that from asking my parents. But, I never would have had that connection had I not watched that documentary.
Right. Did you ever watch the Bad Boys documentary?
No.
Okay,
I haven't even heard of it.
Yeah, you should watch that one.
All right. I hear you.
Okay. We appreciate the call.
Thanks for the call. Let's go to Cameron up in Port Huron. What's up, Cameron?
Hey, y'all. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I think it's pivotal for a basketball mind to appreciate the mid-2000s Detroit Pistons. I don't think they held teams to an average of 85 points per game. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. And they went to just go to 5 Eastern Conference Finals in a row.
6.
The impact. 6, yes. That's crazy. And to do it based on defense, they had to change the rules in order for, the offensive explosion that you see now and the spacing that we see now. If you love basketball, you love those mid-2000s Pistons teams.
Well, it's funny that you say that, Cameron, because the person who normally sits across from me
would probably hung up the phone on you because
Yeah, well-
he hates that time period. He hates the fact that the Pistons won the game over the Pacers. What was it, 71 to
yeah.
64?
Look, and you know what? Mike's not far off. I love that team a lot. I mean, love those players personally. But when you look back, if they played in any other city, we would have been bored out of our minds.
No, you're right.
I mean,
it would have been the
that's
Super
fair,
Bowl.
But that's what sports is also about. It's about culture. They
Yes.
embodied what the Detroit mentality is. And, of course, I live in Port Huron, but, like, I consider
Yeah.
Detroit, like, not a second home, but I have
Your
so
team.
much adoration for the city. They're my team. I love them. And, like, I don't think it's just an anomaly. It's never going to happen again, especially with the rules we have now.
That's
and
true.
Mike is more entitled to his opinion, but his opinion's wrong. We got a championship and got 6 straight Eastern Conference.
Oh, no, I
finals.
got it. But to some people, Cameron, think of it like this. To the people of Seattle, they loved this past Super Bowl. Everybody else was like,
bored with it.
Yeah, I didn't really care for it. I needed excitement. So it's perspective.
Right.
Here,
it is perspective.
We loved it because Detroit won. But the rest of the country was like, hey, Commish, we can't keep doing this type of basketball.
Right. And you had exciting moments, tons of them during the run, but it was at times laborious.
No, it was great. Detroit deserves more respect. In NBA circles, first of all, hold on, because you have to remember, if it wasn't for Detroit, there would be no Jordan. If it wasn't for Detroit, there would be no LeBron. Rules had to change because of what we did to those players. We created those players. We deserve a ton of more respect in NBA circles.
Okay, hold on one second. I agree with you on the Jordan rules part of it.
And we also created LeBron. You cannot deny it.
Yeah,
rules had to change for LeBron to be what he was.
What rules changed for LeBron?
Everything changed for LeBron because of what we were doing to him.
We didn't do that much to him.
We did it.
No, he didn't. He was so young, he beat us in 2007.
Yeah.
And then his rookie year was 2004. So we didn't.
What was the rules that they? Because I remember when he came to the Palace and scored all the points in overtime.
Right, that was 2007, right?
And beat the Pistons.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was 2007. Yes.
Yeah, they didn't change any rules for
Yep,
LeBron.
they did.
What did they do? What rule did they change?
Everything.
Okay, come on. Give me an example, and I might buy it.
There would be no LeBron if it wasn't for us. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. But I'm going to move forward. I do agree with the one person.
But Jordan for sure, yes.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on Jordan.
Yes. But, man, I guess for people to see what the NBA was like pre-Steph, before everybody started shooting logo
mid-range shots and
where you had the 3-point shooter that like
LeBron didn't do that.
Steve Kerr was he was the Bulls 3-point shooter. Like he would just stand out there and wait.
Him and Paxson.
Now everybody just jacks up logo threes.
Right, and they actually in the ABA documentary they actually mentioned that because the ABA didn't come up with the 3-point basket, we might not have ever had the 3-point basket, and you might never have had Steph Curry, basically.
No, but so I'm trying to think what else. Oh, you know what's another one?
I didn't realize David was playing the Detroit hates everyone card, or everyone hates
LeBron.
Detroit
He
card.
hates LeBron.
Okay,
And he hates Jordan.
I understand all that.
The other one is the amount of people and Hall of Famers who were in this upstart football league, the USFL.
You ever watch that 30 for 30?
Yeah. I mean, the amount of Hall of Famers. Like, you think, you look at what we have now with the Michigan Panthers, like the original USFL teams had ballers that they stole from the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
They just said, hey, you come and play for us. So,
And some of them it was pre NFL, like Reggie White played for the Memphis Showboats.
Jim Kelly
played for the Houston Gamblers.
Steve Young.
The running back? He didn't do much in the NFL. Kelvin Bryant was really good in the USFL.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. But yeah, they just went.
Irv Eatman, the offensive lineman who played for the Chiefs, played for the Philadelphia Stars.
But yeah, they cherry picked all the young best players, and they got more money to go to USFL, and they stayed there until the league went broke.
Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker.
Yeah, the owner of the New Jersey Generals wrote letters trying to get the other owners to pay him back for investing money for Doug Flutie, who didn't pay off. So that owner of the New Jersey Generals had a big problem with Pete Rozelle had a big problem with him, and told him he'd never own an NFL team, and he was right. He never did own an NFL team.
No, I remember
he tried.
But yeah, the USFL games, it was like, wow. I don't think you'll ever get a league like that with just Hall of Fame players that just played for a couple of years, but they were taking down the NFL. It was the one league that I thought could have actually taken down the NFL had they had the right management going on.
Craig James played for the Washington Federals. I used to produce a TV show, Inside Federals Football. That team was awful. But they had one of David's former Steeler great quarterbacks, Jefferson Joe Gilliam. When he wasn't like shooting up his arm with like heroin or whatever. All right, 97.1. 248-539-9797. David, a little football, please.
Well, fellas, we are about 3 weeks away from the start of NFL free agency. So what I want to do here is I found a decent article on CBSSports.com. We're going to go through some free agency rules. Want to know if you agree with them or not. First rule, don't expect free agent spending to equal success. And I'll give you why they say this. Bottom 11 team, because they have a chart here of what you spent and versus what your winning percentage was. It says the bottom 11 teams in free agent spending over the last 15 off seasons all had winning records in that span. So they didn't spend a lot on free agency, had winning records. Packers, Steelers, Chiefs, Ravens. 7 of the top 8 teams in free agent spending over the last 15 had losing records. You spend in free agency, you lose. Jags, Jets, Raiders, and Giants. Do you agree with this rule?
I agree. It just points out how important it is to make really good drafting decisions and the occasional trade. Free agency is great for augmenting what you already have. You can't, very few times can you buy yourself a team.
And just that, Stoney, I agree with the rule as well, because I think if you're a good team, free agency is just that last piece to the puzzle. When you go into free agency trying to rework the entire team, that's when you get yourself in trouble because you don't know what you're buying. If you're buying 1 or 2 pieces, you can absorb that. You're going out there and buying up 4, 5, 6 free agents, chances are that means your team's pretty bad because you don't trust who's already there.
Next rule here, and I'll give the rule in a second, but let me say this within it. It says rebooting quarterbacks is in right now. Darnold, Daniel Jones, Mayfield, Jared Goff. It says you should be able to find crazy bargains. So the rule is go QB bargain shopping. You have the Geno Smiths of the world, the Aaron Rodgers of the world, Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield. All of these quarterbacks were under $15 million.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, and I think you're doing it now because it's trendy, because it's working. That's why I think Mac Jones is going to command a lot because people are going to want him, and Malik Willis is another quarterback because it's a proven commodity. You know they can handle the NFL. If you draft a rookie, man, you're crossing your fingers hoping that they can handle this pressure and they can flourish in the league. I get it because a lot of times, Stoney, a lot of quarterbacks got drafted with ridiculous expectations that they could never live up to. What do you mean you haven't won the Super Bowl in 2 years?
That's true. But when you're out there free agent shopping for quarterbacks, I think what the rule is, don't go and try to find somebody who's like going to cost you $45, $50 million a year either. You can find good quarterbacks at a good price. To what you said about, experience, making sure guys can do something, you don't spend a lot of money for a guy who had like a 6-game great window, like some guy named Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Rule number 3, it's okay to pay running backs on short-term deals. Let me repeat that for people listening to this show. It's okay to pay running backs on short-term deals. Example, Saquon, Jacobs, Henry.
3 years or less?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
3 years or less because you'll probably get the best out of them in 2 years. And by that 3rd year, they're done. And they're not going to cost you that much to get rid. Then you can just get rid of them.
Next rule is beware of the age 30 wall for wide receivers. And what they do is they give examples of receivers that were given deals at like 29, 30-year range and how they've kind of failed where they were. Terry McLaurin got his deal at 29. It's fallen off. Tyreek Hill fell off. Steph Diggs fell off. It's kind of, with you, Rico, with receivers, dime a dozen. So watch out that wall.
I can't believe Terry McLaurin's 29. It just seems like he just came into the league a couple of years ago.
You're talking to the wrong person because you know me, man. Receivers, after your first contract, okay, I'll draft another one and I'll replace you because receivers are kind of a dime a dozen. But yeah, as they get older, it used to be running backs. It used to be the running back, as soon as they hit a certain age, would just completely fall off and go from a starter to backup to out of the league within 2 seasons. But no, David, yeah, especially seeing Tyreek Hill just flat out, the Dolphins were like, yeah, we just don't want you here anymore.
Especially when he's coming off injury. And the other
he
thing.
was bad, and now he's
Steph
injured.
Diggs.
Yeah.
Waited all your life to get to the Super Bowl, and we still want to know, did you play?
The other thing with running backs where it's changed, though, is I think there's more of a running back by committee than there used to be.
The old days of getting 25 to 30 carries. Because it was Sean Alexander.
Yeah.
Went from being the number 1 pick in fantasy football to one day it was like, what the heck happened to him?
It's going to be fascinating to see what Kenneth Walker III gets.
Yeah, they're not going to franchise him, but I think they'll probably bring him back to bring it full circle, David. I could see him getting like a 3-year deal, something like that.
And the final rule here, I think Brad Holmes actually abides by this rule: extend star players early and don't play the waiting game.
Okay, caveat. You don't have to extend every player early, but star players, yes. Every player, no.
Right. They hit on some good ones that they extended, and rightfully so. Some others that we'll get to one later, actually, coming up shortly, that, you know what, they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, JSN in Seattle, I would try to extend him.
He's on the list. They say him. They say Witherspoon, Will Anderson, Bijan, Puka, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
I would say Gibbs, but you've extended everybody already.
Right.
Looking at you, Kirby. All right.
Those are your free agency rules, 97.1.
Is it 6 o'clock already? They just said Wojo and Rieger. Mr. Voice Guy, he just said Wojo and Rieger.
I guess we're done.
Well, chew it and do it. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Take another call on, we were discussing, because I watched the ABA documentary the other day, last night, the first two parts. And, what in sports should you show your kids, teach your kids, and vice versa if you're young? What do you go to your parents and say, I want to know about this I heard about? I got a text from a friend of mine who says that every kid should know about the 1968 Olympics with John Carlos, Tommy Smith with the Black Power thing in Mexico City, and also in 72 when they had the games stolen from them, the gold medal game in Russia, United States, and the because that took place in Munich.
I was about to say that was the Munich game.
The Israeli athletes got murdered and stuff like that. So
Now-
everybody should know about that.
Yeah, the Olympic team, like they have it in their will to tell their kids to never accept that silver medal. Like I guess
Right.
the Olympics call them every
Correct.
year and say, "Hey guys, we still got your silver medal. Do you want it?" No. Okay, we'll call you next year.
Right.
And their kid-
I've heard Doug Collins talk about it. He made what we thought was the Olympic gold medal winning free throws.
And they've told their kids, "You are never to like that's a bit." But yeah, I saw how that ended and was like, "Wait a minute."
They had I remember
it ended, and then it ended again.
I was 13 years old and I was crying my eyes out. I couldn't understand, and my father couldn't explain. Nobody could explain because it was just an obvious cheat job. Let's go to DJ in Detroit. What's up, DJ?
Godfather Stoney, what up, though? You all right?
I'm good. You?
I'm good. My brother Rico, man. It's been a minute. You all right, my man?
I'm good, DJ. What's happening?
You got it. So I got one for y'all, man. I'm going to give you an athlete the documentary should always be showing on for basically the rest of humanity for two reasons. The first reason probably being the latter, which really isn't that important, but it has a huge impact today. And that's the late, great Muhammad Ali. A documentary should always be done on that man for the simple fact, I think it's safe to say that the super fights and the way spectacles of boxing and other events are made is in large part because of him with the Thriller and the Manila and the Rumble and the Jungle, and the way he brought that to the forefront. And what he did inside that ring, he led to a whole group of athletes who have admitted Deion Primetime Sanders and the Ricky Henderson, the brasses, the confidence in which they played with and they talked and they bagged it up was because that was their idol. That's number one, but that's really the small part of why kids should watch it.
Yes.
The large part of it is because of what that man did for the social aspect, not only as being a person of color like myself and Rico, but for people all over the world is just sharing the message of love and just being a good human being, because at the prime of his career, at his peak, when he clearly was on his way to being the best of the best of the best, unlike Floyd and a lot of these other star mega athletes, he chose to do what was right as a human being and be a good example and a leader for humanity and the athlete. And his story should always be told, in my opinion.
There's no doubt, and I'm one of the few.
Cost him his career.
Yeah.
And the prime of his career was taken away from him.
And then he came back and he was great, not as great. And then he started at the end. He should have fought people like with Trevor Burbick and people like that. But I was one of the few. Thanks, DJ, who I rooted against Ali only against Frazier, because Frazier was from Philly.
Makes sense.
And my father knew people who were like his managers and things like that. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. thank you very much. All right, we have a college basketball doubleheader tonight. Michigan, the number one team in the country, taking on Purdue at Mackey Arena. Definitely a difficult place to play under normal circumstances when you're number one going up against, what are they, 7, I think?
Something like that. They were the preseason number one, but yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And with the whole Yaxel video, that place is going to be even amped up more than ever. And then when that game's over at the Brez, it's Michigan State taking on UCLA. I don't think they're going to have a thank you video for Xavier Booker, but anytime you play UCLA, it's always to me, it's always a big deal because UCLA was always like a blue blood. But I have two questions that I want to ask each fan base. And it's pretty basic. And, when I mentioned this to somebody here, they said, oh, it's definitely this answer. And I'm not so sure. Okay, for Michigan fans, a fan of both sports, okay, would Michigan fans rather the basketball team win the national championship or they beat Ohio State in football? So if you win the national championship in hoops, you're losing to the Buckeyes this year in football. Conversely, if you beat Ohio State in football, you're not winning the national championship. So that's for Michigan fans. For Michigan State fans and alums like one Mr. Rico Beard, would you rather the team win the national championship in basketball or beat Michigan in football? 248-539-9797. And to me, it just seems so obvious you would always take the national championship. However, as we know, the Michigan fan base for basketball is not what it should be, in my opinion. And conversely, the Michigan State fan base, I think it's pretty obvious the answer would be national championship. But there is a percentage, you can debate how many of your ilk, Rico, are in this category, would take beating Michigan in football just because it would just kill the Michigan fans inside. There are people there are a small percentage.
It wouldn't, Stoney, because you'd find out that, this Michigan football team was flawed or something happened or they just ran out of time. Like you're never going to get any. No, to me, as far as Michigan State goes, right. No brainer.
Oh, of course, yeah. You want Izzo to get a second too.
You win the national title. That's a no brainer. That's like I saw that on the sheet. Like, well, that's easy. For Michigan, I think it may be difficult because they hold football in such a higher standard than basketball. That for the Jeff Riegers of the world and the 10 fans out there that they have that are hoop fans. Yes, they would want that. But I think the majority of Michigan fans have given that choice and nobody is around, like you're in a voting booth and nobody can see how you voted. Beating Ohio State would win in a landslide.
In fact, I'll tell you what I want. And it is beating Ohio State.
Really?
I would love a national title in basketball, but beating Ohio, I cannot lose to them. I hate losing to them. When we had that stretch where we could not win a game, that was painful. Getting texts from cousins and friends. Oh, another one. No, I don't want that ever again. Give me the win over Ohio State all day, every day.
Don't you get those texts and things from Michigan State fans if they beat you as well, which would lead me to I believe there's a small percentage of Michigan State fans who just want to see you suffer.
Well, I don't need to get a text message because my own son, that's a Michigan State fan in my house, will get on me all year.
Right.
But I'm fine with that. I'm good with that. Just give me the win over Ohio State all day.
You don't want Dusty maybe cutting down the nets.
I would love it, but over?
Okay.
Oh,
no.
wow. I just thought about it. No, you know what? And actually, that's why I would take the Natty. That's why I would take the national title and clip off a little piece of the nets and send it to Dusty Mays. Like, here you go, buddy. Here you go, buddy.
Dusty Mays.
Send it to him with that picture of him sitting in front of the Spartan.
Right, because Dusty may not know that it's tradition to cut down the nets because he doesn't know about basketball traditions.
All right, flag.
He doesn't know about basketball traditions according to him. He doesn't know about this stuff. So, yes, I would take the Natty.
I changed my mind. Give me that Natty because I don't want to hear him talking anymore.
Like, wow.
Boy, Dusty Mays really shot up the Michigan State hate barometer.
Think about it. Yeah. If Michigan State won the Natty and they didn't, have the super team, like, wow, David, is that allowed? Is that allowed?
It's allowed.
They would make a Disney movie out of it. Like, you know what? They would probably, Gumbo, whoever announces it, would probably say, or Ernie Johnson, and then here's your national champion, the Michigan Spartans. Like, they would probably screw it up like that.
Are you inferring that Dusty May said, I don't understand this movie you're talking about. The video clip. One Shining what?
Yeah, I didn't know we were supposed to actually stand out there and wait for people to put cameras in my face. Nobody told me this type of stuff.
Oh, you're bad. Sean in Brighton, what's up?
Hey guys, I just graduated from state not too long ago. I was there the year Kenneth Walker scored 5 touchdowns against Michigan. But I'm taking that hoops championship any day of the week. Just that whole title run, the excitement that would be around that. I'd trade that any day over a single football victory. I don't even know why this is a question, to be honest.
You know what?
It's more of a Michigan question, to be quite honest with you. But I have to be fair, don't I?
I guess, but I was with you. Like, this is easy. That's just.
I mean, yeah. Even if you're a Michigan fan, you gotta take a championship any day. Still, I don't know. I don't even know.
You would. I would.
Sean, most Michigan fans. Sean, Michigan fans only care about the basketball team when they're really, really good, like they are this year.
I know.
But
those
Ohio
stands have been
State
empty until this year.
Ohio State is a deep-seated hate that they have that they want to always beat the Buckeyes.
Hey,
so
Sean,
that's why I thought that one was easy as well.
Hey, Sean, completely different question. Would you rather Spartans win the NCAA championship, win the Final Four, or win the Frozen Four? They could do both.
Final Four, Frozen Four, Final Four,
okay.
for sure.
Okay. Thanks for the call. 248-539-97. That depends whether you love hockey or basketball.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that run. I mean, heck, making it to the Elite Eight last year, and you started dreaming like, wow, if we could just knock off
There's not
Auburn.
There's not enough people.
And then they would have got destroyed by Duke, I think, in the next game.
Either school, there's just not enough people who appreciate how difficult it is to get to a Final Four. There's not.
No, because first of all, it boils down to it. Because people always ask me, who do you think is going to win it? You got to ask me Selection Sunday that night.
Right.
I need to see the matchups because that's really what it boils down to. If you have a favorable matchup, you could be a lesser seed, but you know what? That style can beat this style because this style's making the fights when it gets to the tournament.
Yeah.
Like I could see this team winning over that team. But yeah, picking a champion right now.
No, but making the Final Four should get more credit than it gets by everybody, including a person I used to work with.
We're just gonna let that go.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
he's on a different planet.
He just finds ways to be angry and just tick you off.
Yes, 97.1.
This Sharon Moore thing is hilarious.
248-539-9797. Sean, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
Good. First time caller, long time listener.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, huge MSU fan here. It's no brainer. We don't care about them. We don't care about if we lose to them. We're probably not going to beat them for the next 10 years. I mean, I don't know, but it's a no-brainer for me. National championship.
Well, I agree. I agree that it might be a no-brainer, the Natty or beating them in football. But to say you don't care about them is really, really wrong.
No, but given the choice, I think Sean is saying.
No, he's just talking about he doesn't care about them in anything.
No, because
they've
it's
beat us
like,
for 10 years.
Right, you're losing to Michigan. It happens so much, you're numb. Okay? You're just numb to it where, man, you get that Natty, that's something that you could talk about. But, all right, yeah.
And Rico had a great point just a bit ago saying, Rico, I believe you were saying, regardless if we win or not, we could win 100-0, and the field though, the that.
Congratulations, you beat the worst Michigan team ever.
But what does that matter though?
Right.
Just be happy that you won. What does it matter what the other team is saying?
No, because then you'll get articles in the paper and this happened and this happened. And
I'm not respecting that you all care about what we think of you.
That's I always thought the problem. I always thought the problem was the absurd arrogance in Ann Arbor and the ridiculous inferiority that is in East Land, and I can never come to grips with it. And that's why I'm a fan of both.
Or just imagine, like I said, put it in an envelope, a little piece of the nylon net. There you go, Dusty. Set that on your trophy mantle.
That actually would be funny, though. I like that stuff.
It would be very funny. Dawson, what's up?
How's it going?
Good.
As a Michigan fan, I'm a football guy. I hate Ohio State, but you got to take the Natty every time.
Okay, Dawson, that's impressive because I didn't think many of your brethren would take the national title over a guaranteed victory over the Ohio State.
I don't think most Michigan people would, but the way I look at it, I think it was 2013 when we lost to Louisville, in March Madness, I would rather have the national title. That was heartbreaking.
I get it, but as long as you're honest about it, that's okay.
Yeah, he's being honest.
Yeah,
like I said, I think most Michigan fans, if you put them in a private voting booth, the beating Ohio State would win like 85. They would get 85%.
No, I don't think it'd be 85%. I think it'd be more. It'd be more than 50-50. Yes.
I said in a private where they don't have. I think they want to beat the Buckeyes.
By the way, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do people at Ohio State care about basketball more or less than Michigan basketball fans?
I don't know. That's a great question. I mean,
why are they having so much problems lately in basketball?
Ohio State?
Yeah, they haven't been really, unless my memory's bad, they haven't been good for like a decade, have they?
No, they were good a few years ago.
Okay.
They were good a few years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, they were good a few years ago. So they just circled down and injuries and that type of thing. But no, I forgot the big fella that they had. But yeah, they were pretty good for a few years ago.
All right. For some reason, them in the tournament they don't seem to do very well.
The Big Ten doesn't do
very well. I know they don't win it.
They still won't win.
The last Big Ten team to win an NCAA championship wasn't even in the Big Ten at the time, and that was Maryland.
Well, that doesn't count.
I know it doesn't count.
Right,
Michigan State's the last team to win.
I would put it this way. The last time a Big Ten team won the national title, that building doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, you're right.
They tore down the RCA Dome and built Lucas Oil. So it doesn't even exist.
My kids were 3 months old, or a month and a half old, because they were born February 24th in 2000.
So you could do it's not a double dip, but you could win it in Indy this year and kind of say you won it in both places.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Same city, two different stadiums.
venues. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's just
That's
one of those
impressive.
like, yeah, that's how long it's been that one of the players on the team has a son in the NBA. Jace Richardson.
That's right. Yeah.
And he was off on the dunk contest, by the way.
I know.
I don't know why he was in it.
Because Duran got out, right?
They should just cancel. Just cancel that.
Well, they should have, because it was on at like 2:00 in the afternoon.
Hey, David, you want to know what tape delay was all about?
That,
there you go.
Yeah.
NBA Finals tape delay, slam dunk contest tape delay. There you go. Let's bring it full circle.
By the way, how good would the Spartans be if Chase stayed? God. If.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
What?
We don't want that.
I do.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but pretty much had to
You
go.
know, I'm the weird one.
Yeah, wait, hold on. How do you manage that, Stoney?
Because I like both. So when they play each other,
How do you like both?
Because I didn't go to either
Stoney,
school.
I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, how do you like both? Like,
because I have friends at both, and I've enjoyed being at both, and I never had an emotional attachment to either for a while. Then I became really attached emotionally for some strange reason to Michigan football, and then basketball. It was pretty even. I liked State a little more, but not that many. Like so when I loved the Fab Five, but when they played State, I'd root for State.
I'm just curious.
The main reason is Izzo.
David's a friend.
I know,
and I can't. Oh well, David's my friend. So no. I may leave him alone, David. We beat you, so I'm not going to rub it in.
I understand you went there. It's a completely different animal.
I just wonder how you, I couldn't be like, oh, I like this team, but I also like that team.
Now, look, if either one of those schools would have the guts to play the American University in basketball, I'd root for American over both of them, but that's never happened.
He said anybody, any place, anytime.
I know, but I don't think it's Tom, because I've talked to Campy about Oakland doing a thing with Michigan State and trying to bring it. It's my alma mater.
Well, maybe your alma mater. Maybe they're the problem.
They are. They are the problem. That's why they've never won an NCAA championship.
They don't like checks?
They've never won an NCAA. They have a few bye games a year, but they never play here. Pisses me off. Nolan in Northville, what's up?
Good evening, gentlemen. I just wanted to get in the conversation about being a Michigan fan and being a huge Michigan football fan and resenting Ohio State beyond comprehension. I think seeing Michigan lose twice and come close a few times to a national championship the last 15 years, and being, I'm 22 years old, and that being a prime of my sports life, I think I would have to take a national championship this season over just beating Ohio State without any specifics to the matchup, I suppose, as well. But I would take the national championship, and I think a lot more Michigan fans than you think would, too.
Okay. Especially since you lost 2 in a row. You're right. I mean, Louisville, they lost to Villanova, too, right? Yeah.
The Villanova one, it didn't have a chance. But the Louisville one was a game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's time for one more. Let's go to Tim. Excuse me, wrong number. Tim, what's up?
Hi. I'm a Michigan fan, Michigan alum. I was a freshman in 1989. Was a big fan of the Fab Five. I'm a huge football fan, but no doubt about it, I would take the national championship in basketball if given the choice. 2013, 2018, those were tough to handle, and would love to see a.
Let me ask you a question respectfully. Do you care about them when they're not that good?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. The Juwan years, going back to LRB.
You know what, Tim? You could have stopped at the Juwan years.
Right.
I believe you.
Yes. For sure, but football is king, but we do care about basketball.
I have one other question. It's something we started the show with. Do you prefer the Chrysler Center the way it is now or old dingy Chrysler Arena?
I think the Chrysler Center's an improvement. It's still terribly quiet. I wish they had more students closer to the floor. I think it's better than it was like when I was a student there back in the early 90s.
I love the old one. I love it dark and dingy. Unfortunately, yes, the volume of the fan base was not very good. 97.1. All right. We survived. 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to make Rico a little nervous. I promise we're not going to do these every day this week, but
I don't mind. We can do them every day.
Sometimes they're timely, and we're going to do our blind rankings. Now, in honor and condolences to friends, family, followers of the great Reverend Jesse Jackson, we want Rico to blindly rank the top 10 Jacksons. So I will give you some Jacksons.
And exhale now. I was wondering where we were going with this.
And you have to blindly rank them. Now, some things they're obvious, but you never know. But you want to leave yourself a little, resting spot for someone. Sometimes there are those on these lists that some sick human being puts on for comedic value, but others, it's all serious. So we shall see. All right. Are you ready, Rico?
Let's go.
All right, let's start. 1 through 10. Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson. Wow. These are all sports related, right?
No.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm asking. Phil Jackson, championship coach, multiple teams. I'm going to say 4.
4, Phil Jackson. Okay. Next up, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. Fun quarterback, MVP, no Super Bowl. I'm going to put him lower. Give me Lamar at 8.
At 8, okay. Samuel L. Jackson. Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, man. Entertaining movies. Sam Jackson. I'm going to put Sam Jackson at 3.
At 3, okay. The man who got a candy bar named after him, Reggie Jackson.
I have a framed Oakland A's signed Reggie Jackson jersey in the basement.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Number 9.
Yes.
Oh.
From suburban Philadelphia, Cheltenham, Pennsylvania.
Tony, this is good.
Oh, I know.
I probably would have swapped Reggie with Phil. I'm going to go Reggie. Mr. October. I'm going to go Reggie at 5.
Okay. Andrew Jackson. Former president of the United States. Kind of looks like he's on the $20 bill, right? Is that Andrew Jackson?
Yeah.
Looks like Peter Gammons.
Didn't really know Andrew that well, so I'm going to go ahead and put him at 10.
At 10, okay. Next up, Janet Jackson.
Number one.
Janet, yeah, David. You know what? Saw her in concert.
How many times, Rico?
Once. Only, and only because I missed out on seeing her brother. Wow. I'm going to go Janet. I'm trying to think either 2 or 6. I know of 2 other Jacksons he has not said. I'm going to go Janet at 6.
Woo, that's rough.
Wow.
I know.
But it may end up, we'll see.
Maybe all right. I think you did pretty well in this, actually. Next up, Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Okay, yeah.
Field of Dreams, caught gambling in the 1919 World Series.
Sure. Shoeless, 9.
Okay.
I got no point of reference for that one.
Okay. I figured you would because you're a movie guy, Field of Dreams. I figured.
No, right, but it's...
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Bo Jackson.
Bo, I'm going to put it at 2.
Okay.
Bo, yeah, I was fortunate to see Bo in his heyday before his hips separated. Still the greatest run ever on Monday Night Football. He ended Brian Bosworth's career so badly, he's now doing Dr. Pepper commercials.
Okay. Okay, so we have, 1 and 7 left. I think you're going to end up doing really well at the top, but we'll see. There's a few, I think, once you hear who this one is and where you'll put them, you wish you could change, but you can't. That's why they're blind rankings.
Correct.
Not from the musical family, per se. I don't believe he is.
He's not.
He's not. But he was a famous musical judge. Ladies and gentlemen, Randy Jackson, American Idol judge.
Okay. I probably would swap him with Lamar, but you know what?
I bet you would.
Randy, not Michael's brother, you go at 7.
And Michael Jackson.
Yeah, he's going to be 1.
Yeah. Okay.
I kind of had a feeling. I was
Yes.
saving. I saved the spots 1 and 2 because I'm like, okay, I know Bo and I know Michael. Now Janet was the one you hurt me with.
Right.
It was very smart for you to ask the question if it was just sports.
Right.
Very smart.
Right, because if he would have said, no, it's just sports, okay, I only got to hold that top spot available. But yeah.
There were obviously a ton of others we could have put in there. From the bottom up, though, Andrew Jackson, former president of the United States, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Lamar Jackson at 8, Randy Jackson at 7, Janet Jackson at 6, Reggie Jackson at 5, Phil Jackson at 4, Samuel L. Jackson at 3, Bo Jackson at 2, and Michael Jackson at 1. Now, others that were considered with the committee, but we just didn't think it would work. It might have been for comedic purposes. Country star Alan Jackson with multiple Grammy Awards and all that type of wonderful stuff.
Ahead of Shoeless and Andrew and Randy.
Yep. Also, Deshaun Jackson, former Ohio State and NBA basketball player Jimmy Jackson was discussed.
I like Jimmy Jackson.
From maybe your world of movies, Percy Jackson.
Man, not that good.
Glenda Jackson,
He
who
would
is
have
a
been 15.
Glenda Jackson, a great actress. From the Malice at the Palace, Steven Jackson.
Well, that's why I asked, is this sports related?
Yes.
Rico, I also tried to convince him to do people that's son is, they're a son of a man named Jack's son, which he didn't go for that one as well as I had hoped.
And we thought about
Jack Nicholson's son or something like that.
Yeah. Jack's son.
Yeah, and we could have, done people with first name Jackson too, like Jackson Smith and Jigba, but we decided since
Jackson
the
Holiday, gotcha. Okay.
the Reverend Jesse Jackson passing away today.
You didn't even have Jesse on the list.
No, because it was.
It's an honor of him.
Yes,
So
it's
we
an
don't
honor of
need
him.
to-
Right,
Yeah.
believe me, that was yes.
You didn't have Mark Jackson either.
Right, Mark Jackson was considered as well. By the way, do you see Mark Jackson's in a commercial now?
I have seen that.
Yeah, out of
Which
nowhere.
commercial is that?
It's for some. I don't even know what it's for. I just was like,
Car
oh my
Shield.
god.
He's done a great job because no one knows what it's for.
Yeah.
Was he up there with Vivica Fox? Ice-T?
Ludicrous.
Right. I probably, knowing what I know now, I would have swapped Phil with Janet. I would have put Janet at 4. I'd have put Phil at 6.
We did just received a call. Action Jackson. Also, we forgot about Action Jackson.
Great movie in the 80s. Carl Weathers, Vanity.
Yes.
See?
Former Fab Five member Ray Jackson. Who else? Michigan defensive back who had a really good career with the Colts. Marlon Jackson.
Yep. Should have had Marlon on there.
You know what? I did like Marlon Jackson.
He was a good player.
Especially when he finally left Michigan. I really liked him.
Yeah, he was good. He was with the Colts in the NFL, right?
Yeah, and the other one I thought of, but you put juniors in there, I would have. Jaron Jackson Jr. was considered.
Yeah, you could have put him in.
Yeah.
I would have had, I like Jaron, but Jaron would have probably been around. He would have been higher than Randy Jackson.
Yes.
I'll put it that way.
But the other one we considered was former great depending on what side of the fence you're on, historic Civil War general Stonewall Jackson.
Oh, Stonewall. Stoney.
That's right.
We also
the original Stoney.
We also had too many Jacksons,
Yes.
meaning the family, so couldn't put Latoya
Right,
on
I
there.
didn't put Latoya or Tito in.
No centipede.
Yeah. Tito would have been good. Give me a tissue, Tito.
Jermaine.
Jermaine, yes.
Put his hair on there.
Or Jermaine, who played at U of D, that Jermaine Jackson.
Oh, yeah. Or you could have just put Joe Jackson, the man who founded the band.
True, or Joe
Guys,
Jackson, the
listen up,
singer.
'cause I got a deal
is she
for you.
really
Let's
going
talk about the Chevy
out
dealer in
with
the area
him?
that's been
One of the
leading the way.
ugliest men in rock and
Hamilton
roll.
Chevrolet
And
in
that
Warren.
is
Andrew
our
sales staff
blind
wants to be your
rankings
Chevy dealer,
for
and they're gonna
today,
guarantee you the lowest payment on your
97.1.
next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road in style with great deals on their massive inventory. The selection is best right now, and I'm ready for immediate delivery, including the deal that I brought up, the February Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Equinox EV, $199 a month for 24 months. Yep, you heard that correct. $199 a month. All you got to do is walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. An Equinox EV for under $200. Man, you know the best deals are found at 14 mile a mile. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and you want the Rico deal. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. By the way, Keith Jackson, I probably should have mentioned.
Yes. Keith Jackson. Yeah, I'm surprised you missed that.
Someone's saying Curtis Jackson. Could have mentioned.
Yeah, 50 Cent.
Yep. Or Edwin Jackson.
Yeah, but I didn't think he. I saw him, but just because he played for the Tigers. If I was going to pick a Tiger with Jackson, it would have been Austin Jackson, right?
Correct. Now Keith Jackson would have shook up the rankings.
Yeah. Well, which Keith Jackson, the great tight end from Oklahoma, or the? I know.
I'll give you this one here. That someone's saying.
Nelly.
How about the Michigan basketball legend Jeff Xavier Simpson Jackson?
Number one.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Number one with a bullet.
Yeah.
Jeff Jackson. How could we leave him off?
I know. We thought of there was no.
You know what? He was Waymo before it was Waymo, the driverless car.
That's right.
Because we don't know who drove that car. It wasn't him. It was Waymo.
By the way, speaking of Michigan, and I know Rick had been following the Sharon Moore court appearance, and he'll be back, March the 2nd. We heard it in the updates. I really didn't comment on it, but it's another sign of, I don't know if the apocalypse has arrived. But let me ask you a question. I'll say 3 years, maybe stretching it. That might be a little too close, but definitely 5 years. Because Jeremy Otto did the story about Sean McGee leaving Michigan. Did you ever think in your wildest dreams, being a fan of college football, that some schools would have a general manager, and that's what they're called, a general manager?
I didn't think it would happen, but it has to happen now.
I know.
Here's Stoney, you have to take something off the head coach's plate.
Right, I know.
I can't sit here, come up with a play design week to week, recruit, manage my team, and oh, by the way, hear you belly aching about you're not making enough money.
Right.
One of these things has to go, so I'm going to hire somebody. You listen to the belly aching. You make it work.
Yes.
You figure out the cost and tell me whatever it is that I need to do.
Another question for you. Are you familiar, speaking of his, kind of alma mater, Amari Bailey?
Yeah.
Played at UCLA 1 year, averaged 11 points a game, started in 28 games, pretty good player.
5-star coming out.
Yeah, 5-star coming out. His father was actually Aaron Bailey, who almost caught a Hail Mary from Jim Harbaugh to win the AFC Championship game when he played for the Colts. Anyway, I digress. Today, he took a visit to Grand Valley University.
So he's going to be another
He's
one
trying to be
Charles Bediako.
Yeah, but Bediako didn't play in an NBA game, did he? He just played the G League.
G League.
Right. This guy, Amari Bailey, played in 10 games for the Charlotte Hornets, averaging 6 minutes a game and 2.3 points a game.
Here's what
He's trying to be the first player to leave school early, get drafted.
See, I wouldn't want this recognition because to me, it tells me I was a loser.
Yeah.
I could not cut it in the NBA. I'd rather go back to high school. Life sucks. I want to go back to high school so I can wear my Letterman jacket and be the man again and live my Al Bundy days out. Or you move on and maybe basketball's not in the cards for you. Or go play overseas, man.
I know.
Like, what's good? You're going to go to Grand Canyon, which is actually a great environment, by the way.
I'm sure.
It's
Dan Marley coached there at one point.
Their student section, and it's put it this way, Stoney, it's nothing like the Chrysler Arena. They're loud, nonstop. So yeah,
Grand Canyon. Yeah. At least if he's going to try to go back to school.